Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 74, which was supposed to be Russia now wants unconditional surrender of Ukraine, and of course there's more rumors about the French troops going to Ukraine, and then we have the massive Iran drone and missile strike on Israel in retaliation against Israel's killing of the IRGC commander. Which everyone thought that it's going to start a regional war, but it didn't because Israel decided to do the wiser thing and decided not to hit back. Or at least that's what happened, or at least that's what I know, put to the point where I went to sleep. So I went to take a nap, and then so I had to delay half an hour because I'm super tired and my eyes were super red just now. So yeah, and yeah, this is why I don't like to schedule, because once I schedule, I usually don't sleep, don't get to sleep enough. And so hopefully, more people will come up and talk so that I don't have to stay on screen. Can you see my screen, my eyes? Okay, I'm gonna drop the link to join. So let me copy and paste the thing. The link to join. So I dropped the link to join the DPA Open Mic on the live chat, and then pin it on the Open Mic channel as well as on Rumble, and I also going to drop it on Twitch if I can. Let me open my I have it open my Twitch, and yep, and it's on Twitch as well, and it's also pinned on Twitch. So hopefully everything works and you guys can hear me. And as usual, do let me know if any speakers are too loud or too soft, so that I can adjust. And yeah.
What's up, Lambo? Hey, can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Echo.
Yeah. No echo?
This is from Lambo.
It can be from me.
Okay. Or is it myself?
I can't continue to speak. No, don't hear. Yeah. Good. No.
I mute myself first.
Yeah. We're going to stay very low.
Well, we don't really have to talk about Israel in the attack because they shot down 99% of the missiles. So what's there to talk about? It failed.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I don't know how many they shot. They said it was around 300 drones and missiles. I mean, I've seen some videos where it looks like there's at least 5 to 7 impacts on that airbase area. So, some stuff obviously got through. So, I don't know where they get 99% from. And I looked at the airbase, and I didn't see any hardened shelters or anything. But, it's Google. Sometimes they fudge certain maps and stuff for areas. But, I mean, like everyone's going to talk about, they had 12 days warning, so they probably moved out any kind of aircraft and stuff anyway. So,
yeah.
I mean, they might have got lucky and got some guys in a bunker or something like that. But, I mean, it was probably, who knows, maybe it was even minimally staffed. Just because.
I read this morning that 44 Mossad agents were killed at that base.
That's an Iranian claim. I mean, nobody knows. I mean, you'd have to prove it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they didn't get lucky and find a bunker. I mean, we're going to get into it, but I mean, just so people know what we'll probably go over. I mean, who's to say the Russians didn't give them locations on that airbase that they know about? Like, hey, don't bomb that building. That's the janitor's closet. You want to hit this building over here because that's where we get all the signal intelligence coming out of. It could have been something like that, where they, because nobody knows what they hit. Even if they hit a hardened hangar, there's no airplane in it, so it don't matter, and they can fix it, and the runways can be fixed fairly quickly. So, maybe they hit, if they found something there that was worth hitting, maybe they hit it. There's also an officer school on the property too, so I don't know if that was hit.
Yeah, we'll probably never know, right? Because if they were all military targets, they'll keep that pretty tight. It's not like we'll see a lot of footage of it. But from what I saw, the footage, Vaughn mentioned, those hypersonic missiles coming in, look pretty significant damage from afar, right? Like they look like pretty significant impact.
Vaughn, you have the
Huh?
Yeah, there's some. We can hear ourselves from the side.
Yeah,
You may want to check your settings and see, it might be your headphone or something.
I think it's
your
mic.
mic is picking up us. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add about these 98% figures. I think it was the same. It was the same guy that does these numbers for Ukraine. I think they hired the same guy.
Same stats guy.
Yeah, the same stats guy. I'm probably 97%.
Is that better? Is that better now?
We can still hear ourselves, I think.
No echo.
Yeah, we can still hear ourselves.
You
mute, it's okay. When you mute, it's okay. But there is I think your headphone sucks.
Maybe Israel
I'm not sure.
It's Belgium quality.
He's doing electronic
Vaughn try not to use the gay version, but now he used a manly version and there's echo.
Oh, with the pennies.
But no,
I wonder how many headphones Vaughn bought.
I got these for Christmas. What do you expect? No, I was just going to say, too, I mean, even if those impacts you saw were pretty significant, I mean, those runways, let's say at best, closed for operations temporarily until they fix it and clear all the debris off the runway. So, I mean, they accomplished that, but I don't think they really destroyed any equipment other than maybe some buildings and runway surface.
What I like to note is actually what that cost the Israelis to defend. The price must have been outrageous. If we are talking about 200,
just
it's what it cost the Americans.
If you just look at the defense that they did over Iraq, and from Iraq to Israel, fuel tankers in the air, all the jet planes, so planes from a carrier, from the ground, I don't care, doing the defense, launching missiles to these drones. If they really shut down 98% of everything that Israel shot Iran shot to Israel, that must be a fucking expensive one. They didn't use like a little AliExpress missile to shoot these little drones down. We're speaking about drones. How much are going they cost, the Shahid drones? $10,000, something like that, being shot by $100, $200, $500,000, even more expensive missile?
I don't think so. I think it would be the drones are too slow, so they probably can be shot down by the Iron Dome. So you probably see the Patriots being used for the cruise missiles. I don't think they will.
Yeah, but
I think the Iron Dome should be all right. But it's still, of course, it's still expensive.
Oh, expensive is not a dome.
The one thing I was wondering about that too. I mean, you think you'd learn because didn't Ukraine lose an airplane to trying to shoot down drones because they had to go kind of slow and stalled out probably and crashed. And I would imagine that would be a similar issue. You have 300 drones. I mean, I don't know how many fighters they put up, but those guys have to coordinate, slow down, and shoot the drones down.
Well, the whole point here is that it was very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not just the US paying for them. It's actually Israel as well. But what we consider these, because I think it was you, Vaughn, speaking in the chat, saying that this is coordinated with Russia. If it is if not this action, but not this action, but operation, but the fact that the Russians and the Iranians are coordinating stuff. So if you understand this coordination, it means that Ukraine will have much less supplies in the next few weeks than expected.
So and that's the real cost, right? That's the real cost. It's not the fiscal cost. It's the replenishment cost, because I mean, I read somewhere that global production of Patriots is something like 550 missiles a year. And think about how many they unloaded last night alone. 550 is not a big number.
Yeah, I think it's 800 altogether, but 550 is a good good missiles. The 550 is the PAC-3s, and then they release something like 200 to 300 PAC-2s a year.
Yeah. But still, it's if you just, I don't know how many airplanes were in the sky yesterday. I think there were at least 4 tankers, 4 refueling tankers, KC-135s. I think at least 4.
Yeah, and
So
see,
we
the other
use
thing
like
too
five
is, I mean, think about who else benefits from this. China, because it's just depleting more stocks that could be put against them if there was a conflict. I mean, they benefit by this dragging out because it just depletes the stocks, and the longer it drags on, the longer they have where the U.S. can't really focus on anything with China other than rhetoric and maybe sail a ship around or something. I mean, they can't really do a whole lot right now. They can't really get into it. And then they, you know, Iran responded measuredly, and now they got to wait and see what happens. And you know, like you said, the cost. I mean, how much is it costing to keep these tankers orbiting? Drop these fighters down, rearm them, refit. You know, you got to give them some basic maintenance between flights. You know, 300 a day. That's a lot of time planes are up. And then if they start hitting other air bases, then that makes it harder for those aircraft to get into the area and operate, or maybe they have less time to operate because they have to fly in farther, so they can't loiter and wait. You know, and they can't put carriers too close. Yeah, and then think about it, you put a carrier closer maybe to make up the gap, then you got to worry about them shooting a missile at the carrier. So, I mean, that's kind of a good plan with Iran if they can keep pushing the air envelope back, and it just makes it harder, or they have to use more assets just to get into the area, and they might just get tired of it.
Well, I kind of have a question about that, Vaughn. Vaughn, so what do you think in terms of the Israel's nuclear deterrence then? Because I feel like even if Iran does go ham, well, they do have the nuke, right?
Yeah, but they're not going to use them. I mean, they're not going to have permission to use those nukes. It would have to be something catastrophic. I mean, I think for anyone to justify it, like, let's say Israel was minding its own business and Iran hit it, the nuclear power plant, and caused a nuclear reaction, like to leak, the reactor to leak and shit. I think most of the world would be like, okay, if Israel nukes Tehran or something, that's probably a fair trade because you just contaminated Israel. But now with this back and forth, you know, if Israel's, you know, as they said, unprecedented retaliation is coming, we're stupid enough to hit the Iranian nuclear program. They've already stated that they'll hit that reactor. And yeah, the Israelis can talk all the shit they want about their air defense, but it's only going to take one fucking good missile to hit that containment thing. You know, it may not destroy. Those things are built to take. But, you know, when they built it, was it designed to get hit by a 10,000 mile an hour fucking hypersonic? I mean, it doesn't even have to hit it directly. All it's got to do is cause a leak or something. And you've got a nuclear incident. We already have. I mean, that's another thing that pisses me off. In Ukraine, you got these assholes shooting at the fucking Zaporizhzhia plant. It's like, oh, well, they're on our side, so it's okay to cause a nuclear disaster or environmental disaster. And you're kind of looking at that, too, because you don't want Israel to get stupid, and you don't want Iran to be forced into a retaliation, because if you hit their nukes, they're going to hit your nukes. They already stated that. And that's why I'm saying this whole thing is kind of crazy right now, because you don't really know what Israel's going to do. Because Iran did say last night that they consider the matter settled. So they're willing to leave it as is right now. You hit our guys and killed our military guys. We hit your military base. Everything's cool. You know, Iran's trying to act like a big boy. So if they want to act like a big boy and be part of the big boy world, then let them. Israel needs to fucking understand that and realize. I mean, how long can we sit there and fly planes over Israel and protect them? 24/7. I mean, we can do carrier operations and all that shit like nobody else, but you know, that was, you know, you got a different president, different priorities, different funding. The military's in shambles here. I mean, how long is that going to hold up before those cracks start to show in the military? Because all the ground crew, the maintenance.
So I want to just share. I just want to share the cost of the Iron Dome missiles. So I see on Wikipedia, of course, the most accurate place in the world. Wikipedia wrote that per intercept costs 100,000 to 150,000. So we can assume that it's 100,000, okay, because they buy so much, right? So there should be a bulk discount. So 100,000 per intercept is not that bad, but of course it's still way expensive than a Quran drone.
There was actually I had the Iron Dome is not cheap, it's not fireworks you just shoot off. But I was asking for what actually Vaughn was referring. I was thinking like first Saturday I was seeing like, oh, Iran just took a ship. I think, okay, war price, why not? AliExpress stuff in containers, something like that. And I wasn't planning. I wasn't really thinking they were serious about doing that missile strike. So they want more hurting economically. So they did that drone and missile strike yesterday. And I am thinking, like, that's the question: is do you think a second round for Iran? Of like you said, I don't think anymore. Or you're just going to wait to if what is Israel is going to do, and if Israel is going to respond to the attack of yesterday, as Iran is going to go all in their drones. If they already launched 300 drones and missiles yesterday, I'm sure they still have a lot in stock to create a real problem, because that Iron Dome is not going to be refilled so fast. And I think actually that Iran can, if they really want to, they can launch like 1,000 drones and missiles in 24 hours time if they want to. I think they have a big stock for that.
I think
Yeah,
it was
old stuff. Go on, Cruz.
There's an interview on, actually, amazingly, Fox News interviewed Richard Medhurst, which is a kind of an interesting thing to see him speaking uninterrupted at length on Fox News about this situation. And he basically elaborated that Iran is stocked to the gills with much more sophisticated missiles than what they used in this sort of show attack. And WION, the Indian news channel, has become very, very popular since it's much more neutral than almost anything else, detailed the 9 different missile types that Iran has. Now, they've used only their 2 lowest end ones in this, and I agree 100% with Vaughn's analysis. This is a stopping point. It's symbolic. It's basically saying it's a response to the embassy hit and nothing else. And what's really critical is today there'll be a United Nations Security Council meeting, and every single human being in that meeting and every single support staffer in that meeting is the kind of person that Israel just tried to hit in that embassy strike. So the overwhelming tilt on the playing field is against Israel at that meeting because they did that. And the overwhelming tilt at that meeting is going to be towards accepting Iran's stop. And the other regional factors are that Saudi is looking at Iran seizing ships in the Gulf of Hormuz now, which would cut it off the same way the Houthis have cut off the Bab el-Mandab. And Saudi is providing the land bridge right now for supplies into Israel, ordinary civilian supplies like food. And so if Iran shuts off the Gulf and the Houthis continue to shut off the Bab el-Mandab, Saudi and Israel both starve. This is not a situation that the United States can afford to escalate because it cannot get enough force there in time to save either one. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Vaughn's analysis here is exactly what the generals and the admirals are saying. No escalation, no way. We cannot, it'll be like Poland in 1939. There'll be we can make all the noise and plan all the long-term rescues we want. We cannot rescue Israel or Saudi from a general regional war. They'll both be toast. And even if there's militarily, they manage to prevail in the long run, they won't even be functional countries anymore. So it has to be contained. This has been U.S. priority since the absolute beginning, though, to prevent a regional war. So none of this is a surprise.
Now, the other thing I saw too, real quick, was they said that anyone that provides airspace to attack Iran will be dealt with, in kind, basically. And you notice that only Jordan allowed the airspace to be used as the last, or whatever, the first confrontation space for the drones and the missiles. They didn't get a chance to fly deep into Saudi or Iraq or anywhere like that and try to hit them. They had to wait. So
Yeah,
I mean, that kind of
Turkey-
tells you right there where Saudi's mind's at. I mean, they're not trying to get thumped or dragged into a war. And Israel,
right, and-
it seems like they don't really have a problem trying to
I think
swing
that
out
they're-
all over
I
the
think-
place.
I think
Bahrain,
both,
UAE, and Turkey all said you couldn't use their airspace for that.
I think both Karhu and Vaughn are kind of hitting the nail on the head with in terms of you could see how the propaganda surrounding this strike seems to be it seems to try to put Israel in a very positive light, you know, and you just all you have to do is make sure that, you know, the Western audience is okay with it, you know, because, you know, make sure that our propaganda is on point with that, and then we can kind of see what it is that our what we're intending with this. We want it to be ended. We want to say this is done. Go ahead.
Just real quick before Prada on that propaganda thing. I mean, I don't know how much it's going to take off here, but like on some of the news channels like Fox and other ones, they're really pushing the whole thing about how Islamic sites were targeted by Iranian missiles because they fired missiles or missiles crashed in Jerusalem. So since there's historic sites in Jerusalem, you know, therefore, I guess by default, they were targeting the sites. So that's something I've heard them push multiple times about religious sites being hit, not military targets.
So,
or at least they were targeted. And that's what they were targeted and Israel saved them. That's what they're saying.
Actually, Jordan has the legal obligation to protect those sites, and it did interfere with the incoming.
It's quite interesting, the part of propaganda. They haven't yet a really clear line, it sounds like, because the Russian foreign minister did leak something out. It sounds like the Israelis wrote to whole countries around the world that they should condemn the attack and how they should condemn the attack, which is also very interesting. First of all, should not mention that it is a compensation, that this is like a tick for tack. So they attacked the embassy. So it was very interesting how in German news they were like talking to experts.
Zakharova said
again. Yeah,
did you see what Zakharova said?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear his name mentioned. That's why.
On the end, she leaked it. She leaked it that the Israeli embassy was writing to everybody the same paper, asking for them to condemn. But she made it in a very Zakharova thing, which is like, oh, I don't remember Israeli condemning the attacks on the Russian territory. I actually remember Israeli supporting the Ukrainian attacks, so by some officials. And in that way, it was interesting how she leaked it. And it's very interesting because you can read them also everywhere, the same headlines in Portuguese, French, and so on. And one of the interesting things, it was in several German newspapers, I realized that the commentators were like sometimes picking up the destruction of the consulate in Damascus, and suddenly they got really nervous, the intellectuals, and they were like, yeah, but this is completely out of measurement. Okay, they destroy a whole building, kill that whole people, and the other ones replying, it's complete out of measure. Yes, so the propaganda it's coming, but they still don't know how to. And it's also interesting, like you guys were talking, Iran actually made it everything very by the book. They told the Americans in forehand, they told everybody, the Israelis knew everything what was going to happen. They actually sent old missiles, not really good, new ones. And so everything was prepared. The Israeli had time to close their airspace. Several countries had time to close their airspace. And they actually on the end said, so now we are quit. We did it because you attacked our embassy and so on. So it's over. And it's interesting how we are going to see the Israelis answering. And the Israelis are already pushing like, we have to revenge. It's like they completely forget what they did before. Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, I really wonder what's going to happen at that meeting, just because, like you were saying earlier, I mean, you went after diplomat, not diplomats, but you went after a diplomatic site. It's like, that's something that nobody does. I mean, as much of an asshole as Pol Pot was, or Mao, or Stalin, or Hitler. I don't, they didn't go after embassy property. You always had to have a place to go meet and talk if you had to talk. So, I mean, I'm sure people left and closed down, but they didn't go bomb the British embassy. What's the point? There's nobody there, or there's like a janitor there and a consulate page or something, in case somebody calls. But I mean, I really wonder how these other diplomats, I'll shut up in a second, are going to react to that. Because that really does kind of put their heads all on the chopping block, because Israel set a precedent.
But for the record, Iran is the country where more embassies and diplomatic personnel was ever killed or attacked. So this is the funny part. So let's not... No, embassies are sacred, should never be attacked. We know that, and every country on the world agrees with it. And each time something like this happens, because it has happened actually quite often, the thing is that it is so sacrilegious that everybody condemns it in the highest way. And even the Security Council normally always makes full supported condemnation. This time they didn't, which is shameless on the way. But on the other side, it's for some the irony on destiny, and for the record, actually, Iran is the worst country in those type of events where embassies were attacked, actually, and diplomatic personnel was killed. Not by the state. Let's say also it is true, not the state. It's mostly on riots, on the population movements.
College students.
Yeah.
So
or proxies.
I'm thinking, why would Israel have attacked? Okay, so you go on Twitter, X, whatever, and people point out that, it wasn't the embassy that was attacked; it was the IRGC headquarters that was nearby. So if they're trying to do this, then it means that they're trying to escalate, right? They want to. They want this thing to burn hotter. That it has to be. I can't see any other way. You're not going to go out of your way to attack, even if you want to say, it's not sovereign Iranian land, which I don't think that's true. But even if you want to make
escalation,
that claim, it's a clear escalation. You're doing something on purpose. You're going out of your way to do something that is going to be controversial. Is going to put Biden in a tough spot, right? It must be that they are anticipating this reaction to some extent and are trying to provoke it. That's just it. That's how it seems to me.
And look at the War Cabinet. I mean, there was a War Cabinet meeting, and the War Cabinet was very, very reluctant in Israel to basically hand rogue Netanyahu the keys to do whatever he wants. And they still haven't quite done that. But as of yesterday, they've put Gallant, Gantz, and Netanyahu, just the three of them, in charge of whatever the response is. Now, we know what Netanyahu's vote will be. So the question is, how suicidal do Gallant and Gantz want to get? And how far is the United States ready to back what Gallant and Gantz are willing to do? I mean, Netanyahu, just escalation is his only strategy at this point. He won't be prime minister when this is over, and he's probably going to jail with his whole family. So everybody kind of knows that. But Gantz did say to the U.S. he wouldn't have done any strategically differently than Netanyahu, including the genocidal attack on Gaza, which floored and amazed the United States. And so the question really is, what is the conversation between Gallant and Gantz? What are they looking at as the strategic risks? I don't believe either of those guys have ever been in on the fanatical settler project to grab everything, even to grab all of the West Bank and Gaza, and basically ethnic cleanse it. I certainly don't believe they've been in on the settler project, the Lebensraum project, to grab all of Nile to Euphrates, or the Netanyahu family's Yinan plan, which is to disrupt and break up every country in the Mideast and redraw all the borders as ethno-states. I don't think Gallant or Gantz have ever thought those crazy plans are practical, and they are certainly not practical now when the entire world has isolated Israel on the question of their behavior in Gaza. So their war cabinet is, anyone's guess what they will do, but they will be, I think, for the reasons Vaughn stated, under immense pressure to do basically only clandestine and covert attacks. They did, in fact, try to assassinate a Palestinian scientist, and that was an interception. That happens before the embassy hit, right? So there's an escalation here. I think we have a really dirty war going on in the shadows. Covert ops, probably lining up scientists being basically assassinated like the Cold War. I think we possibly have biological stuff going on. And on that rung, it's a new topic, but we should talk about what Rand Paul is saying about the 15 U.S. agencies that knew about U.S. funding to Wuhan. They knew what the agent was. They knew it was dangerous. And when it got out, they didn't spill the beans to the public or anyone. So there is a biological warfare stream going on here in the world. And we had better be aware that that's the thing that is used in every analysis. That's why we have nuclear non-proliferation. It's because everybody was afraid of bio in the 80s. Well, we should still be very, very afraid of it. And we should be looking at the state capabilities of some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know how much of Israel's the rest of Israel's leadership or whatever is in the wings is on the bench in terms of potential Israeli leadership, but just looking at the just the vociferous posts of people from Israel on places like X, and the videos that have been making rounds of people sitting in their backyards on their lawn chairs cheering, the bombing of Gaza and stuff like that. I think there's also an element to consider in terms of what about the population itself? The population's been, maybe not maybe brainwashed, it would be the term, but also like it has been incensed, ignited in a way that who knows what kind of mandate somebody that might be more soft on the issue might have, because
that's important. That radicalizing. Also realize the number of people leaving. 500,000 at least had left Israel, and apparently just before this, in this tension, 55,000 more people left Israel before the strikes, and maybe more are leaving right now. But unfortunately, the people who are leaving are the rational, intelligent people who are well aware that this has no good ending, and the people who are staying are the fanatics and the lunatics, and I guess also the pacifists and those genuinely religious people who put their trust in God. But that means less and less of people could even be described as in the center or left in Israel. It's just not there. The people who are still left there are the true believers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, in my opinion, all the soft people are leaving because they don't want to be there. I mean, I was wondering about that. Somebody brought it up last night. I mean, I think the airports are open anyway, but I would imagine they said watch and see how many flights go to Europe and the States with people with dual passports and just get the hell out.
And those are the powerful people. The influential people are getting out.
They can afford to leave and go hide out in Germany or DC or whatever.
Nevertheless, let's also not make it so unidirectional. Yes, you're saying the people are leaving, but we have been seeing a lot of demonstrations against Netanyahu in Israel as well. And they are big, and they have been turned quite violent. Well, of course, the police are making them quite violent. We know how police works on those cases for political objectives. But nevertheless, we have been seeing a lot of demonstration in Israel against what is happening. And I'm surprised that the West, understanding that what Netanyahu is doing is over the top and is actually making them, placing them internationally in a bad situation, why they are not supporting exactly the other voices or giving more space for voices in Israel. They are against what is happening, because this completely goes over the scale, and the Western countries understand that they are being demoralized in the international fora, everywhere, by supporting Israel. We understand they have to support Israel. In a way, yes, but Netanyahu needs to be placed on his, especially now. Netanyahu needs to be told not to escalate. And we know
And
that the U.S. has been doing a very bad job in controlling Netanyahu, actually.
And if you look at the geostrategic implications of this, John Mearsheimer now for 2 years has been warning that Ukraine is a giant trap. Don't get in there. Don't drive Russia into China's arms. And he's lately been warning the Middle East is a big trap. Don't get in there. Don't drive Iran right now into Russia's and China's arms. Well, all of that
China
has
is
been
the peer
fully achieved.
competitor. He's
Right.
always
So
like,
now
China
you have
is the
got
peer competitor.
the China plus Russia plus Iran certainly is a peer competitor, absolutely, on the mainland of Asia. And so they've created the same peer competitor that the Wolfowitz Doctrine was supposed to prevent achieving. And everybody who knew anything about this, including Henry Kissinger, warned against doing this. And it's been now, I think, done. I mean, I call it almost the Caspian Alliance. If you look at the Caspian Sea, where the Russian International North-South Transport Corridor meets which goes down through Iran to the Median Ocean, meets the BRI Belt and Road Initiative across the Asian continent, they meet on the south edge of the Caspian Sea in Iran. There is no way that Russia and China can achieve their geostrategic goals without Iran, and these powers around the Caspian Sea basically have to exclude the West from the Caspian, which is why Georgia was such a big deal, and Azerbaijan and Armenia were a big deal, because that would give the West access to the Caspian. So I think we have a Caspian alliance now that is unbreakable, and that there's nothing they can do against Iran, because it does mean taking on Russia and China at a time when everyone else is more or less going to be committed either to neutrality or the BRICS side, which some point in here I'm going to tag, we need to talk about the South African elections, because they're incredibly important in all this. But geostrategically, the big winner, China, because it's not in it. Second winner, Russia, because attention is not on their big offensives in Ukraine. Like, there's no question China and Russia are winning big out of this situation right now. There's also Russian troops on Golan too.
The war for the Caspian Sea is a very interesting. Well, the conflict for the Caspian Sea is going on. The European Union, with their Global Gateway project, is trying to get the rail tracks and roads that go from Iran, Azerbaijan to Georgia for themselves, while they have been included in the middle corridor of the Red and Bolt Belt and Road Initiative corridor. So it's interesting how the conflicts are coming. I think Kazakhstan is working multivectoral diplomacy. They are trying to ease Chinese and Russia, actually more Chinese influence in the country. And in doing it, they are inviting dangerously many Western elements. Well, all those ONGs and English learning institutes are being allowed to come in. This is our
CIA, Christians, the usual lot. Yeah. All of it.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Those new evangelical church, which are actually ONGs. And they are not coming in because the law allows them to come in. They are coming in with memorandums that they signed, which is more impressive to say. And other countries like Kyrgyzstan, exactly, and Uzbekistan very soon. They already did these deals, and now they are very preoccupied with the actions of these people in their country. They are already thinking, expelling them. So yeah, the Caspian Sea is a big conflict to come. If you are right, Cruz, that it is secured, it would be good. But the countries around it must be aware that manipulation is coming.
What's kind of frightening to me is the weaponization of all of the Abrahamic faiths in a way. I mean, we know, of course, how Israel does it. I mean, it basically says in order to be Jewish,
I'm kind of frightened by Mehdi's crotch shot. Just a little bit.
Yeah, please don't do that. This is a family show.
Come on, Mehdi. We don't want to see the boys hanging out.
He's not listening.
You can Matt hear it?
I don't know.
You might not hear it.
But this is,
Sorry,
you're right,
man.
Prada,
Really
that we should pay some attention to Kazakhstan because it really is almost the primary target to be disrupted, that would disrupt all of those
Yeah.
plans if it were to succeed. And, you know, as you say, the NGOs and whatever, and you've got this shameful history of the CIA exploiting, or in sometimes even creating, these Christian evangelical communities in some of these countries just for purposes of infiltration and recruiting. And that's as bad as the Saudis, who spread Wahhabism everywhere and created intractable jihadi movements for their own geopolitical purposes. I mean, all three of these countries, the US, Saudi, and Israel, have done this weaponization of Abrahamic faith, and it's deeply shameful, destructive of the faiths themselves. Thankfully, they have not managed to really sort of weaponize Catholicism or Anglicanism or anything big like that. And Jews, at least, still feel free to declare themselves anti-Zionist Jews without being told by others that they're not Jews. But this is troubling. It's troubling. Should be troubling for people who are sincere believers of those faiths more than anything else, to see them weaponized in this way. And in Islam, we're seeing it because the actors, the actual players, are Shia, right? Like Hamas isn't, but they're backed by Iran. The Houthis are. Iran is. And if what you see is that people taking action to protect your co-religionists, like in Gaza, are the Shia acting for the Sunnis, but there's no Sunnis out there acting for the Sunnis, then there begins to be a crisis in the legitimacy of Sunni Islam, that it just can't motivate defensive
the leadership of
the leadership, yeah, like the kings, yes, but also the imams. There are imams out there saying, oh, you know, Israel's mentioned in the Quran and Palestine isn't, so we must be on. And these people are probably taking US or Israeli money, perhaps, or at least theologically they're convenient and supported. So the problem you run into here is when theology starts to literally be directed by geopolitics and geopolitical money. And we see that actually in all the Abrahamic faiths. And it's something the faiths themselves should be rooting out and stopping, because it's a disaster when the state tells the church what to do.
Before I hand it off to Maddie, I just want to point out real quick that some of the biggest opposition to Israel's genocide in Palestine has been from the hardcore Orthodox Jewish religious community.
Yes, the Torah Jews.
Very outspoken about this. Yeah.
There were huge meetings of them. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, and we're starting to see in Christian circles too, certain pastors come out and say you cannot weaponize Christianity this way. The Anglican Church has always been against it, and I think Orthodoxy in Ukraine has played some role in keeping the conflict from becoming as fratricidal as it could be. The civilian casualties are very low, and I credit the Orthodox Church's behavior with that generally. So this is the way to do it.
Oh,
Mandy.
I'm sorry. Hello, guys. I'm traveling. You can see I'm in a different format, and I'm back and forth. So I'm here for the funeral for my mom. We're finally putting her to rest in the ground. Dust to dust, all
Sorry
that
about
shit.
that.
Oh, it's life, man.
Condolences.
We all will go through it eventually, and this is the way it should go, is that your parents go before you. So,
yes.
You know, and so that's good. Great points about what we're talking about. I can only speak for about an hour today or whatever because of events going on, but I wanted to make sure I got on because of the magnitude of the situation that's going on and what you just mentioned and all that. What's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah, you're good. You just need to lean closer.
And you know, weaponizing, we can talk about religion to this, but it's ultimately going to come down to military reality. No matter what we talk about religion-wise, maybe the will of using that military and the way it's used will be formatted by the religious connotations of this. But still, it all comes down to military reality: is what can be done and who can do what to whoever. I wanted to ask: I heard last night that Russia did not officially communicate to the United States, but in a roundabout way told them if they get involved in this conflict, they're coming in on Iran's side, or at least they're warning of it. Has that been made official yet?
Well, they have
I never-
troops lined up on the Golan border in Syria. So the threat is incredibly clear. So the Golan is legally part of Syria, according to literally all countries. Biden has fuzzed that a bit. Trump tried to recognize it. No other country went for it. But clearly, if Russia, with Syria's permission, goes in to take the Golan Heights away, that is entirely not only legal, but mandated under international law. So the threat is absolutely there, and the troops are absolutely on the ground.
And there's the reason
and
why I
it's
kept on
devastating
mentioning.
to Israel. by
Hold
the
on.
way.
Let me finish this. The reason why I mention this is because we've mentioned it. We talked about it, the Zircon missile station in Crimea. They have the range to hit any U.S. carrier fleet in the Mideast. It's part of the reason why that the West wants Crimea, is because it controls a lot of territory. If the West gets it, but Russia has it. And look what they can do with it. It extends the range. The Crimea is basically the world's biggest carrier fleet in the Black Sea.
It's
and that's the way,
carrier. Yeah.
Right? Exactly. And who named it that? Adolf Hitler did.
Mm-hmm.
He knew.
Yes.
He knew the importance of the Crimea.
You load it up.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
You. I mean, think about it. You just load it up with runways. I mean, there's probably still 2 or 3 on there that are out of service. They could refinish. I mean, you load it up with runways and mobile missile launchers, and it's just sitting there. You know, shuts down whole south of Europe and Med.
Is this the 5th Crimean War after the first 2, and then World Wars I and 2, and now we're in the 5th Crimean War? Is
I
that
don't know.
a fair
Is
way to
World
look
War
at
One
that?
considered a Crimean War? I don't know if I'd put World War One in
They
there.
they had
Yeah,
air
maybe
combat by then. They had air
Well, let's look
combat.
at-
It would have been
look at-
known as a goal.
Well, the Crimean War from the 1852 and 54 was considered like the last actual crusade of the West in England into that territory. So it's not like this issue hasn't been visited, like you just said, 100 times, a couple times over. There's constantly been fighting about this area forever, who controls it. It's just now we're here where it really matters internationally because of what it can do. And now we're seeing the importance of the Ukraine and the Crimea.
To answer Bradley's question, actually, at World War I, access to the Dardanelles was very much in contest. The whole issue with Serbia and Bosnia arises because the Russian diplomats told the West that it was okay to recognize and annex parts of, former Ottoman territory, but in exchange, the Russians expected to get them to relent on access to the Bosporus. So even if that wasn't directly about Crimea, it does actually get sparked by access to the Black Sea and control of the Black Sea.
It's related.
Arguably, 5th Crimean War is what we have now.
Yeah. Well,
so that's
I don't know.
that's actually the really important point. I think the geostrategy of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that part of the Crimea was a really big deal. I think that's part of the reason why, even way after it was obvious that Crimea was a realistic, militarily achievable goal, that's what the Ukrainians kept bringing up, because that's like, I don't know, half of the point of Ukraine anyway in the first place, is that we would have gotten access to Crimea, turned the Black Sea into a NATO lake, really choked off Russia, that way. So, yeah, go ahead.
But I would argue that it's not Ukrainians. It's these, because Ukrainians do realize that Crimea, it was always a special place. It was an autonomous republic within Ukraine. It had their own laws. And actually, in changing the language law that like the Ukrainians tried to do in 2014, they gave away the ability, the legal possibility for Crimea, more or less, not the way it was done, but it was there, the possibility for Crimea actually to go to declare its independence. The thing is not really the Ukrainian government, because they were actually trying to, for over these 8 years, they were trying to go over the economic the problems that the Aramadan revolution created by cutting themselves from Russia. They lost most fabrics. It's interesting. when we see all these factories being destroyed in eastern Ukraine, they have been closed since 2014 because they were not able to sell a single product anywhere. They were producing for the Russian market.
For the Russians.
Until 2014, Ukraine had a huge economical crush, and they were just trying to go up slowly. Why would they want to have back Ukraine? It doesn't give them much at all. This is sponsored, this is Western provoked to have the access to Crimea. But nevertheless, the Ukrainians made, at my view, like I argued several times here, the Ukrainians made a huge mistake by going against the Russian fleet in the Black Sea. They created a precedent, which means that for the Russians to have their Black Sea fleet in Crimea, they need to annihilate Odessa. How are they going to do it? Will it be with a freedom peace deal where Odessa is completely demilitarized? Will it have to be a buffer zone controlled by international troops, or will the Russians control it? But the thing is, two places need to come under scrutiny: Odessa and Kharkiv. Kharkiv because it gives access for the Ukrainians if they get mad again to target the Russian hurt industrial and populational center. The Russians can't allow this to happen. Sorry, go on, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, with Odessa, I mean, that's not, to me, that's just not negotiable. They're gonna have that controlled by them. And Kharkov, I think, is the same way, just because it's on the eastern side of the Dnieper, and they're not going to allow anybody that's friendly to NATO ever on the other side of there. I mean, Wyatt's posted a map, and we messed around with a map about where they might stop. I mean, they're obviously going to have to go across and take Kryvyi Rog and go to Transnistria. But Wyatt's, the video is titled "The Unconditional Surrender." I mean, that's what they want. I mean, I think they are, because, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about before, and we've been talking about in the voice chats. Another reason why you should come on the open mic, so you can hang out with all these guys here and talk in depth about all kinds of stuff and even crazy stuff. But, you know, I mean, they're being stretched everywhere. They're being pushed everywhere. You know, it just seems like the whole pressure campaign started. It's like, you know, it's just kicking up. You know, Putin won. The summer's coming. It's going to be the time to make the big moves. They're turning off the power. They're making it harder to move. They're merciless with the fabs on any Ukrainian position they find or location of troops or supplies. And I think it's just going to be just continually amped up until we start seeing the breakdowns and the collapses. And, you know, I think you said cascading. Yeah, I mean, it's going to start, you know, a little place here, a little place there. I mean, we're already seeing little spots where the Russians are poking through. And maybe the only reason they haven't advanced any farther is because it's so mined, they have to clear it. But, you know, there could literally be no one there. And that's why they got through, or there was very little resistance and they got through, because, you know, they're stripping out people again to cover units because and another thing I saw, one of the units I've been following, I have to figure out which one it was. They were talking about take the word victory out of your mouth and let's focus on survival for the next year.
Yeah.
And that was like the 147th or one of those legions that has a Facebook page. And I was just kind of like, that's kind of a weird post, kind of like, don't worry so much about ideas of victory and like Crimea. Worry more about how you're going to survive the next year and what's happening in the war. So that was kind of different, but I think a lot of people are kind of figuring it out, and they know they made a bad call or they sided with the wrong side.
Have you guys anybody seen that recent debate between Mearsheimer and Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis versus the ambassador and the Atlantic Council lady? And that's kind of what.
Oh yeah,
that is very highly worth watching. And
no, come on, Bradley, that is so disturbing. How these two guys, Mearsheimer and Davis, making a great point. being contradicted by lies and all types of
Yeah,
manipulation.
such demonstrably, obviously, like they didn't even, like, one of the ladies didn't know how many Minsk Accords there were. It's pretty. She was like,
the debates are pretty funny,
Russians,
right?
Yeah, the Russians, they broke Minsk 1, 2, 3. I'm just like, oh, okay.
I think Mehdi has having his finger up.
Go ahead, Mehdi.
Go on.
Sorry, Mehdi.
What I wanted to mention is part of the problem, because you mentioned Odessa, and I think that's really a big point about why Russia will take Odessa, is because you got Sevastopol right there. And anything in Odessa can threaten Sevastopol. And there's no way they're going to want Odessa to be in their hands to have that direct military, access to be able to attack, Sevastopol, because that's a big Russian base, and they're going to make sure that's protected. And if we know history, we know Sevastopol has been battled over. It's always the thing in Crimea that every side wants to have. It's always like the magnet for where the war starts and where it'll end, because it's always the one place, because of the port, that the Russians will always try to hang on to. But now you got Odessa there in somebody else's hand that can directly threaten it. But before, the Russians, it wasn't built up in Odessa as much. I mean, it was always a port, but it was never really a threat because they sort of controlled it. But now, with the West doing what it is, there's no way Odessa is going to left to be hanging out there.
I mean, if you think about it, the Ukrainians' own actions have made sure that they lose Odessa, because if they had just sat there in Odessa, let's say, and not launched sea drone attacks against the Black Sea Fleet, then maybe Russia wouldn't be so hot to trot to take it. But like Mehdi said, there's no way in hell they're going to let that port sit there in Ukrainian hands or uncontrolled international hands or NATO hands and have to put up with that bullshit forever. Every time they go out, they have to worry about some asshole sending a drone out trying to blow up a ship. Yeah. So, I mean, I think they kind of did that to themselves, because if they had kind of sat the city out, and sat there waiting for the Russians to invade and nothing ever happened, then, maybe the Russians would have said, yeah, you can control it and we'll make a deal on the fees for stuff moving in and out. But that's probably gone now. I mean, with the attack on the concert hall, somebody was saying, and I agree. I mean, I've heard other people say it too, that the Ukrainians' own actions are pretty much ensuring that the only option they'll have is unconditional surrender, because they're not really leaving Russia choices, or trust.
Did anyone notice that Burisma got implicated in the attack on Russia? Like, every American knows the significance of that in the presidential election discourse, a lot of which is around Hunter Biden and his role in Burisma and his laptop and why was he there. And one of the big excuses that the Democrats have used is, he was never in the government. Well, but if he was basically serving on a company that is kind of a CIA front moving money in, then he was in fact in a government role, sitting on Burisma's board, basically to enable money flows back and forth to things like this kind of attack. Or even if that wasn't happening then, if Burisma is being used now for that, it really makes it look like Hunter Biden was involved in something covert and clandestine in Ukraine, which is a pretty big issue from the point of view of the U.S. election.
Hunter Biden was not the only. Hunter Biden was not the only important
thing was Biden.
No, of course not. But I mean, he's the one that they keep talking about because he's so close to Joe. And why is the United States still in Ukraine? Is there a blackmail case made against the Bidens to keep them in Ukraine? All of that discourse now is open just by the mere mention of Burisma in context of this attack.
I was just going to say, as bad as Biden's getting, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's a tape somewhere, just like there is when he got the prosecutor fired, like, I told them if they don't burn down the concert hall in the next hour, they ain't getting paid. And then sure enough, in an hour, they burned it down. I mean, he's an idiot. I mean, there's a chance he's on tape somewhere talking about paying these guys.
Like the Victoria Nuland smoking gun after Euromeda.
Means somebody in the CIA had to at least know about the activity.
I keep on going back, and I'm sorry to bust in here. I keep on going back to the time when Biden meets with Xi. And after he meets with Xi goes directly to Russia. And it was kind of an unannounced trip. and he met directly with Putin, and Xi met directly right after the conversation that Xi had with Biden. And I have to believe that idiot said something to Xi that tipped off that something was going to happen. That actually was the beginning of the planning of the execution of the SMO when they brought it forward. That idiot, I swear I believe this, and I wish people would look into it a little further. But nobody knows what was said during that trip. It was all kind of up in the air what they were actually talking about. But when Xi went to meet with Putin, they said we discussed issues that currently had come up, and that was all they really said about it. And it's been pushed in the background, but nobody has connected that. And I wonder if anybody else can see that connection as well.
Did you see yesterday too? Just on with the China thing, Xi, I guess, or whoever's in charge of making that kind of a call, ordered all the domestic Chinese phone producers to start not using foreign chips like U.S. chips. So the chip companies in the States took a hit in their stock prices yesterday because he's basically ordering China to start using domestically produced chips in all of their stuff and not buying anything imported unless it's a friendly country.
Not just that, but this is back to my analysis of the CHIPS Act and how it's actually a disaster, carving out 7/8 of the world as a Chinese monopoly, and the other 1/8 of it split up amongst Western companies, which will be using some proprietary and some open standards. China's great at consortium, and they have a consortium right now for solid-state battery technology, and they have a consortium for RISC-V technology. And what Vaughn's referring to, one of the consequences here, is that the RISC-V chipset, which is it's not a chipset, sorry, it's an instruction set, meaning you produce compatible chips or a range of compatible chips with it that cannot be sanctioned. It's an open source design. And so the West is making these too, but China is committing to them essentially almost like 80%, and then they're going to have some proprietary designs like Long Soon and some specialized stuff for analog and quantum or whatever. But they're going to intend to create a consortium to own that market very completely and cut off and be the only vertical source of chips, and probably 7/8 of the supply of these. So this means your Apples, your Intels, your Microns, even Samsung, these companies are maybe dead in the water because you cannot sustain the R&D needed to do that kind of research without 7 billion customers. China now will have 7 billion customers for a strictly vertical chain. And this is also happening in automobiles. The BYD Seagull, which they're shipping into, or Mini and Dolphin, that they're shipping into Australia and sold 360,000 of them. Those are completely vertically integrated top to bottom. Everything is made in a BYD controlled chain. There is not that network of suppliers there is in the conventional auto industry for ICE. So whole sectors, phones, cars, whatever, just absolutely completely owned at absolutely unbeatable prices by China. And it's been handed to them by West sanctions. It's just been gifted to them.
One thing to that point, actually, Andrei Martinov mentioned this, the last video I saw, was that the U.S. Western Airlines are complaining because far better advantage over them because they're allowed to fly directly over Russia to go across Russia, where all the West has to go around it. So all of a sudden, I think it was from Forbes magazine, you have the United States commercial airlines coming out saying, well, it's an unfair advantage. Well, what do you think wars are going to do? I mean, it's like, how can they even think like that this article is even a legitimate article? If you declare a proxy war against your enemy, they're not going to allow you to fly over their airspace. How stupid are they?
You know what Russia should do is, because all that air traffic's been diverted to the south, they need to find some kind of Turkish Greta Thunberg to complain about all the new air pollution that's being flown over the Middle East and why it's okay to pollute the Middle Eastern skies, but not European skies. Because, I mean, it is pretty ridiculous. I mean, it's like the Ukraine is like this black hole of nothing, and then there's like a traffic jam going through the southern part of Europe trying to get up through there. And then, you know what, I think China is about, and a few other airlines are the only ones you see flying through Russia besides Russia. But that's got to, and that's the other thing too. Think of all the maintenance and extra cost and wear and tear put on the airframes, because now they're flying these diverted routes because they can't fly direct and use the, those routes are picked for a reason, wind direction, Gulf Stream, the shortness, obviously, to save fuel. And now they got to, make this big hook around the bottom. I mean, they really don't think long term about. I mean, think how many billions of dollars in extra maintenance is getting put on the aviation industry in the West? Is that part of the reason why doors fall off and tires fall off? Because these planes are being used a lot more than they should have been, or they were, not designed for. But they buy a plane and it's going to be on a route. It probably say, okay, this plane's good for 1,000 hours on this route, and then we're going to shuffle it down to this route for 500 hours, and then we're going to sell it to, African Air, and they'll get 1,000 out of it, and then it'll end up in a scrapyard somewhere. And
Absolutely right.
And that probably gets thrown all out the window because now they're using routes they don't want to. And plus, who knows, maybe it's harsher on the engines and stuff too, flying down through the desert air and versus the cool northern air. You get better lift in the cooler air. So, I mean, think fuel costs. I mean, so much shit that they've miscalculated on it. It's probably costing trillions of dollars. Not
adding
just
it all up.
material.
It might be as bad as having to go around Africa to avoid the Suez Canal, right? It may have as much of an impact on air travel, that airspace restriction.
Yeah, and then look at with Israel and Iran. I mean, what if that airspace gets shut down between Israel and Iran? I mean, that's one of those main routes that all those aircraft that are looping around the bottom of Ukraine are coming through. So now you're going to have to fly over Egypt and then hook up through the middle of the Mediterranean.
Maybe a mid-air refueling for passenger liners.
Yeah. Boeing,
yeah, imagine that.
The Dreamliner with mid-air refueling just to get to Chicago from LA.
And pardon me, do any of us actually trust Boeing to maintain its fleet under this kind of stress right now? Is Boeing the company we want to believe in?
My vacation plans are out
to
the
be
window.
fair, that's all on the airline
anywhere.
industry. That's not Boeing.
After all the news with the Boeing airplanes, I'm not flying anywhere. I'm serious.
But you do need the vendor. You do need the vendor to back up this additional stress situation, especially if you're putting things through longer than usual duty cycles or through environments they haven't been in through before. It is clearly an advantage for instance, the Chinese producing their own airliners, that they can work on these well-known routes with these well-known jet stream access and with the shorter distances to fly. It really helps the Chinese launch their own airline industry. But then that just makes another sector where they control top to bottom vertically, like phones and like cars.
But think about it, they're getting that whole market. Why everyone else is like, I'm sanctioning you and I'm not going to fly a plane there. Oh, okay. China will fill the routes, and Russia or whoever can put together an airline, and some guy will make good money selling plane tickets to Uzbekistan so they can fly to Turkey and hang out for the summer or something,
Well, another thing, Vaughn, is that Russia and China both have had commercial airline jet engine programs with each other, and they were only there until one side would be benefiting more than the other, or if it went into technology that they weren't ready to give up. They went into it knowing that was going to be the case. They ended it about half a year ago because the Russians were going to start getting into military technology or technology they didn't want to give to the Chinese, but the Chinese benefited from the Russian engine technology that they got for their commercial engines. And that's another thing that the U.S. is all pissed about, because now China now has a more legitimate commercial airline industry to sell throughout the world. And that means Boeing and all them, they're going to lose a huge share of access.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out, Maddie. You kind of was going to say that we're cutting off our nose to spite our face in more than one way here when it comes to the airplanes, because we put Russia in a situation where they have to develop their own airplane, and they have to develop their own low pressure, jet turbine, whatever, so that they could have a commercial airplane that they're making, since, because they haven't been doing that since the Soviet Union, and meanwhile, this is on the background of all of the problems with Boeing, all of the problems with Airbus, But yeah, sorry. I don't know. I don't know what's
I
next
was just
on it.
curious. Does anyone know if they're building additional airports along the Belt and Road, or were they? You know, I mean, I know they have some airports in like some of the bigger oblasts or cities along the way, but I just wonder if they're adding in airfields or stuff to move goods and services that way too.
You mean in Russia? You mean in Russia?
Well, between Russia and China and all the countries that go along the south there, you know, if anyone's adding an airport here and there, or maybe making improvements to an existing airport so they can handle.
Well, they have been doing that. It's part of the investment. It's also improving those airports.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a real nice deal when that gets all finished. That's going to be really nice.
Yeah, because they need, you see, these are very long distance. These are very, very long distance. So airplane actually compensates. It doesn't look as big. So when we look at the map, but if we go to the distance, you see these are extremely.
Someday you'll be able to drive up the top of Mount Everest on a 4-lane paved highway in your Mack truck.
No, but like Brady was saying, the Russians never lost its aviation industry. It has always been there. And the Superbus was actually being built for some years now. They have a problem with very long distance airplanes for passengers and short distance airplanes for passengers. And both are being constructed. They are both. They have models. They are being approved. So it's not like they don't exist. They have some technical problems to solve because the Soviet technology was, of course, not bad. It's not much different from what we have now. But there are some new regulations, some things we learn with the past of the years that need to be adapted. Sorry, Vaughn, go on.
Well, yeah, I think the other thing is too, like when you talk about these smaller planes, like for regional airlines that they're developing. I mean, they probably got dozens of examples of Western aircraft like Fokker, you know, and some of the small, you know, Dassault and some other aircraft companies make these small twin-engine turboprops and stuff, Sherpas, and I've seen those flying around in Russia, like out towards where Dan is and stuff. So, I mean, I'm sure they'll come up with their own design and they have their own engines and stuff. But again, it's not bad. It's sure isn't bad to have examples you can look at, and if something's good, if the idea works, why redevelop it if you can just copy it?
Yeah. Short distance airplanes are the most dangerous ones in the market, and even the Western ones are still problematic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you got good examples that are reliable examples with good records, why not just copy the plane and just put your own design on it or whatever?
Yeah, but they are not in that line. They are in the line of improving. They can do that. They already have those things. What they need is to make better ones, and that's what's actually it's being built. It was built. It's just on actually in the proven both.
Just improving the designs.
Yeah. So, but of course, as you probably understand, constructing an airplane is something that takes time, and even for the Russian market, that's those to build the fabric to be able to produce. Like Boeing or Airbus is able to produce hundreds of airplanes per year, that will be very difficult for the Russians. But for instance, the long distance airplane, they even if it is not improved now, they already have 5 being finished. But you see, in ongoing, they know they are going to have orders and they are already going on. But the thing is that it's 5, it's nothing. Russia even needs much more. So the thing is that after going out from this crisis with Ukraine, how much is Russia able to also sell to the rest of the world their products, their industrial products?
Hey, I was going to ask, I would assume that China, Russia could, but I would imagine they got other things going on, so they're not going to put production industrial like that. But I would assume, because my understanding is like the Chinese copy of the Black Hawk helicopter that they got a hold of, it looks a little different, but my understanding is like the only difference between it and a Black Hawk, internally is, one comes with a GE turbine and the other one comes with a Chinese turbine. So I would assume like a lot of these, aircraft that got left in Russia, the ones that are serviceable, they'll cannibalize, but I would think too that China could manufacture, components and spare parts because they have, I mean, yeah, people talk shit about Chinese quality, but, yeah, maybe their Pokemon toys are crap, but, they are trying to build a quality aircraft, because if it isn't quality, then they can't sell it or people won't buy it to fly it. So I would assume their aerospace industries and stuff like that are probably a lot more regulated and tight. So if they have an aviation industry, that they would be manufacturing spare parts for the Airbuses and the Boeings if it was required.
The bottleneck is not the design of the airplane. It's not even the jet motor. The bottleneck is avionics. Both Russians and Chinese have not yet been able to create avionics that is at the same level like the Western ones. There is where
but they're being forced to, right? They have to now. And so just for anyone doing research on this is really important basics, that when we're talking about the jumbo jets, the big things that go across continents and have these big problems with the routes they're allowed to fly because of sanctions, that's what's called double aisle airplanes, big ones that take hundreds of people. Then there's what's called single aisle, which is more like what Prada was just talking about, where you have between 40 and 80 passengers, you have one aisle down the middle and seats on either side, where there is more of a problem actually with overall safety. And smaller than that, you talk about planes that are overwhelmingly prop planes in the much smaller, between about 6 and 20 passengers, which is most of the airplanes in the world. And there you stop distinguishing by aisles and you start distinguishing by runway size. And so when you start talking about island hopper planes and things, they need to land on 300 to 350 meter runways, period, 1,000 feet and shorter. And that is a completely different market. And so when we talk about taking over a sector, I was talking about jumbo jets being the Chinese would have this advantage. And when you go down into the 6 to 20 seat prop planes, which is most of the utility airplanes in the world, all the island hoppers, etc., that's where you see something really interesting technologically. People have been working on, improved jets, but they can only improve them, 15, 20%. It's still fundamentally combustion. When you talk about prop planes, we now have pretty much all of the large production 2 and 3 prop planes in the world have all been tested out with gaseous hydrogen tanks, high-speed fuel cells, and 500 to about 1.5 or 1,500 kilowatt motors, electric motors. And this turns out to give you a ridiculously good mileage, the equivalent on the ground of 70, 80, 100 miles per gallon. So this is a way cheaper way to fly than anything involving jets or anything involving combustion planes. So what you're going to see is an explosion of marginal routes in island hopping and in remote airlines, all taken over by these prop planes using this new hydrogen fuel cell electric drivetrain. Now you could sell, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of those planes worldwide. And there's even some revolution in battery electrics. There's one company that claims they have a battery electric 6-seater that will fly all around the world by 2027. So at the prop plane level, you're seeing a complete technology revolution, and there is no reason at all why Russia and China couldn't lead that. In fact, the only reason Russia probably isn't leading it is because they have so much gasoline they don't care about the fuel economy. But their designs will certainly still work with conversion. So that's about to become a very competitive sector.
I was just going to say real quick, since the Russians and the Chinese have the avionic issue, I mean, again, there's another transfer of technology from, the Biden administration to rivals, because now they've got Airbus avionic panels to look at and the best Boeing panels to look at, and they can copy those designs. And, it might take them a little time to create the supply chain, but, like you were saying, it forces them to do it. And hell, now all they got to do is copy it. They don't have to hire a bunch of guys to research the best way to make a digital radar image. It's like, here, just copy this, Samsung 5000, and, they got guys to reverse engineer it, and then you got your own avionics with no R&D cost.
Boeing even had to go into avionics or aviation Linux, I think it's called. So even that sector is getting open source to the point where it's impossible to kind of hide your innovations, and everybody has accepted in all control systems that you want the scrutiny of many, many, many users of the same code. So proprietary code is inherently unsafe. So again, once you've opened it up and made it an open source industry, it's very competitive and it's impossible to sanction. So avionics will just fall the same way other things did. Security systems, lighting systems, all that stuff we now do over power over Ethernet switches. There's every couple of years a new sector becomes operable through Ethernet cables. It's lighting, it's fire alarms, it's security, it's door locks, it's wireless access points, it's musical instruments, like everything going on this one simple platform. And of course, where are you buying your switches that provide this power and data? China. Because the simpler you make, even cars, the Cybertruck uses a 48-volt automotive Ethernet internal system. So you think how fast you can bootstrap a country like, say, South Africa, if you decide to train every high school kid in only this new technology, buy a ton of it from China and replace all the old garbage. You will be developed in 10 years, not 50.
One thing I wanted to say about this subject before we move on is that I guess ex-brother-in-law worked for General Dynamics, and still does actually, in New Hampshire, and they're the ones that hold the Boeing contracts for the Airbus. So they're sitting on a bunch of engines that they're contracted for, that they have made, but they're just sitting there. They have them sit in the line, and they don't know if they should move forward with completing these engines because they don't know how the whole thing is going to turn out. So it's not just Boeing that's affected. You got General Dynamics that's affected, all the ones that do the avionics, supply the avionics for it, which are multiple different companies. You know, it's a bigger shit show than what people realize. And it's indicative of where we are. I wanted to get back to something that was talked about Ukraine. You know, with the Russians being able to pop open these little places, they're also forcing the Ukrainians to move logistic lines. So each time that they pop off in the north and then they go to the south, logistics has got to start flowing both ways. And once you start in that in other fronts in here, now you have logistical resources that have to feed them. And then you got commanders that are in the same area now having to decide where their resources should both go. Well, to be able to carry multiple logistics lines, you need to have the equipment to service multiple logistics lines. And what I'm talking about is trucks, things like that. They ain't got it. So somewhere they're short, and they're going to keep on getting shorter and shorter as it keeps dividing. And that's the reason why the Russians are not going to stop. They have them where they need them. They're at the worst point they are. Their command structure is just shit right now. They're unorganized at the front. They're spread thin in multiple areas. They have so many logistic hubs that they don't know what they do with because it's probably hard to even keep them coordinated. And if you look at the coalition of force and means, Russia right now gains nothing by just sitting on its hands. It really doesn't. And we could talk about grinding it out, wearing it down, but the Ukrainians are at the point where they can't really throw anything at the front anymore except men. If they want this end, they want to get the equipment, the headquarters, and all that, and that means go west, boys. And that's what they're going to do. And as Vaughn mentioned, they still operated their mechanized infantry in all that sloppy weather. Everybody said they couldn't. Well, there's a reason why there's tanks, and the reason why and there's treads, and it was because of the mud of World War II, the front line. They were built for mud. They are made to be able to do this. Now, they didn't do extended operations like I thought they would, so I was wrong. But it's coming. We all know it's coming.
Yeah,
and everybody's waiting for it. They're never going to be able to match up at the front. And the last thing I want to say is this. Did you see in the one attack that they did that the Ukrainians or the Russians released, where they showed the full, at least one column attack, how much resources that the Ukrainians expended on that one attack? Imagine that happening all along the front. The burn rate by the Ukrainian forces to try to defend themselves for attack will be so much greater than the West will ever be able to supply. So if they keep on just trying to stop them at the front as they occur in, they're going to have nothing left behind them. So we got to start thinking of that because they're getting stretched very thin, and the Russians are going to take an opportunity of this at some point somewhere. Who knows where? And I'm sorry, I want to get back to that.
I mean, it's really only a matter of time before the Russians find that sweet spot. I mean, they're finding little spots here and there, and it's coming. I mean, the collapse is coming. The units breaking are coming. The opening is coming. I mean, it's already starting. It's just on a small scale, and it seems like it's not, but it is. I mean, what do you think the Russians are doing right now? They're trying to find that spot because they do want to move. I mean, but they're not going to kill a bunch of guys to do it, so they're just going to keep probing and probing until they find that one spot where everybody left or two guys are left, and there's nobody left to stop them, and then they can punch through and create the next
or one of
big,
the recently mobilized all female
land for all the
brigades.
mobs to come to.
Why do I bother?
Go ahead, Nunya. Sorry, I just interrupted. Go ahead. Yeah, your hand up.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that, you know, either where there's two people left, or there's been rumors that the Russians go out of their way to try to make breakthroughs where they know that there are either like territorial defense units, or where there's been mobilized, you know, where they mobilized women or mobilized people that have already been injured. So it's another factor to keep in mind.
Yeah,
That's a critical factor.
They're probably targeting, you know, and those are probably the ones that get hit with the fabs, and they know they're going to break because they've already survived whatever happened to them, or they're women.
Well,
Yeah, I think the Russians have a real inhibition against hitting particularly the minority conscripts like the Hungarians. They've done everything in their power to get them to surrender. If they knew there was units full of women, for up until now, those have been volunteers. So you can absolutely assume they're fanatics and you might hit them harder. But if they start conscripting women, the Russians would very much want not to, you know, wipe out those units. So volunteers are who they really want to get. Those are the hardcore nationalists. Those are the believers. Those are the people that prevent integration of Ukraine as a friendly state or part of Russia. So I think when they know they're up against that kind of unit, they'll hit hard.
The other thing too, real quick, was they talked about, I think it was History Legends or where it was talking about all these ghost armies. Like, why aren't they going in the rear and stripping out all these supply units of able-bodied men to send to the front? They said that, he said there's literally these checkpoints set up in these little settlements that are like 4 blocks long. And he's like, there's one checkpoint at one end and one at the other end, and they got 20 guys at each checkpoint rotating around because they're hanging in the back because they don't want to go in the front. But he was saying there's literally could be hundreds of thousands of people also going after, they called these guys men who had no documentation, didn't pay taxes, and I guess basically live off grid is what we would call it in the States, you know, like some, but they're going to look for these guys. But
I think they called them the parasites or something.
Yeah, they called them parasites. So they want to round up the parasites for the front. But I mean, it's, you know, they're pretty much going after everybody they can get.
Increasingly fascist language and tactics that you would expect from a country that wants to keep its fanatics in the back aiming guns at unwilling conscripts that they want to shove in the front to die.
Well, and it's really sounding like a lot of these guys are hanging back because they know what's up at the front.
Right. Well, one thing I'd like to mention, though, is that, like, we had reports of the 25th paratroop dropping out of line. Well, that means you got 2 units that were beside them now with either exposed flanks, or now they've stretched themselves now to close that gap that the 25th was in. So that means manpower per mile or kilometer, it's stretched too thin because they had a certain amount of frontage that they were supposed to cover and defend. Now with the 25th out, they have now their own area responsibility, and now they have 1/2 of what was the 25th. And you got a unit that's probably beside them that has the same thing. The Russians are going to look for that area between those 2 units to go through. You know, and that's what they're doing all over the place, is that if you got somebody that drops out of line, that means flanks are exposed on either side of these units.
And the other thing is, all those units are not going to be full strength. So even if they say there's 2-3 battalions there, it might only be in reality 1 battalion worth of men, but it's 3 battalion designated units. And then one of those units leaves, and you've got these 2 understrength fake battalions sitting there trying to hold the line.
Yeah, 40% strength is what was like averaged in the units.
I mean, it's every day it's more and more like the end of the World War II. You know, cooks are being sent to the front, pilots, mechanics, because there's nothing to work on, so you don't need to be a pilot or fly. You know, they're rounding up everybody they can and sticking a gun in their hand.
As a unit, though, if you're only at 40% strength, I mean, at 50%, you're considered done and almost wiped out. You're not combat effective because most of your men are basically all your supply clerks and all that are in the back. Your combat force has probably been wiped out. So if they're fighting with just 40% of their unit strength they have, just think about that. When you got Russian with full strength and probably with backup behind them too, going at that.
Yes.
I mean, how are they going to stop?
60.
There's also been reports, I think
considered
the 47th Brigade
capability.
has lost like all its combat capability, and basically all they're doing is sending out FPV drone attacks and I guess using one or two of their mobile 2S9s they have left and just doing fire missions. Like they ain't got shit left. I mean, they might have guys left, but they ain't got nothing to ride on anymore.
Consider also
I think they just had a third commander replacement too.
Consider also your veteran units, which were volunteers at the beginning, right? And increasingly replaced by replacements who are conscripts. As that balance changes between people that are motivated and people who are not, all the dynamic changes at the front, right? Like look at Vietnam. The highest casualties were among the second Louis, right? The guys who were essentially the guys who'd gone to ROTC in college, right? And why exactly was that? Well, some of it was fratricide, officer fragging, like dumb lieutenant, and you got a World War II sergeant that says we're not going there, and he saw nothing when the lieutenant got blown up, right? That's the kind of dynamics you'll start to see as an army gets into collapse and as the mix of people shifts between conscripted people who really would probably rather shoot their own officers than continue in the war. Which is all actually historically how things collapsed on the Eastern Front in many wars, including the Russian
I have a question. I mean, if anyone knows out there in the DPA Army, what do they do with these guys that they catch that resist and fight that they have to like beat down? And I mean, I can't imagine that guy even after a few weeks of excellent NATO basic training that he's had an attitude change and now he's all gung-ho to go fight for Ukraine. I mean, they got to send them to the front because they need bodies, but at the same time, you're potentially sending a troublemaker to the front, somebody who doesn't even want to be there, which is dangerous to the people that are already up there, whether they want to be there or not. So, I mean, I'm curious if anyone knows. I'd like to know what happens to those guys. I mean, I know they go to the front, but what's the process?
I think the stop units are like in charge of that.
Can we please let Upgrade speak? He's had his finger up for like 10 minutes. Upgrade, go.
Yeah, I don't have answer to Vaughn's question. I wanted to ask another question, so if anybody wants to answer, I can go after that. So.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
okay, let me say this in quick, guys. Sorry for bothering, guys. This is the fact that most people are ignored right now, and that's about to say. Whatever about it.
At the moment, it's impossible to hear you, Mike. I think we go for Gabriel because he also has been with you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Wherever you guys.
Okay, should I go?
It's okay.
Yeah,
so
go ahead, Gabriel. We can't hear Mike.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hi, guys.
No, we can't hear you, Mike.
Mike, you're breaking up.
Momini is kind of disappearing. He's turning invisible. Hey, about the stop units in the rear, I think it's fairly possible to like actually at gunpoint hold people at positions, and not necessarily just gunpoint. It's like artillery targeting and also with drones. Like you can use drones to manipulate units from afar, from above, like really effectively. Like you guys stay in your position or we'll drop you. I've been thinking about that a lot. Like how can you coerce a soldier to actually engage the enemy, to not surrender, and you actually it's pretty easy. You just keep them in the target for as long as it takes until they obey. And if they move out of the way, well, we've seen multiple examples of how they mow down like insubordination. And
between units, yes, not within units.
Yeah. No, between you, like you have a rear unit that's targeting the frontal unit, and you can have drones on them and artillery positions, and you just bomb them to smithereens if they don't comply. And you require like a certain level of erosion of the rear stop units for the front units to be able to surrender or abandon their position, basically.
Yeah, and it's known as blocking units is what they're known as, and I believe it was reported Kraken and Azov actually were the first part of the blocking units that were used. And to ride your point, with each iteration of
they may have even used some of the Foreign Legion to block at points.
Totally,
Poles,
yeah. We've seen evidence of that.
The one thing I'd like to mention, though, is that each iteration of the Ukrainian force that comes out is less committed than the one before. I mean, if they wanted to be part of the war, they would have volunteered, or they would have already been in. Now they went through the third one with the guys that, you know what, maybe they can get the fight. They're not going to be resistance. They'll go fight for the country. You're at the third now. These are people that didn't want to be there, and that's the ones that are getting press ganged. And the reason the gentleman said they have to use blocking units to keep these people in place. And I'm just wondering, at this point, where do the Ukrainians get the men now? Because right now, even if they got tanks, they're not going to have trained crews. One of the things that people don't understand about Russian and Stalingrad is, yes, they used blocking units there. Yes, they were desperately holding on. But a lot of people don't know that they were taking men and just throwing them right into tanks, which they were doing in Stalingrad. But behind the Urals, in the Urals, they were training full units to their full training as at least they had then. And that was the significance of why you saw part of the reason why Stalin wanted them to hold there, because there would be fully trained units that were trained to fight fully to come in and start their offensive to take Stalingrad back, which goes into, you got Kursk, then you get to Operation Bagration. And by that time, they have loads of fully trained units with loads of new equipment, and they're ready to rock and roll. And when Bagration opens, it opens in the north, then it starts in the south again. And then the Germans are now shifting forces back and forth, and then boom, it goes right through the center of them.
Sidebar to something
and that's what we're seeing.
Sidebar to Stalingrad and linking it to something that Vaughn said. It really is the training you have to look at even more than the conscript nature of the troops. And I'll give you a great example, which is the 1077th Anti-Air Brigade at Stalingrad, which was 300 mostly women, something like 90% women. They held off a panzer line for a full day, which allowed the completed allowed the encirclement to be broken, the airport to be protected, and even allowed a couple of T-34s to come out of the tank factory. Those women fought until they were literally all dead. And they were conscripts and they were women, but they held that line and arguably saved the city of Stalingrad and the entire front and maybe the entire war. So training is the critical factor here, not who the troops are. I would say if people are well enough trained in something like an artillery unit, like that was anti-air, then they just have to do their jobs under fire, and then they can be quite formidable. When you're getting into close maneuver, though, or tank units or something, you need real motivation to carry your duty out. It's not as simple as just standing your ground. So the nature of the unit matters, the training matters, and yeah, the conscription and the morale matters, like why they're there.
I'm not going to take anything away from those women, but I would imagine that not getting raped was a very strong motivator to fight to the death.
It is.
Well, I just want to point out that
what was going on back then.
A lot of Westerners don't know that in Stalingrad, the people that were, thrown into under the tanks and stuff like that, yeah, they were extremely ideologically motivated communists. There, a lot of the most hardcore ideologically motivated communists died in Stalingrad. My great grandmother fought in
female
Stalingrad.
soldiers do not fare well with the Germans, and I'm sure vice versa. But I mean, I know the Germans specifically made habits of shooting them. So,
Let's look at what happened, though.
They were motivated not to die.
In Stalingrad, though, it was a very desperate situation, but they never lose. They literally got split. They were right on, basically shoved up against the Volga.
River.
They had no place. Yeah, the Volga River. They had no place to go. Matter of fact, I think one of the command posts wound up being engulfed in an oil fire because they didn't know that the tanks behind them were still full of oil, because everybody had assumed that those were empty. It turned out one of the guys that owned the tanks was trying to get around the system with a black market, selling it on the side. The Germans bombed the thing. The thing looks out. I can't remember if it's Zhukov or whoever has their command post. It's right in the center. They ask him, where is he? I'm in the middle of that fire you're talking about. That's how desperate it was. But like you were saying, though, it was during Stalingrad that Stalin rescinds the order. He basically takes the commissars out of the equation for military decisions at this point. It still leads to a lot of people not making decisions because they're worried about what will happen if those decisions are wrong. I mean, we just got over the purges 2 years ago prior to this. So, there was a lot of things going on in Stalingrad that basically changed the whole war, because it started morphing the way the Russians would handle how they were going to fight, how they were going to train, what they were going to defend, and what their operational goals were. And by taking out the commissars out of it, letting the troops, they were allowed at this point to practice their Orthodox faith openly in the trenches. It's so stupid. You never take anybody's religion away from them in the trenches, for Christ's sake. That is just number one dumb, and Stalin learned that lesson. There was a lot of change because we think that they were always behind blocking units and they were not motivated to go forward. That is completely false. It is not what happened in Stalingrad. We have learned a Western version of history that needs to be changed. And if it wasn't for David Glantz and them, we would never know this shit. But we do now, and it's just, I'll stop there.
Well, the other thing is, too, I mean, look at the Ukrainians. I mean, the Russians basically used cannon fodder to hold the line while they built a legitimate army behind. The Ukrainians, they're just throwing their cannon fodder up, and then they get these guys trained in other countries that come in, and they're basically just a little bit better trained cannon fodder. All their veteran units or veterans and their elite units pretty much hang back and pick and choose what they want to do. And then you've got the corruption, people buying their way out or getting out of it through disability paperwork and shit like that. I mean, there's just a lot of parallels between, they ain't Nazis, but they sure are Nazi-ing a lot. They're doing a lot of repeating the Nazi history and the way they do things, the way they act, the way they have dragged their entire nation into war, and how they're, prosecuting the war and how the war is going. I mean, the names are different, but a lot of it's the same result from the same decision.
In the same direction, against the same targets, on the same battlefields, carrying the same symbols, with the same rhetoric. I mean, there is a point where you have to say they are.
I want to just put a point in the highly motivated troops thing, where not everybody that's a highly motivated or highly trained soldier on the Ukrainian side was necessarily part of the Azov battalion. There were many instances where we saw like Marines, right, that made the right decision. They're like, there's no reason to fight. So that's an important distinction. Not everybody who is a well motivated, well trained soldier is an ideologically on board with all of the.
And many of them just want to be part of Europe, right? Many of them just actually believe in that whole let's be Europeans, like the Poles or whatever. Like those people exist, and they have been brainwashed, whatever, into thinking that Putin is going to live forever as some kind of vampire and always be in control of their lives, which is, crazy, but that's what they believe.
I will be
Also,
very short in making a comment, and then I have to leave. So if you guys allow me, very short. Well, propaganda occupies a huge part of convincing people to go to this war. It worked very well at the beginning, but the populations nowadays are very different from the time of Stalingrad, where the bubble of information was much more easy to control, and the production of image already started to appear. So the communists were able to bring those images to people and really create anger, and they were making the first steps. Nowadays, we have all these informations. Social science, especially neurological social science, have developed a lot, and they were able at the beginning to create this propaganda to motivate not just Ukrainians, but also the Western population. But it's fading away. First of all, we humans are nowadays much more resistant to these instruments of propaganda. And secondly, we know that propaganda wears with time. There is a moment when there is this exception situation where people forget logic and use emotional to explain behavior and their deeds as well, unusual deeds, because most people will not be able to kill a person on their normal day. This is something very special that it needs to be neurological activated to be able to happen. And so the problem about the Ukrainian population, also now the soldiers, is that they are creating resistance and they are waking up to reason. And we see more and more people fleeing from being conscripted. We are hearing about Ukrainians that don't get out of home. We are seeing more populations in Europe going to protests on the streets against the war. So things are wearing, and everybody's aware of it. Politicians in Europe are very afraid of what Pool says, how people react, especially now that we saw, and also the governments will try to find a way to get away out of it, because we are talking about Western politicians. These people don't really have beliefs. They believe whatever holds them into that place where they can earn money. When they are going about to lose their place, their post, they are afraid and they change completely. So Israel might be the moment where Western governments will say, "Oh no, we have to give priority to Israel instead of Ukraine." It's very cynical, but it is the truth. So, guys, see you later. Bye now. Sorry.
I have to leave now myself, and Prada made a good point. I just want to ask you guys, and please carry this forward, is that, and I want you guys to discuss it. Do you think that we'll see Ukraine and the conflict that we're seeing in the Mideast start to combine together, where operations are starting to work together, and then we're talking about real World War III? Will we see that start to happen? And I want to know what you guys feel. I am up in the arms how connected they can get, but if they do get connected, it's World War III. It really is. And we may be there now. We just don't know it yet. And that's it. You guys are awesome. And if there's any closing to anybody out there, DPA, anything you hear us say or talk about here, you should be researching yourself. And that's what DPA is about. Some people get mad at him because he doesn't always say the right things like is expected of him. But why it's about the truth, that's what we're about. If I'm wrong, come on here and prove it. And then we can debate it here. You guys are awesome. Bye. That's right. Come on. Have a good one.
Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah,
For fuck's
maybe
sake, go ahead.
again. So instead of talking about the Third World War, maybe we could talk a little bit about peace, because in Switzerland in June there will be a peace talk. And my question to you guys is, do you think that's going to be something achieved in these peace talks, or the pre-talks to actually peace, or do you think that they really see that the situation is that bad that they actually prepare themselves to surrender after a while, and actually give some territory to the Russians? So that was my question, if you mind.
Yeah, so I think I think to answer your question as well as Mehdi's question, I think the West is just they're just hobbling along in Ukraine long enough to get to the election, and they're going to drop Ukraine like a hot potato. That's kind of how I see it. Ukraine's finished. They're going to shift their focus over to Israel for the next several months, because that's the hot war right now. Ukraine is basically a corpse. I think this Switzerland meeting is not going to achieve much. We all know that. How do you achieve anything when one of the combatants is not involved? So it's
However,
a lot of
they want to
theater.
involve them, right? They want to involve them. So they've specifically said, the Swiss, that we cannot sign any peace agreement without the opposite side, without the Russian side. So there will be first step talks, and the first step talks will be to talk obviously with the Ukrainians, right, and the 100 other participants, and secondly, how to involve the Russians to actually come and talk to them. Yeah, just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think it'll be useful to kind of set the stage to that, but long term, we just need to get to November. That's it, and then Ukraine, you'll never hear about them again. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say on that question, I don't think Russia's gonna let them negotiate for anything. I think that
capitulation.
Russia will probably just keep pounding Ukraine until they beg for mercy and call, and they'll decline the call. They will pound them more. They will beg for mercy, offer everything they can. They won't take the call. The third time they finally call, after they've been pounded 3 times more than they needed, then they'll take the call, and then they'll tell them to unconditionally surrender. That's probably what they'll do. They're just going to go until they say they'll quit. There's no reason for the Russians to quit. I mean, they can sit here and play the grind game. The longer it goes on, the more it depletes the West. The more it gives China a break from the West. Lets other things develop in the background. Their military is massive. It's only getting bigger. They're literally bringing a battalion of troops online a day. I think by the end of 2025, there's, like I said before, based on their current projected growth and what they're producing, they'll be able to field a brand new combat division every month. They're ready to go. Ukraine wants to go the distance, so I just think they'll just go until Ukraine finally cries uncle and means it.
I think that in addressing both Gray's and Maddie's questions, it's not just about. It's also about what's possible. You know, a victory in Ukraine, like a military victory in Ukraine, won't make itself manifest. But, you know, maybe something of a win or a perceived win could still happen in terms of, you know, the conflict in Palestine or with Iran. You know, we could maybe make it look like, well, you know, we really showed Iran what for, because you can't really hide what's going on in Ukraine. Slowly, it's starting to seep out, even in the mainstream media. The people that are hardcore supporting the funding of, you know, the continued funding of Ukraine in the United States, going back again to that John Mearsheimer and Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis debate, it's the people that are standing for let's continue to support Ukraine. It's people that are not aren't reasoning about the conflict in a realistic way. It's people that are looking at the conflict in terms of, well, there's some what if, you know, well, what if they hold out? What if, you know, what if things change? What if something changes, you know? You don't know that. Ukraine already surprised everybody. Ukraine already surprised Russia. And why should we stop the funding if they're willing to do it, you know? So it's like, it's not even us that much. It's them. They're the ones that are willing to do it. And if they're the ones that lose, well, then, you know, they're the ones that lose. But I don't think that we want to. I think that we really, really desperately want to avoid turning this into a world war where we see Russian hypersonic missiles actually threatening, U.S. carrier fleets. I think that we are going to try to avoid that at all costs. I think the Russians also want to avoid that at all costs. I think Iran wants to avoid that as well. That's kind of how I see it. Go ahead, Gabriel. I think.
Hey, yeah, I see this like trending sort of more and more, like this debate in the US about sending funds or not. First of all, I think that the Russians would prefer the funding to continue for Project Ukraine. I've seen this pretty often in the Russian political media. Like, for example, when Putin said he preferred Biden than Trump, and then after that, in another interview, he just like directly said, I have to say that because the US media is going to do the opposite of anything I say. Like the Russians tend to make sort of public declarations that will definitely incite the opposite of what they say. Like whatever they say, the collective West is probably going to use that as a pretext to do the opposite. So it's very it's very easy to manipulate them in that way. And so when Russia says don't fund Ukraine, they're basically saying keep on funding Ukraine, because that's probably how they're going to take it. And like the more they fund Ukraine, the more they weaken themselves. And in the US, they have this phony discussion about funding or not funding Ukraine. But that's BS, because like these guys dropped the ball already. Like since the 60 something billion is stuck in like the Congress and representatives houses debates, that's just an excuse to like blame the Republicans for having abandoned Ukraine, but they ditched them. They already abandoned them, and yeah, they would like to keep on. They would like, but it's already impossible to like see it otherwise. They already funded Ukraine when Russia was weaker, and it didn't work. So whatever they throw into the project right now is just throwing good money after bad, and they already realize that, and their discussion about sending or not sending is just a way of like face saving and hand washing so that's what I wanted to say about that.
Go ahead, Poppy.
Hi everybody, you hear me?
Yep.
Right. Cool. I'm going to try to be quick here. The answering whether there's going to be a World War III or anything like that is a bit too speculative in my opinion. But I will the two upgrades where it kind of pertains a little bit more to peace, or rather the inability to pursue full war. I will bring to the Israel-Palestine thing, which here we can all agree on that Israel attacking the embassy was meant to elicit a response, and so the Iranians, of course, they were compelled to do so, and the Israelis, they probably either like whatever the Iranians might have in store for us, and we don't know, we want them to trigger that prematurely, and also we want to find out like how far are they willing to go, and so here Iran was probably sure, it was somewhat substantial, and yeah, most of it was shut down perhaps. But the important thing here is that they were still probing. This is just a first attack after all. Sure, they may have said that they were ready to settle. That I think is more of a positioning, diplomatic positioning and ambiguity. And because they use a lot of deception as well, which is very sensible anyways. So they could, much of the drones and missiles were shot down over the West Bank. They might have wanted to test, are the Israelis going to try to protect the people of the West Bank or something? Which, of course, the Israelis are going to do that because they barely have any strategic depth. They don't need to care about the Palestinians for that purpose anyways. And that is why, of course, Jordan ended up opening their airspace, because otherwise they would pretty much get themselves in trouble with Israel. And thus Israel had the strategic depth. So now Iran has found that out, and likely both of them are going to try to escalate, but it is going to come to a halt where it just settles on a new standard, a new low, new high, so to speak, because neither side are going to be capable of pursuing a full war, whether they like it or not. So this is probably going to be, for Israel, this was probably a little bit preemptive in case something with Hezbollah. Then now they would have that released if the Iranians are able to influence in that regard. And I suspect that's probably going to be more relevant. But I do not suspect any flare up with Hezbollah because they have far too many. It's far too dangerous as far as I can tell. I may be wrong, but this is how I see it. There will be no full war in the Middle East, but there will be an increased intensity in proxy warfare. Upgrade, please.
No, hold on, upgrade is my turn.
You were first, FCS?
Yeah,
then
I
go
think
first. I go after you, yeah.
All right. Yeah, but to answer some of the question what Manny said before he left, and also what the comment Upgrade made, for me, the very first part is the Russian and with this war Ukraine. As Vaughn was saying, yeah, they can keep slow dragging this war down, but again, time is nobody have controls of time. You have no idea what happened in the next 2-3 years. Putin could fall and die. He's old enough to die tomorrow morning. So if Putin dies, that could be a very bad problem. We have no idea what his strategies are to win this war. If he die with his strategies. He may leave it in somebody else's hand, but somebody else's plan and your plan is two different things. So if I was a Russian, as Manny mentioned earlier, now the iron's hot, this one is strike. The Ukrainian doesn't look capable enough to respond to the full force that initially happened in February of 2 years ago. That same attempt again, Ukraine will crumble. There's that same momentum from every angle. He comes at Ukraine cannot hold. They will fucking surrender quicker. But they keep dragging this thing out. Eventually, Ukraine going to pick up a tactics or a system that will counter this Russian aggression, because the West is also watching and reading this thing. They're in the background and watching things. They're reading it. We have no idea what they've observed and how they're planning to respond a year or 2 years from now. But also to the World War III scenario, I don't think World War III going to come again from between these small countries and big countries get involved. I don't think anybody can afford to have World War III again at that level. I don't think that will trigger World War III anymore, because previously you could trigger you could go to World War III with no fear of, like, World War II example. The Americans really didn't have much damage done to them in World War II. But any World War III, Americans swear we'll get a taste of it. So today, the cost of going to World War III today is higher than ever before. So the price to go for it also, it's not going to be over some Israel or some small countries or like Ukraine, or want to go to World War III, risking nuclear holocaust in your own homeland, because the cost is so high. The reason to go to war is also very high. It will not be over for some petty countries or some little border issues they have among themselves. I don't think it will, no matter how much they drag it. But also with the Israel and someone mentioned Iran thing, what Kupin was saying could be Israel will try to retaliate, and of course, then the Iranians, they will retaliate, whether it be to save face or really mint it, only God knows. But these two countries, I know Israel will never attack Iran to go directly to war without the full support of NATO in its back end. Leave it between NATO or Israel and Iran, they will never attack one another in a full-scale war. Never going to happen. That's just my own take on it, on those three topics.
Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was Upgrade.
Yeah. No worries. I just wanted to add on what I said before because of the peace talks. Are you not seeing that there is a little bit of consensus of the Western countries that actually puts a little bit pressure on Ukraine too with these peace talks? Because we're always talking and saying and hearing in the news that Russia is not willing to make any peace agreement and so on. But now, if Ukraine is there and gets involved in the main topic is about peace, and they refuse to do this or that, and then the world will maybe see a little bit of like, Ukraine is not that willing, to actually make a peace. and the blame can be also a little bit more shifted to the Ukrainians, and not just to Russia, you know. So
that'll happen when we dump Ukraine. When we dump Ukraine, that's going to be the propaganda.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? So the thing is just, if we talk about peace and Ukraine says, oh, we don't want that, we don't want this, we don't want that, and the entire world, like 100 countries will be there, and they will look at Zelensky's remarks and they will be like, come on, bro, it's been 2 years, you know, you need to drop the ball, you know, you need to give up some stuff, you know. Russia will not disappear, Russia is here, and they will take land. And especially if you are in such a bad situation like you are right now, and when you see that they wanted patriots not so long time ago, you think with the Iran stuff going on, they will get any air defense? They will get nothing. They will get zero. So, yeah, that was just my talk about that stuff. Bradley, just go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just to add on to that, I think that the Ukrainians, they've already tried to surrender, right, multiple times. So when we do this talking point where we say, well, the Ukrainians, they are the ones that don't want to surrender. Who are we to cut off aid? It's just a loan. These are things that, you know, America is making so much money on selling and replenishing our weapon stocks and all this other stuff. The Ukrainians have already tried to surrender, right? The Ukrainians already tried to surrender before the war even started. There was Minsk II, after Debaltseve, after Ilovaisk. There were the initial attempts to prevent the war. There were attempts by Zelensky to end the war, right? So it's a double standard. The Ukrainians have already tried to end the war before, and they've been told that. We've had Jake Sullivan come out there and say, well, we're not ready to end the war, right? We've had Macron come out there and start saying, well, I mean, I'm drawing red lines in Ukraine. You know, who's Macron to draw red lines in Ukraine? I'm drawing a red line in Ukraine on, hey, what's up, Harl? I'm drawing a red line in Ukraine, this line in the sand in Odessa, right? So it's right now, the Ukrainians, they're going to take the blame for us not allowing them to pursue actual peace, right? Because it's like having it both ways. We're having our cake and eating it too. We're saying, well, it's the Ukrainians that want to fight, and then when the Ukrainians don't want to fight, we say, no, you want to fight. You have to fight. Go ahead, Coping.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out that there are almost 300 people watching the stream right now, which is very good for my coping. But please do remember to press the like button because it's very helpful for the stream. Also, those of you in the live chat, you know, be an old rare speaker or a new speaker, there's 2 available slots there. Wyatt can be swapped and whatnot, so do not hesitate to get back on. And then finally, just a little thing at the end regarding the World War III. Yeah, I agree it's not very likely, but there is one thing to note, and that is that waning empires tend to be resorting increasingly to military assets because all other means tend to be exhausted. And when you see, for example, the Russia-Ukraine war and Israel-Palestine, it is pretty much flipped. So here, the key piece in Ukraine as well as in Taiwan would be a weaker piece as compared to its opposition. Whereas in Israel-Palestine, here the U.S. has its chess piece with the strongest assets, comparatively at least. So they're likely to be prioritizing more with Israel for that reason as well, because it is a more low-hanging fruit in a sense. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions today, so I have another question to you guys. What do you think about Switzerland as a neutral country, and did they lose a little bit of their neutrality concerning the Ukraine-Russia war? And yeah, just wanted to ask you, because you're from other countries and you see it differently than we do here. So maybe somebody want to answer, or I'll give it to RL. I will give it to RL.
Thank you. And I think that questions can be added to your previous questions about the peace talks in Switzerland. And what I think is that what we think about Switzerland doesn't matter. What matters is, in that specific case, what the Russians are thinking about Switzerland. and they've stated several times that they don't consider Switzerland as being neutral anymore. For them, Switzerland has lost its neutrality by applying sanctions to Russia. They even consider Turkey, which is involved in the war by providing Ukraine with military help and also mercenaries and so on, as more neutral for peace talks, because Turkey didn't apply economic sanctions and financial sanctions to Russia. Just because of that, I think. And
So about
wait. And about the positions of the Westerners compared to vis-à-vis Ukraine. Yes, you have some people who have said, yeah, it's time for Ukraine to negotiate, but also you got the opposite. Like Macron saying, I will send troops, or Olaf Scholz saying, I will continue to help Ukraine. So I think the Americans want to get out of that mess, it seems. But it seems that in Europe, you have center of powers who are ready to continue to replace the United States. At least that's what they think. Is it something realistic or totally delusional? That's another topic, I would say. But I clearly see in the UK, in France, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, in Finland, in Sweden, really pro-war, really pro to the last Ukrainians. So we will see. We will see.
Yeah,
voilà. And I know I give the speech to Nunia, because he raised your finger before all of you.
Yeah.
But are we going to ask the question? Are you going to answer the question that Upgrade made?
Yes.
I asked the question in the beginning by stating that our opinion about Switzerland as being neutral has no meaning. And what is important is how Russia sees Switzerland as neutral or not. But voilà.
Yeah, Upgrade. I gotta say, man, your country has really shot themselves in the foot on this one. I agree with RL. It's not what we think; it's what other countries think. And Russia's straight up said, "You guys are no longer impartial." And I think that's. I don't think the Swiss people really realize what that means yet. I go back to when I was a little kid. When you're like in kindergarten, grade 1 and stuff, and your teacher whips out the globe for the first time and you start talking about various countries of the world. I still remember what she said about Switzerland. She said, Switzerland is the country people go to when they can't get along. And this was, 40 odd years ago at this point. So I think you guys have done irreparable harm to your reputation in the world, as has, as RL said, other countries such as Sweden, Finland. I really don't understand what the thought process was, but here we are. Go ahead, Prada.
Oh, okay, thanks. So, Uptrade, you probably know that Switzerland lost a lot. So one of the first effects of placing sanctions of the Russians and freezing not just their central bank access, but also private wealth. It was that a lot of people with money took their money out of Switzerland. So we saw the two banks going bankrupt. Well, one was a bit disguised. It was the Rothschilds. The French took over, but the thing is that probably the Swiss Rothschild bank was bankrupt, and the other one was the Credit Suisse, very old institutions that went bankrupt because of their health management numbers that were really, they suddenly lost most of their deposits. So it was really bad. The other thing is about Switzerland made a huge mistake by getting out of the neutrality stance, the 100% neutrality stance, because now we saw, like, when Lavrov had to have a meeting in Switzerland, he couldn't because all European countries closed their airspace to Switzerland. And this meant that the ability of Swiss to impose a recognized neutrality in the world, be one of the headquarters of the United Nations, was put into danger. Not even the Americans ever. Well, the Americans did try to difficult the arrival of Russian delegations, but they never stopped the arrival of delegations. Switzerland lost this power towards all their neighbors and partners in a way that's almost unforgettable. On the other side, I think many Swiss started to understand that, and now I think the most important party in Switzerland is trying to make a referendum to repose the neutrality. Well, of course, this neutrality is vis-a-vis Russia pretty much and the Ukrainian conflict, but I think it's a bit too late. What holds Switzerland together for such many years was this sense of security that this country would allow to everybody, whatever situation they would. This Ukrainian war is not even the worst conflict we ever had in our modern history. This is actually peanuts. So in a sense, Switzerland made a huge mistake. And now it's going to make if they don't do that very fast, they are going to do even a bigger mistake, which is the fact that the European Union is about to try to confiscate some Russian assets. And Switzerland needs to get out of that trap, because if they do that, they will be picked up also by all other central banks. It is already bad enough that the beast, the Bank of it's the central bank. It's called BIS. Sorry, I just forgot what it means. They blocked the Russian central bank. This has never happened. This institution was created to safeguard big problems in terms of monetary policy, and they were able to coordinate everybody in the world. Nowadays, in the BIS, since 2011, you have central banks from all over the world. It's not just the big Western central banks, it's everybody in the world. And they cut one central bank. But the thing is that they realized in the Seas, this is also something a novelty, is that the European central banks are running low in actives. They are running low, but they are increasing their money supply. And they are running low. And the thing is that they can't hide it, because all the other central banks, India, China, and so on, they know about this. They see the figures. And this is a real danger. If Switzerland was really not just this sense of we can negotiate there, we are secure there, whatever conflict, we know that in Switzerland at least we'll have a fair deal. It's over. We have even a worse situation, is that Switzerland, or the institutions in Switzerland, are not reliable, because they may be hiding information, or not making the real decisions that should be done in order to maintain the world economy, the world peace in order. So sorry for delaying too much. I think FCS has had his finger way before me. Sorry. Go on.
But yeah, for me, my take is, I think basically, and I think this is the reason why the Russians basically went to the next level, a complete surrender of Ukraine, because I don't think Russia can trust any other country in Europe to sign any kind of agreement with that they're going to honor, because they did it first time, and they came back and tell you, oh, the reason why we signed this agreement was to basically get Ukraine prepared to come for you and and basically defeat you. So, and when that did not work out, what happens? Almost every one of them, somewhere or another, arm Ukraine to go against them and sanction them all, and to help Ukraine somewhere or another. So if I was Russia, exactly what's happening, that unconditional surrender is the only guarantee I have from this war. Not any agreement signed with any of these people, because they're going to be another plan again to arm Ukraine When Putin is gone, they have some weak president and weak leader in Russia, and they do it again. So if I was Russia, I will not sign any agreement with any of them because they're not going. I will not. Who shall I sign with? I don't respect. They're not going to keep their. They're not going to keep their agreement anyway. So I'm just force Ukraine to basically come to me and have Ukraine under my foot until the day it is enough already. Then if they're above, but any other agreement Russia sign with these people, it will be another trap that will come back again in the future to haunt them. So that's just my own take on this whole the Switzerland position and the whole European negotiation thing. I think Russia saw the whole picture. The first 2 years, it has some hope. The first 1 year, so maybe there's a hope here I can get some decent agreement this time. But after you see that, where there's no way these people are backing down. So obviously, every one of them want the destruction of Russia. So I don't think Russia trusts them anymore. So you say, you know what? No more negotiation, complete surrender, or nothing else. So that's just my own take on it. I think it was Upgrade that was having fingers up. Upgrade.
I think it was Bradley first, and I go after him. Bradley, go on.
I was just going to say that countries neutral, were purportedly neutral during World War II or Cold War 1.0, really bought into the Russophobic propaganda long enough to compromise their national standing on the geopolitical stage. Because remember, when the war started, there was a short period of time where it looked like the plan was going to plan, right? It looked like the sanctions are going to actually do something. The Russians are being held back by the Ukrainians. And not a lot of people were paying attention to the reality on the ground that there was 170,000 Russian troops that were doing the invasion, all this kind of stuff, right? So people really bought the propaganda. People bought the OSINT numbers. People bought the whole thing about 90% of Russia's pre-war military has been destroyed, and their military modernization has been set back 2 or 3 decades, all this stuff. So it looked like here's a chance to be on kind of like the right side of history. And remember, it's like in these countries, like, Finland and stuff, it's not like there were referendums, right? And that's not like they asked the population, what do you want to do? I think that what happened is NATO saw there was a window of opportunity to sneak it in, to get that done, right? That you're not gonna, otherwise, if people aren't perceiving this Russian threat, right, then people aren't going to be scared enough to be worried about getting rid of their historic neutrality, right? And also, if it looks like, Russia is absolutely on a rampage, they've captured Kiev in 1 month of fighting or something like this, right? Or whatever they said, 4 days or whatever, then that would have also been scary. So it was like an interesting in between where it's like, the Russians are weak, and the Russians are evil, and we can kind of do some virtue signaling. And I'm sure that there was a lot of benefits behind the scenes for the politicians themselves that took the steps to get rid of their neutrality, to sell out their neutrality. And now it's going to be very hard to unring that bell. To unring that bell, it's going to have to be something like what John Mearsheimer says about Ukraine. What Ukraine has to do to stop the war right now is they have to really convince the Russians. They really have to convince them, we're done with NATO. We're neutral. We're neutral. We're done with NATO. Please don't take Odessa, whatever it is. Then they have a chance, right? But that there was a period of time, and in that period of time, I think that these countries became, they compromised their position, and now it's going to be, maybe, and I know that it's popular in some of these countries, the movement to be like, what the hell happened to our neutrality, right? People are starting to look around now, and now they're realizing what are we doing? What is going on right now? So in order for them to do that, it's going to have to be you're going to have to seem impartial. You're going to have to be able to say things like, yeah, okay, Bucha was a fake, that was a Ukrainian false flag. You're gonna have to be able to say there were other complicated pieces of propaganda that we bought into, that we sorry, we got suckered by the Ukrainians and by the Americans, right? The propaganda was so much, and then maybe they could have something but the full trust is never going to be there, especially since the Russians and the Soviets before them always knew that these countries weren't really fully neutral. They kind of had to be, and they were between two worlds. And but they were probably, you know, but the heart was more with the West, you know, during those years for the majority of the people. And so now it's like you've just completely confirmed and showed your true colors. You know, even if the Russians wanted to do that, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to seem legitimate in that same way again. It's more likely for them to go to Belarus, right? What Putin said, I'd rather go to Lukashenko, and Lukashenko's a more fair mediator, and Erdogan's a more fair mediator, and Naftali Bennett is a more fair mediator, as not quote unquote neutral countries than the entire West, you know, combined, and including the neutral countries, which are, you know, now starting to sort of look like vassals as well. Go ahead, Nanya.
Well, just to follow up on your comment there, Bradley, about
No. Wait, Nanya. It needs to be upgraded.
Give me a second, Nunya. I just wanted to respond. Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry.
I will get after the finger. I think, okay, whatever. I just wanted to thank you that you give your honest opinions, everybody, about my country. And it's a big shame that we lost this neutral stance. I always said many times in the open mic that it was a big mistake to actually give up the neutrality, because it gave us a legitimate role in the world, so we can actually have peace and negotiation in one of the smallest country in Europe, right? But I don't want to give excuses to Switzerland, right? But we had a lot of pressure externally from the European Union and from the Americans to make sanctions against Russia. You know, it's not like the Swiss just woke up and said, oh, it will be great that we sanction all these assets which we have on our banks, you know, from Russian oligarchs, you know. So I understand you that everybody it's a little bit like it's a disappointment, right? It's more disappointment than actual saying that Switzerland is bad, because it was always neutral in the entire history, even with the Nazi times and so on. So I think there is not just only the Swiss perspective on it, right? Because the Swiss just had to follow, like the EU has 60%, we export 60-70% from our goods to the European Union. And if the European Union comes at our door, you know, and start to say like, yeah, you need to give sanctions and make sanctions to the Russians, we had to, you know, we had to, we're also like money. So yeah, maybe I don't know who was first. I'm very uncertain.
I'll go fast.
Let's choose one.
Nunya, just give Nunya.
Well, just to follow up on what Bradley said about rebuilding trust, absolutely 100%. Now, the Swiss economy, as far as I know, it's heavily dependent on the banking sector, right? So not only do you have to rebuild trust, you know, as a nation state, I think more broadly speaking, the EU is going to have to rebuild that trust as well, because like if you are any country right now, are you actually putting your money and storing it in Europe? Are you holding your assets in euros? Increasingly, no, will be the answer. So I think that Switzerland's in a real problem here, because you know, you potentially could have been like that island where, you know, within Europe there was still a safe haven where people could invest. Nobody's going to trust you guys anymore, the same way they're not going to trust the EU.
European Union, and we don't have Swiss. We don't have euros. Don't forget that we have Swiss francs.
Okay, good. Yes, good point. But you've just been painted with the same brush now, so it doesn't matter, I guess, is what my point is. Coping.
Americans don't know that, but yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Nunya.
Well, I totally forgot about it, so you know, thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, so I want to make a series of predictions tied to the Ukraine war, and then I'm going to make a recursive ending with Switzerland, more or less Switzerland, because I like that question too. I think it was very important. I left off here with the prediction that there will not be a full-blown war in the Middle East, and it's also one of the reasons I don't think it will be the trigger point for World War III. Because I said we will be having an escalation in the Middle East, but that will be occurring once the Ukraine war starts winding down, because it's not just the US being tied up there. Russia and Iran is also tied up there. Once that war ends, however, you have then maybe China perhaps, but they're not very militarily interested, so they're not going to cause anything in the Middle East. And also, it's not Russia's main priority. Russia's priority, I believe, is going to be the Baltics, where they're going to be forwarding an ultimatum to leave NATO. And, NATO have already admitted they cannot do anything. Europe has already been drained of arms. And, if the US has signaled that they're not going to be willing to take down Ukraine, they're probably going to back off from the Baltics, which is likely going to be signaling the end of NATO unless we have this very unlikely thing that may still happen, and that is World War III. And this can be actually quite dangerous because, like mentioned here, we have lost a very important player here who has the power of mediation. It's not a regional power, it is Switzerland, right? Its ability to mediate was always very important. However, there's another country that has a tremendous ability to mediate. And we have seen that already in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia and Iran. That country is China. And so it may actually be that China not accelerating things in the Middle East and also coming into play in Europe. And I see you're nodding there, Upgrade, but you have to remember that Europe is going to be quite dependent on China.
Do you trust China, Corping? Do you trust China?
No, it doesn't matter with trust. It has nothing to do with trust. Nothing to do with trust. Nothing to do with trust.
China has stuff. You need the stuff.
It has to do with that they have an ability to influence and push things without necessarily having to use force, and they can be considered as not a neutral, but a third party. You can. Did I drop out?
No, go on.
Okay, I just heard a beep in my headset. But anyways, I am actually done here. So I believe it was it Piotr or Gabriel?
So I was going to answer to a couple of people, or I think it was Mr. Lambo actually. So I'll try not to waste too much time. I wrote so many things to write to answer to all of you that it probably take a long, but I will try to be fast. So Lukashenko said something very interesting about this, and I think FCS made it very good without calling Lukashenko. Lukashenko, in this meeting with Putin yesterday, he said that there is no point in dealing with Zelensky because Zelensky is actually already his mandate. He's going to lose legitimacy. And the thing is that whoever comes after that is not clear that they will assign to those principles. And actually, probably what we'll have to, taking into account everything you guys said, probably what we'll have to take into account is that there will have to be a certainty of neutrality that needs to be achieved within Ukraine, and that might be that militaries will take over, or even international government will take over in order to impose certain things until they can actually decide new governments to come in. Otherwise, I don't see the Russians accepting to dealing with the Ukrainians. And what we can imagine is that the international community will come to this solution because it's very difficult to deal with them. Also because of the lack of legitimacy they have at the moment. The illusion of reality, Bradley, that started on the beginning of this war, with economical studies that pointed out that Russia is going to be bankrupt within weeks, that they are going to fail apart. I think it remembers me the Iraq War, when they presented all those proofs, the Americans, but many countries didn't fall into it, but most countries fall into that belief. So they had things approved in the Security Council and so on, and we have the same thing. Well, you see, Upgrade. Switzerland it's an actor, and it is not a weak player. We have countries much weaker which resisted this pressure for sanctions. So this is not really an excuse. I'm coming to it. I'm not making you a bad boy. We see Brazil, we see Turkey, which were at immense pressure to make to impose sanctions, and they did not. So it's not an excuse. And Switzerland, being neutral for such a long time, also knew that if they destroy this immense potential that it is in their side, because on the beginning of the war we were talking about negotiations, we are talking all the time until the Ukrainians, as we know, after the Israelis and the Turks managed to find some consensus, we knew that we were going to solve the problem in a short time. Then things changed. But nevertheless, Switzerland went with it further and accepted all the sanctions that came. They still do, and I also find it funny to for understanding what really happened in Switzerland is that their elites, they wanted this to change, the neutrality to fall apart. They are people that are in the power. They have been paid to belong to all these think tanks. They would love to take part in the Davos international Davos meetings and so on. So they wanted this change. And I'm telling you even more. They probably now even want Switzerland to get inside of the European Union. And so many referendums they have done. So many times the referendums gave huge proportions of people saying no European Union whatsoever. But they've been trying time after time. How many did they did? 3 or 5? A lot. 5. Yes, it's pretty much a lot. They're trying all the time. The population is convinced now because it's a part of their consistence. We are talking about a multinational country, a very complex or very old, that has been founded, the Helvetic Confederation, as it is called, was founded on this principle of buffer state, of course, but neutrality, pure neutrality in all conflicts, religious conflicts, because it was when everything started with the Crusaders. The first Crusaders in Europe were against some religious Christian groups in the Alps, against all these empires trying to fight each other. And so religious and political independence and neutrality was the foundation of this country. Abandoning it, it's like saying they are destroying their own foundations. Let's see how it goes. I hope it doesn't. I hope the population can go up over their elites and doesn't destroy their country within that. The proposition of who is able to negotiate, it's definitely will be the global South that didn't took part any of the parts. That you see, so we have really good propositions of mediations coming from Brazil, coming from Indonesia, coming from the African countries. I know they don't have the enough support, but when the Western understand that it needs to negotiate, will needs to find partners like these that will able to sit them at the table. This is the basic thing about negotiations, is just to bring people on the table. Lukashenko, what did Lukashenko do? He brought coffee to the table. During the Minsk agreements, he was just bringing coffee to Merkel, Hollande, and Putin. He was not doing anything else. So this is the point. We need a place where the actors can travel freely, and we need someone that has the respect of everybody that is sitting around, that brings people to come. And these propositions at the moment don't exist with Switzerland. I don't think Switzerland should try to play this game. It's over. They should try to recover their neutrality back. It is true, but in a longer game, because we are talking, like I think Coping said another once, the basic of Switzerland also as a neutral country is the banking system, and that will take much longer than just peace negotiations. So I give the number for my friend Mr. Lambo, that is completely bored by the discussions.
No, I'm just tired. Too much party. Another story. No. The points that you all gave are pretty good. For me, as the reason that Switzerland lost its neutrality is pure, and one reason being forced to lick the ass of the United States and NATO and the West. Desperation and finding solution and the military weaponry things that they need to fund for Ukraine. So they need to say to Switzerland, hey, dude, empty your pockets. We need some air defense. What do you have to give to Ukraine? Because we have nothing left. Things like that. Neutrality, yeah. Maybe Zelensky preferred to go to Switzerland because the hotels were better, the 5-star hotels and the spas. Doing city trips, I don't know. Like maybe the Swiss cheese, I don't know why Zelensky. You know, these negotiations they're going to do without Russia, it's pointless. Because I just said without Russia. It's pointless. What they're going to do, Guys, what do we have here? Nothing. Weaponry, nothing. What are you producing? Almost nothing. Why? Because you didn't have factories. We forgot about it. Yeah. It's I don't know, because Putin is going to say very easy. You had a lot of time to think about it. I give you time. Now I change to fully military operation. The only thing is going to happen if I want to stop that war is Ukraine is going to be 100% neutral, or mine, you're going to decide nothing because it's going to be neutral, and they're going to make a new government controlled by Russia. Is that, or we take it all, and it's going to be Russia and not Ukraine anymore. That's, for me, the two only options is going to stay for Ukraine. That's how far they are. That is how far they went. The West went too far to even enter Russia, helping the Ukrainians, destroying all plans, putting even mercenaries with American helicopters inside of the Russian borders. How stupid can you be to do that? Russians said, you are full of it, you're sick of it, so we're going to do a full war. We stop at the special military operation, and now I don't think there are going to be any options left. It's just to go, what Russia is doing now is just suck out every fucking air defense Ukraine has, and then they're going to start going harder and harder and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And they're going to end very bad for Ukraine. They need to surrender. They're going to need to surrender. There's no other option. What's actually having Switzerland losing its neutrality is maybe to try to hurt financially Russia a little bit more, like Belgium does. Oh, we're not going to pay the interest of Russian money in our banks. Ooh, Russia is going to feel that, to not see these interests, because probably Russia is maybe never going to see all that money again. What do we see about Russia? Nothing happens for Russia. They are still producing a lot of weaponry. They're still living fine in Russia. They're not losing military shit. Nothing. They're losing nothing. They're even progressing. They're going better in their weaponry. So what are they doing the rest? I think they're just going to Switzerland to take a little bit of vacation with the buddies of Europe, and they're going to the good spa, eat some Swiss cheese, go to a souvenir shop, buy some good Swiss knives, and that's it. That's all they're doing, spending the fucking money for nothing and losing their time. That's the only thing that's happening for the moment in Switzerland. So for me, I don't even care. Switzerland lost its neutrality. Going to happen one time, and it happens now. So yeah, okay, it's bad, sad. Okay, I'm done. Gabriel.
It's interesting that in all the other major conflicts, Switzerland had maintained its neutrality, and it raises for me the question of, like, what the F happened to, like, the Western leader class? Like, how can it be so ubiquitous that they are incompetent and, like, utterly moronic? The Hungary, that has a much weaker GDP and economy than Switzerland, maintained its neutrality, and like, under the crushing pressure from EU. It's part of EU, so it should have greater pressure on it than Switzerland. Switzerland is, as Prata said correctly, its foundation as a nation and of its economy is being demolished by its leadership, and the Swiss people seem to be quite oblivious about it. On the other hand, China is a great negotiator because it has interests in every party. China has interests invested in the success of every side of the conflict, so it's the perfect negotiator. And on the other hand, like, as a geopolitical process, like, the majority, like the global majority or the global South, had been absolutely resilient and patient to all sorts of Western provocations. And to see the situation with Russia first, how it took the bait of the endless provocations, and now with Iran, this is like the most manifest symptom of, like, the world hegemony's collapse. Like, when you see that the most patient and the most cautious players in the arena are starting to, like, become bold and like taking the bait, it's because in their calculations, the geopolitical balance of force has shifted totally. So it's now in the strategic calculation, those sort of responses, which would have been totally irresponsible in the past, are now possible. And so, yeah, like what Mehdi was saying, this sort of cauldron of conflict, which is like the middle of Eurasia, sort of Black and Mediterranean seas and Indic, are starting to boil simultaneously. And if you look at it from any rational perspective, it's a collective process. It's like Iran is allied with Russia and China, and there's a war in the Black Sea and in the Mediterranean and in the Arabic Peninsula. Africa, North Africa, and Central Africa are in the same equation, and also Asia. I'd say that we're like literally in the Third World War. It started a while ago, and it's just playing out cautiously because people, like the leaders, aren't as insane as to start throwing nukes, because it's a like last resort. But the World War III is happening right now. And the point is to see like what is the level of desperation that people are like, that the leadership in the West is dealing with right now, and how extreme will be the escalation. How but nukes haven't flown yet, which means that it's still not at the point in which like the situation is suicidal, but it's still in an active hot conflict that could perfectly escalate to that. Hopefully it won't, because like people don't want to die. So like you can be all the sociopathic you want and all the coercive and manipulative you want, but like until you actually get to the point where they are suicidal, like the leaders, which I don't think will get there because they're cowards. So they're not like, but it could resolve in a conventional sort of hybrid way. Hopefully it doesn't get to the point, and I think it's going there, because like the one of the sides of the battle are like pretty much rational. They're competent. You can hear them talk and make sense and shit like that. So they're avoiding any sort of steps that could trigger the other side. So that's good. Let's see what happens. That's what I had to say about that.
Pick someone. Okay, well, okay, I'll go then. So I was gonna say, I wanted to hop on to what Gabriel was saying. I think that Gabriel made some very important points, and if anybody could regain their neutrality, it could be Switzerland, I think. But I think this time they would have to really be neutral, or at least convince the Russians, and maybe also the Chinese and the Iranians, because the world is now multipolar. So neutrality goes at least 3 ways. So it's a different ball game now. That's kind of what I wanted to say. I don't know who was next. Oh, Upgrade. Sorry, go.
Yeah, great points for all of you. So furthermore, to maybe go on a little bit further in this topic, who would be the good negotiator and the trusted and respected and impartial actor? Which country would
China.
be the... Yeah, I just want to ask you, all of you, what you think about it. Maybe RL first, and then he can maybe go on this question if he wants to.
Yeah, to follow up on what Prata said, but he's not here anymore, about, because he said, if I'm not wrong, that you have countries from the global south, like Brazil, who could be an intermediate for that Ukrainian mess. But I don't think so. Because That's my point of view. There are no Ukraine. If you want to think about Ukraine, you need to go to Washington. You need to go to Brussels. You need to go to London, to Paris, and maybe Berlin, but certainly not in Kiev. There are no Ukraine. And for the West, and especially for the Europeans, they will never, ever accept a country which is part of that global south to be an intermediate. They will simply refuse because of supremacist ideology, because of their hard line. They will never accept any type of negotiations made by a third-party country which will kind of legalize, authentify the Russian gains in Ukraine. This is something they will never ever accept. And Ukraine, there are no Ukraine. There are no Ukraine. You need to go to Brussels, you need to go to London, you need to go to Washington. Not Kiev. They have no say. Zelensky is just a puppet. He's ready to send to the last Ukrainians. He's ready to it. So I don't see any good outcome, especially a third party country, whether it's Turkey, which is a NATO member, whether it's Brazil, whether it's, I don't know, China or South Africa or maybe India. No, I don't see that. I don't see that. So maybe coping.
Thank you, RL. I wanted to give a shout out to a Rumble channel called Tommy's Podcast, where you can also find a video of Wyatt. Maybe Wyatt can put up the link to one of the videos, and here is a more specific one. Maybe Archimedes in the chat might help Wyatt out finding the link. It pertains to, because I was hoping maybe we could start changing a little bit the topic if you guys want it. And the player I wanted to introduce here was India. Now, much of the things pertaining to the Indian spy games you will find on the Rumble channel that Archimedes and another speaker had over at Tommy's Podcast. And it was very interesting because they refer to, among others, the close cooperation between Israel and India, which is, well known on many fronts, but in particular here on the intelligence front. And how the Indians were adopting the Mossad structure of utilizing their diaspora to gather extra information. Now, I wanted to add to that, that India is also buying up quite a lot of Israel's IT industry. Whoever has a dog, please mute your phone. Yeah. So India is buying up quite a lot of Israel's IT industry. And we all know how high-tech and surveillance ties very well together, right? So there might be quite a lot to discuss here on when it comes to the India-Israel spy games. And but I'm going to pass it over to Euro. But another thing pertaining to that, I was a bit curious what, how would it be for the possibility of India be kind of assuming like a smaller big brother of Israel? And I was just wondering what you guys think about that likelihood. Like down the road, maybe India would be having even closer relations with Israel when it comes to the arms industry, because we all know they have fairly good relations with each other. So, but yeah, that's if you guys want to change topic and go over to that. I just thought I'd bring it in there and also give a shout out to Tommy's Podcast. So yeah, Euro, please take over.
Yeah, hi guys. I thought because of the centuries of fighting between French and Germans, Italian, Austrians, Switzerland actually got its neutrality because it has French, German, Italians, and doesn't want to involve itself into those wars, forever wars. That was where the neutrality comes, and the country cannot be based on banking. It's just funny, and that's just as we all know, there's so much money kept there without being reinvested, or they got banking got rich by charging huge fees to hide identities, right? So it's not based on banking. It's a lot of Swiss success comes from WIR, credit WIR, right? Or WIR Bank.
Pharmaceutical companies too.
Yeah, but WIR Bank helps a lot because it's a parallel currency that helps it when the economy suffers. They switch more towards that currency. That's for companies, not for people to use only. So you should know that adjustment, a buffer, really good buffer for the economy. So that's why it's the most stable economy in the world, because it has a parallel currency. Okay, but you guys, the fame, neutrality of the Swiss is mostly fame because of they decided they don't want to antagonize their own people between themselves. That's why there's neutrality. And it's just a fame that is passing away because it's hosting the WEF since 70s, right? So all that wealth and influence actually is affecting its neutrality, especially with the talks about how the West won over the Russia, and it's controlling the whole world now, no issues, So maybe they thought, oh, we can just do anything we want, and nobody's gonna pay attention to it because we are on the side of victories, of the victors, right? So victors will always help us. That's the way. But it's of course just a fantasy, right? So the people are much smarter than the governments, and that's what we notice all across most of the world, right? People are more smarter than the governments, even though governments are chosen from the people, but that's a conundrum. Except in Ukraine, they're chosen from foreigners. So, what I wanted to say, the answer, what's the proper neutral negotiator? Of course, it's China. China should be proper negotiator, especially because, everyone believes that they're on the side of Russia, but they're not. They're not so much because Russia doesn't ask for it. It doesn't ask for it. So, yeah.
They had that tower with "We support Russia. We stand with you" in the middle of China, one of the biggest tower in Shanghai or Beijing. So I mean, like, you cannot say they're impartial or not taking part on the Russian side. I mean, come on, man.
But who could do? Mexico? No. Maybe Mexico. What, India? No, India is biased. So maybe Croatia. Croatia will be good negotiator. I can offer my negotiating skills. No. Nunya had his finger for a long time.
Well,
go ahead, Nunya.
Well, Upgrade, when you asked the question, the first country that popped in my head, I don't know why, it was Indonesia. So take that for what you will. So I just want to throw out Indonesia as a potential entrant into succeeding Switzerland.
I actually agree. So, which is why I put Indonesia into the list, despite no one actually talked about Indonesia. India actually potentially could, but India have a problem because they already decided to side with Russia, in a way. So Indonesia is in a very unique position because they are a rising power, and they are militarizing, and they are getting a lot of respect because of Jokowi's the president, the former president, good two stink as the president. So it remains to be seen the new president can continue this good development of Indonesia's reputation. But I think Indonesia is in a very, very good place, and they also have very good, very strong support from Singapore. Singapore, with Indonesia is have very, 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 very good relationship, and we are backing them. So yeah, and even in South China Sea issue, Indonesia really isn't really part of the problem. They are not inside the dispute. So that is, they can become that power, and they are powerful enough because they got a population, and they are sleeping giant, so they have the potential, to become that. But of course, they are a very big power. So eventually, there will be one day they cannot be. They will have too much, interest. So then you will fall back to Singapore or Switzerland. But no, now Singapore and Switzerland, we are now both compromised. So no, we cannot be the neutral party now. But although I
we
think
won't
Turkey
need
could.
negotiator because of voting, right? We voted that there's not going to be negotiations. So,
yeah. But I think Turkey can be that country because Turkey played every side. So because they played every side, they can talk to everyone. Yeah. So China is still a bit tricky because the only reason the West still will talk to China is because they still want China to trade with them. It's not because China is not biased. China is currently biased to Russia, and they are in the geopolitical battle with the West. So yeah, coping.
Thank you. I just have a question because when you guys say that India is biased, I'm a little bit confused because, yeah, sure, they may have, but to me, they seem to have taken a much more neutral stance towards Russia and Ukraine. After all, they're having like this military agreement, AUKUS was it, and they have they're clearly more siding with Israel than Palestine and stuff like that. So, I mean, they're not like, they don't seem to me as clearly siding. They're just so far off, it's not really pertinent, and that's why they would actually strike me as a maybe even a better mediator than China is, because if you think about it, Europe is trying to kind of decouple from China, as they're saying, right? So India, of course, it doesn't have nearly the same capacity, but since Europe is already deindustrializing, maybe they're willing to exchange some tech for some construction. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't see exactly how India was necessarily so biased, but maybe you guys can. Do you upgrade maybe first, or do someone want to answer me on that?
Yeah, I think China is a big actor and could be potentially taking part of this, but I don't see them be the mediator on the peace talks because I think they are too biased, and the trust issue is still big, especially with the Western countries. So I would agree with Wyatt or Nunya with Indonesia, who I don't know. I didn't hear anything about them, what they side on or what their policies are on Ukraine and Russia. And Turkey is also a good one because they play everybody's side. You never know. Erdogan, he's pretty flexible on his points. He can be one day, he can be with the West and with Ukraine and giving them weapons, and on the other side, he, as a NATO nation, attacked also Syria and so on. So he can do everything, right? He can talk to the Americans, he can talk to the Russians, and they're respected. I think that could be a good thing. Turkey is also in the middle between Europe and Asia. They're also something who is to acknowledge, and they're a big superpower too. I think Turkey would be a good one because it already started one in Istanbul. I think this could be the last one and the finishing part of the Istanbul Agreement peace talks, maybe. I think Prata was after me, right? Yeah.
So I do agree, Upgrades. Turkey is one of the best candidates also, but India and China could also help. It doesn't matter. But Turkey really, also because we have to interpret what they have been saying lately, and Lavrov, which didn't say that they needed the capitulation of the Ukrainian regime. He did say though that he wanted to use the document that was that was created during those first negotiations, not the document to be applicated, a new document, but on the basis of that one, taking into account the new realities of what happened after that. So it's actually, that's why Turkey is a very good candidate. It's very near to both, also geographically. And it's a country that is in the between of two worlds. So it's a country that has the ability to see both sides, but it has its own interests. But their own interest is also, it's also interesting to notice. So it's their interests are not for one side just. So that's a good point. And what we have also to realize, we talked about Russia all the time, and who could be the negotiator, but we have to see what they have been doing, these guys, these meetings about the peace deal of Zelensky, the 10 points of Zelensky. They have been meeting quite a lot. And they have been meeting with very important people, and many countries even gave it some credit and went there. Then they said, no, this has nothing to do with me. And if you guys noticed, who is invited to this new meeting? In a way, what they're doing is a kind of little United Nations, where just the ones approved are invited to come in. And if you guys ever looked at these points, it doesn't matter trying to discuss them because they are unapplicable. But all these points, what they say is that somehow they want to create a new architecture how to rule the post-unipolar unipolar world, which is a unipolar world. So the post-unipolar world will be an exclusive club of democracies that they call democracy. I don't know why they invited Arab countries and China to it, but yes, it will be a club of chosen by the West, by the benevolent tyrant or the benevolent hegemon. And in doing that, they want to exclude everybody else. So the global South countries that participated, especially Brazil, South Africa, some other African countries, India, and even China, they notice this is not what they want. They want to keep a world where everybody is allowed to discuss in the same level, which is United Nations. Let's take into account, well, Wade was saying that India is not neutral. No, India has its own purpose. India wants to have a seat on the Security Council. It's very clear about it. India wants to stop the veto power, which is something very stupid, but Wade has explained why the veto power exists. It was a very good explanation to allow the powers, the great powers, not to go against with each other. So they want this architecture where everybody exists in the same level. So the point is, how do we deal a negotiation with a group of countries that is so eluded with this neo-colonialism? How will they sit at the table and negotiate on the premises of a multilateral world that most countries want? I find it very difficult. So it's important to have. So it's not just Ukraine. We know that we can't just sit Ukraine at the table, because if we sit just Ukraine at the table with Russia, we won't have like the Minsk, like all the other. We won't have any permanent solution. We won't have any permanent solution.
Hey,
so we need
Gabriel.
to involve more countries. We need to involve more countries in this discussion. And in involving more countries in this discussion, what the United States is trying to do, it's not negotiable. So I think coping. Oh no, Vaughn was first.
No, Gabriel's been supposed to be after Nunia. He's been tired because the
I'm
light
sorry, but
from
I'm the one deciding
is blinding
who gives
his
the talk.
camera.
I'm sure that you make the rules.
Alright,
light from his
how
camera
about wait,
is
how about we do this?
making it
Wait,
invisible.
He has no
please.
respect for nobody because
Gabriel.
this is
I just want to
Let me
make
come
my
with a
point
suggestion.
real quick. I just want to make my point real quick and maybe take 30 seconds.
Making
Hey, my
invisible.
thing is with the countries that might
really
be
short.
neutral.
Okay.
The countries that might be
I'll be
considered neutral to help with the negotiations. Do y'all might think that maybe Turkey would be excluded because they are kind of playing both sides? They're always got a scheme and a side thing going.
Totally. Yeah, like
so maybe
real
Russia,
short.
maybe not so much Russia, but like if America or the West sees Turkey is kind of like giving in to Russia, they'll try to kick them off of the or keep them from being the negotiator. Try to get somebody that they control better or have more say in.
First of all,
Focus
to like
terrorists were trained in
RL,
Turkey.
what he was saying about like the Europeans would never accept a third world or a global South nation. It's like with what guns do you not accept it? Like you have to have certain level of geopolitical / military power to be the ones who accept or not accept something. And Europe is increasingly
/ to the last Ukrainian.
Yeah, but
because
like
there
Ukraine
are
is the
no
one that has the
Ukraine.
army. Ukraine
There are no Ukraine. There are no
even as
Ukraine.
Ukraine is right now, it has a larger army than most of Europe. Like even as it is right now. So like Ukraine is still more relevant than I don't know, France or UK. So and not to mention Germany. So like yeah, Europeans are increasingly looking in the strategic situation in which they have to accept more than reject or accept. So like they don't have much of a choice right now to the situation. And yeah, like the US has a strong choice in the situation, but increasingly it's looking like their incapacity or their like incompetence is losing them that possibility. And yeah, like Turkey would be a good negotiating country if it weren't because it's no one can trust Turkey. Like they're just gonna side with whoever pays to the highest bidder. It's a prostitute. So yeah, it's like they have like strategic ambiguity, but they're totally unreliable. So it can't be Turkey because I mean they're probably gonna host the negotiations because Russia already said that like Istanbul plus is a possibility, but they can't be like the neutral party that they can't be the mediator because they're totally viable. And so yeah, Indonesia, I was thinking maybe Singapore, but yeah, like Singapore, as Wyatt said, he knows better than us, is compromised. So but Indonesia is kind of out of the picture, so it has to be someone that's sort of related with the situation. Maybe Hungary could be a good negotiator. But yeah, like
Just one
the point is
sentence.
that the decision is increasingly not in the hands of the collective West, and that's exactly the point of this whole situation. Like their power of imposing their will on the world is fading, and that's why we have the situation in the first place. So their level of acceptance of the situation or not is becoming increasingly irrelevant.
I would like.
I'm gonna
Turkey
reply
lost its
to
clout.
him.
Just one sentence, if I may.
Can I have a suggestion here that when the next
Yeah.
person get it, you kind of hand over to the next. So if I can come after you, RL, you take your point and then I come after you. So I don't have to
Yeah,
hold
okay.
my finger up all the time because it gets tiresome. So yeah, thank you.
We have a new person. Why don't we let them do an intro?
Well, just
SM.
after me,
No,
just
that's
reply
Sergey.
to Gabriel and
That's Sergey. It's not a new person. That's Sergey
Yeah, hi.
from VC.
Gabriel. It's to the last Ukrainians, and I don't know if having the biggest army in Europe, which is mainly composed of forced conscript, is making that huge number something really strong. But as you perfectly mentioned, the West, and especially the Europeans, are becoming more and more irrelevant because of their lack of power, the lack of ability to forecast properly events. But that's another topic. That's another topic. They are delusionals. They are degenerate. They are totally in a framework of ideology, which is the perfect mirror image of a decadent civilization, bloc, countries, nations. They are totally decadent. They are losing their power. Everybody in the world knows that. But those elites, they can't understand that. They are not mentally capable to totally modify themselves and change 180 degrees course. No, it's 360 Annalena Baerbock move. That's real. That's real. That's the people that are selecting to represent us, to lead us, to make decisions for us in Europe. And in United States, you have also kind of Annalena Baerbock type of idiot people also in charge. I mean, it's so obvious.
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
Okay, Koping, you can go, Koping.
Thank you, RL. I wanted to kind of ask a question regarding multiple mediators, since Russia is actually looking for a new security architecture in Europe. But before we even considered entering that one, Drew is backstage and he has something he wants to say. So, Wyatt, can you please swap me for Drew?
I just want to say one sentence about Turkey. Turkey lost its clout because Russia found out its crocus terrorists were trained on its land. So I don't know how much, even though they followed up and arrested everyone, I don't think how much Russia will trust Turkey anymore to do any mediation.
Hey guys, do we want to move on topics? Do we want to switch topics to something else?
Yes, please.
Sure,
Yes,
then.
sir.
Yes.
Kopin, you need to leave. Kopin, you need to leave. You cannot just switch it.
Hi.
Oh, Drew.
Hey, Drew.
Before you guys switch topics, I wanted to give my input on this whole mediator thing. I think the question in itself is wrong. The premise is wrong. I think we should just leave them alone. There shouldn't be any more mediators. There shouldn't be any more people trying to get their foot in and trying to have their say in the whole affair. If we had left Russia and Ukraine alone, without anybody else, coming to try to get their interest in the door, we wouldn't have a war. Ukraine would never have decided on its own to fight Russia. It's all these little countries which think that they have this big brother backing them that give them the balls to go and antagonize a larger country. So forget mediation in this thing. Russia has already said it's going to be unconditional surrender if they don't agree to their latest terms, and so there's no mediation to be done. And everybody should just stay away. Don't go and stick your foot in there and create a mess again. No point. You're just gonna get more people killed. So yeah,
Maybe they mean mediation. They're just talking about deciding where to have the unconditional surrender signing ceremony.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to decide.
Nice hotels,
That's the debate. What city gets to host it?
By the way, I think like RL said, and it's a very good point, Drew, is that, and we notice actually that the smaller countries, the countries that at first tried to mediate this conflict to try to stop it because everybody was suffering, they are not trying anymore. Nobody is making a real effort at the moment. And as I was trying to explain, if you look at what the West is thinking about how they can solve this problem with their strange peace conference, and what else said, because they look deluded. We have to let them alone. We have to let the war go to itself, probably into a capitulation. There is no other way. The West is crazy. Whatever they are negotiating in those secret things, what we have heard about is so stupid, is so imbecile that it's really hard to believe it could be true, that they are in their right senses. Sergey, please.
Yeah, I just want to cite 3 reference points. The first one is John Mearsheimer, his position is that Ukraine need to sever all the ties with the West, and USA should be just go away and does not interfere between Ukraine and Russia whatsoever. Like just keep distance at max. And second reference point is there is Professor Nikolai and Petro. Maybe you heard him, maybe not. It is more intellectual position with deep understanding of relations of Ukraine and Russia. I could recommend him if you want to deep dive into that. And he says as well that it should be decided between Ukraine and Russia. And the contrarian position would be Lex Friedman interview with Tulsi Gabbard. And he asked Tulsi whether United States president should be a mediator between Russia and Ukraine, and she said that definitely, like her position is that USA should be a mediator of all affairs, and this is a really important affairs. And if we want to be have an influence in the world, we need to put our foot into the doorstep of this conflict, like do something like so we should be active, and US president or whatever, like US should be a mediator. So West always have different positions, but I think that an inertial position is that West should do something about it. West should be arbiter. West should decide how it, the framework, the rules, and so on. And usually, like, it's not such popular position just to keep distance and do nothing.
So, time to change topic.
Sergey, you must hand over who should take your word. If you're done, just hand over the word to whoever.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I wanted to I don't know. I want to ask.
No, wait.
I want to change topic.
Sergey, if you can designate who talks. Nuni has been holding the finger, for example. Yeah.
Whoever wants. Like,
you must choose. You must choose.
Nunya. Okay.
Oh, fuck off.
Go ahead, Lambo. I'll let you go.
No, it's all that long shitty talk for the same thing over and over again. No, I just had. I just wonder. Like I want to say with Ukraine. I don't know if you already talked about the Russian strikings of the last week.
Did we want to move on to that topic? I'm happy to. Sure.
Yeah, okay. Because more and more messages about the new cruise missiles that the Russians using, the X-69s, they are launched by the Sukhoi 57s normally. So my question is Russia really starting to use the Sukhoi 57 stealth fighter and a bigger array compared to F-22s that just shoots a balloon, but now they are using it really, the Russians, you know what I mean? Is it true? What are you thinking? Is it possibility that Russia is really changing their tactics and they are not afraid anymore to really start to use these most modern type of fighters, of weaponry for the Ukrainian conflict?
I mean, I think so. I think we've seen a gradual escalation for the Russians the last several months because they're getting more confidence in in what they're achieving on the battlefield, and I think they're also gaining more confidence of their standing in the world. So I think that you're going to continue to see more of that. So I'll pass it over to Vaughn.
Can I please interrupt quickly here, just to regard someone in the live chat? Uncle Fester, if you want to find out who the work is, what you can take my spot here, Wyatt can swap me and have you in here, and then you can tell him, and then all the other stuff you tell in the live chat, you can just come and join us, man. We won't bite you. Don't you worry. Okay.
Sure they might.
So I think it was Upgrade. Is that? Yeah, Upgrade.
Vaughn first.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
Vaughn,
just
Vaughn,
going to
Vaughn.
say,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really think it's gaining confidence or anything like that. Like, I feel like it's just they're using the Su-57s probably for a very precise mission, because it sounds like what they're doing, because it's the KH-69 now, because it's in production, because it was the X-69 when it was being developed. And it's got stealthy characteristics. And it sounds like what they're doing is they launch an attack with KH-101s as either a diversion or just, to try and get whatever gets through. But then these 57s fly in as close as they can, and they drop these KH-69 stealth cruise missiles. And these things supposedly can, if the terrain is, depending on where they're flying, can fly as low as 20 to 30 feet off the surface. So they're extremely hard to pick up. So what they might be doing is, they're not really risking them or getting confidence. It's just a particular mission where they can put the 57 up front somewhere and trigger the air defenses, and then they hit the air defenses with these KH-69s. That thermal energy plant they hit was completely destroyed by those because it was a hard target. It was well protected, so they got those in with that. And apparently that was able to, those hits destroyed that entire complex, at least the structures they wanted to. So, I mean, it might just be a matter of now the 57s are used for, like we use the F-117s, except they're just not penetrating as far, because they don't have as much stealth capability, in today's modern air defense. But, they penetrate as far as they can. They drop their stealth cruise missile and they get out of there. And if, and it gets through because, they're overwhelming the defense with drones and other cruise missiles, and these come in low and fast and stealthy, so maybe they don't have time to react or even pick them up before it's too late. I think it's just another tactic they've adapted because they got more platforms up now. And that weapon could be dropped from Su-24s, 34s, pretty much, I think, anything.
Yeah,
I kind of want to jump on what you said.
Oh, just give me.
I was going to just say that I don't see a reason to use the. Go ahead.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes and I go. Okay, Bradley, just 2 minutes. Yeah, I agree with Vaughn, but I also think there is a little bit of more confidence going around, because with all the destruction of the air defense, they feel a little bit more comfortable to fly around, right, and maybe take a little bit more risks, And Wyatt said also in his sidetrap that they actually coordinate much better with the ground troops, so they actually hit targets a little bit more precise and more logical, so the troops can advance after they fabbed or something like that. So I think there is the Russians start to really get an old machine, and it start to really hit. And I just wanted to add on to something who wasn't mentioned, but there's this build up near the Kharkiv border, right? And I said like a couple of, weeks ago that there was a question which place they would attack next, right? Would it be Odessa? Will it be Zaporozhye region and so on? So I thought it's going to be in the Kupiansk and the Kharkiv region. Now we see this big build up, right? And a big build up, but they start to go and put their troops near the Kharkiv region. So maybe they're going to attack there, and they trying to do something, Bradley.
Yeah, I just got to make almost the same point, just that I don't see a reason to use the Su-57 instead of a myriad of other systems that can launch the KH-69s or, whatever else. But, there could be some super safe scenarios where with like a greater degree of air superiority, and with an opportunity to test new equipment and see how it does. So I could kind of see it, but I think that there's kind of no need for that, it seems like, and I don't know. I think that I don't think it's likely that they were using those high-end aircraft for that purpose, but I guess there's no way to know that. Go ahead, Euro.
I mean,
I think it's about the practicality. Instead of using 222 or 260 for dropping KH-69, the Su-57 is actually made to carry such a cruise missile. So they're just using it as a practical way, and especially since it's supposed to be flying, that KH-69 is supposed to be flying on at 50, 60 feet, or 20 meters. Yeah, it's much more practical to drop it from the low altitude with Su-57. But Lambo, that's nothing new with the Su-57. It's not the first of it, so nothing radical is changing.
Just not confirmed.
And it's when talking about confidence of the Russian army. If we listen to Andrei Martyanov, there's no such feelings. There's no feelings involved with the Russian army. It's calculations. Okay? They calculate. They don't feel. If you guys listen to Andrei Martyanov about schools, military academies, Russian military academies, there's nothing about feeling. It's all calculated. It's all possibly predicted and so on. So they just follow what's available. Yes, there's some anger with Putin because of the terrorist attacks and so on. So many discoveries about, different, and probably disappointed with Turkey, with Erdogan, and finding out that so many terrorists were being trained in Turkey, in Istanbul. Yes, they arrested them, but how much is Erdogan's finger in there? That's a big question too. So there's nothing about confidence. It's about practicality. So they destroyed most of the Ukrainian AD. So now they can fly and drop those FOBs without gliding kit. They can fly over there and drop them just by computer navigation, computer targeting. Is precise enough to do that. Yes, they will test if there's AD somewhere nearby. Try it and see if it works. They will keep using those FOBs without gliding kits, so without targeting. They're pretty effective with computer targeting to hit the right spot. So it's much cheaper, right, to do that. Yes, it's more riskier, but that's what they're doing. It's not about confidence. It's about effectiveness against AD and about effectiveness of their FOBs against the Ukrainian army. So I think the Vaughn was trying to talk. Yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that they're like, I don't know if it's confidence the right word, but yeah, they definitely have maybe more capability to fly where they want and do what they want. But I mean, it's like the Su-57, what they're using it for is obviously to go after high value targets or targets that they feel they want to get. So it's not really something that's out of the ordinary. I mean, that cruise missile's made for it. It's designed to penetrate as close as it can and do quick, last minute shots. So they have as little reaction time as possible, which is what they wanted to get on that power plant, and that's what you'd want to get on air defense systems. You distract them, because I mean, those Su-34s can get picked up from a long way off and targeted, and they've lost stuff because they crept them up to the front line. So if they can get the 57s in there because the area is fairly clear or it's an inferior system, and they can get, instead of it giving them 10 minutes warning, maybe it only gives them 5 or 3. and that's all they're trying to do is just get in there and hit that stuff. And the 57's designer. It's just like the J-20. People will always bag on, oh, it's not as maneuverable as the F-22 or this or that. It's like the J-20 is not designed to do anything but be stealthy enough to fly out, get close enough to take long-range shots at AWACS, J-stars, and tankers. Because without those, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy can't really do shit because they don't have eyes up to control the airspace. They wouldn't know what's moving around on the sea or the ground. It's not designed to go fight F-15s and F-16s and F-22s. It's designed to kill the support aircraft for those platforms so they can't touch China. I mean, it's the same thing with the 57. Yeah, it's a pretty badass plane. It might be able to dogfight good, but really, it's the perfect platform. It's like an F-117, but better because it can dogfight. And it's got stealthy enough capabilities that, like I said, all you're trying to do is get as close as you can get to kill something or take a shot and run away. You're not trying to, nobody's trying to fly over the target like they did in World War II and eyeball the bombs in. They're just trying to get as close as they can through that air defense pocket and hit it and go. And that platform gives them that option. So I agree with what you're saying too. I mean, yeah, they might feel better about flying in there, but I think it's a mission that was tailored for. It's just one of those special missions it can do, especially if it's something they really, really want to hit. Just like they use the MiG-31. If they're up, they're hitting something hard because they're sending Kinzels. They're not playing.
I think that yeah, thank you. I think it's important to keep in mind that the difference in, let's say, the Wikipedia level specifications of different weapon systems like this sometimes don't take into account the fact that countries make their military industrial build the equipment that they need to accomplish a certain task, right? To accomplish something that needs to be done. You need to lob this artillery shell X number of kilometers, whatever, and to look at to say like, oh well, these this equipment maybe is not as advanced, or this equipment is not as doesn't have the same kind of capabilities. It's to miss the point that the equipment is designed to do a specific job. And kind of like Yuri was saying, there's the Russians really use a lot of statistics and a huge statistical approach to the way that they do it, military science, which is really which is really a mistranslation. Military science doesn't really translate as kind of like military science in Russian. So it's kind of funny that people make a big deal out of it. It's really translated more like just military education. So like statistics is a huge part of the military education. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, really, if you look at Russia and China, like Soviet Russia, China now, since the whole Cold War. I mean, yeah, they build fighters and bombers and everything that we have, artillery and all that. But most of their what you would say with their premium systems, or a lot of their systems, are built not to compete or go against a particular system. They're designed to counter advantages. Like, they're not going to build, the J-20 is not going to fight an F-22, but it knows the American Air Force and Navy's advantages is its ability to operate long-range tank and track and control the airspace and the ground space. So what do they want to do? They want to get rid of the AWACS and the tankers, so that way stuff can't reach out and touch them. And the same with the Russians. I mean, they build things for specific jobs to do. Now, granted, they can adapt them and stuff, but like I said, the Su-57 is a fighter plane, but in a lot of ways, it's probably more like the F-117. It's designed to do special missions and do special tasks. Like, it's the same thing. It's going to be out there hunting AWACS if it can, because it's stealthy enough to get close enough to shoot, and that's all they're trying to do.
Yeah, the thing was just because we don't see footage of nothing about the Sukhoi 57s, and more people are busy talking about it. But what you can already conclude very hard is that the air supremacy in Ukraine starting to get bigger and bigger for the Russians. all these bullshit news about the Ukraine shut down 13 Sukhoi 34s, like here above on my picture here in background, as bullshit. Don't see any proof, and they are still. I think they are launching an average for the moment 100 fabs a day. So you need to consider a Sukhoi 34. If they are taking a Fab 500, they're going to take 4 per plane. 100 a day. That plane here, only with that plane, is for the moment the most active plane over the Ukraine ground at this moment, and is already active since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Now we're seeing these Sukhoi 25s popping up also, again, flying very low, very risky, because these are ground attack planes. So they're going to do their attack in a very close environment of the front line, very close, not like the Sukhoi 34s are doing with the fabs with the gliding bombs. They're staying in long distance. It says enough. We see a lot of footage also about the air defense being destroyed by the Ukrainians. Also, you see that in comments. Yeah, but we're seeing these missile installations going to be dummy things because they're not doing secondary explosions. No, they just ran out of rockets. They didn't recharge of rockets. It's just staying there without rockets, and the launchers themselves says enough that Ukraine is very struggling with the air defense. And it's going to happen one day, because if you've seen the rates that Russia is striking, is fucking big for the moment. The Sukhoi 57 also, Ukraine is the most ideal test ground for that plane for new rocket systems, like the doing with the fabs. We're all seeing that the first time 1 year ago or a little bit more ago, when Russia started to really use these fabs, how the accuracy was not good. And now you just can see them taking a tree line, 4 bombs and 400-meter distance, perfectly aligned. They are getting going to give RL after me. It's just saying Russia didn't lose so many planes. They certainly didn't lose planes like Ukraine did, because Ukraine, I don't know how many planes they have left. They're really asking after the F-16s for one reason, because they don't have a lot of active planes left. Sukhoi 24s. These are the Storm Shadow strikes. How many Storm Shadow strikes do we see for the moment? Almost nothing anymore. Saying a lot that they don't have flyable Sukhoi 24s anymore left. No, it's for me that plane here above the Sukhoi 34 is active. They're playing with the Sukhoi 57. Yes, I think also, but more testing new weaponry. This new X-69s is brand new, and they're already giving, like Vaughn said, very good results. Destroying that power plant is one big example. Just don't play with Russia. Don't try to destroy their energy facilities, because they're going to hurt you badly, and that's what they are busy doing now with Ukraine. I don't think it's going to take long. I think Russia is still playing too brave to not destroying everything in one time, because they're perfectly capable to do that, because that air superiority they already have. RL.
Yeah, just a little precision about Sukhoi 57. It seems that the Sukhoi 57 was specifically made against 5th gen US fighter jets. And we hear some reports, unverified reports, that the Russians already used Sukhoi 57 in a very long range kill, air-to-air kills, but it's supposition. We don't have real fact about it. But about the engineering of Sukhoi 57, it seems that the Russian engineers of Sukhoi have planned to make that plane specifically designed to fight against F-22, F-35, because it has L-band radar receptor on its wings, which are specifically designed for spotting low observable object. Voilà. Go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say also, too, somebody in the super chat was talking about, would you reveal the uses of it? And I mean, that might be another thing, too, why you don't hear a lot about it is because, it's a new platform for the most part. It's got, some new systems being added to it. So, they're not, they probably don't want to reveal a lot of the doctrine they might be developing around that plane, like what it's doing or what it's, they maybe don't want you to know every kind of mission that it might be set up to do. They might not want you to know all the things it can carry. Like RL said, a lot of it's supposition. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a pretty good dogfighter too, especially with the vector thrust. Even if it wasn't to get in close with another fighter, it probably could hold its own. I think a lot of that comes down to the pilots, more than the aircraft. And then you factor in all the long range stuff that they say that it might have in the data links and stuff. I mean, we've got good missiles, but they've got the same kind of missiles, but they've got longer range. So I'd say right now that in that sense, the edge would go to them in the range on the missiles. But I think a reason you don't hear a lot is they just don't want to advertise it. I remember hearing an Air Force person earlier in the year talk about, the B-2s. And they say they don't like to fly them outside the United States unless there's a reason, because every time they go up, they're exposed to radar and people can start to figure out what they look like. So it could be the same thing. They use them when they have to for whatever, but they ain't really trying to advertise it. Just like you don't really hear about the F-22 a lot. They're not really trying to, cue people into what it can do. They talk about what it can do, but, a lot of it's the same thing, speculation. Is it really as stealthy as they say, and can it do all the things they say? So, I mean, I think a lot of it just they want to leave it at that. You'll find out if you want to find out.
I guess I'll go. I was gonna kind of riffing on this subject. Who heard about the issues with our next generation artillery system that the Department of Defense recently scrapped in production next gen artillery system due to the fact that it isn't going to have the necessary barrel lifespan that the Ukrainian war shows that it's going to need. And so what we're doing is we're looking for an artillery system that we can shoot all day, every day for weeks on end. And also have things like the M777. And as a result of that, our needs have evolved. So we're also moving to a mix of high precision and cheap to produce and / maintain weapons. Like the old approach of the high tech Western weaponry versus the mass Soviet low tech equipment is increasingly unworkable due to the fact that the Russians and the Chinese both have high tech weaponry. The Iranians have high tech weaponry. And with things like drones, and other modern technologies that really even the battlefield, even that fighting there. I don't know who was next. I think SL.
Nope. I think or Paul or RL or SL.
SL. Go ahead, SL.
Go ahead.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Your mic.
Yeah, okay. So in the military, they have a lot of plans. They always have tons of plans, and they basically scheduling them, marry a lot of different projects together, maybe, and but they have release planning of one technology or one weapon. And it's kind of became sorry. I thought just about Angra 5 space launch that was recent, and the sentiment was that they delayed it for 2 times, and people was frustrated because it was planned for really long time. Usually they wanted to do a lot of things in one kind of chunk, in one they just compose a lot of different things in one single shot. And they test in for a really long time. There is no rush. It's more about quality and be sure that it is the right things to do. So they double check, triple check, 4-time check. That's the main attitude towards releasing new stuff. But they have plans, and it's like continuous delivery thing. Like you always release something and do a little adjustment, but you release every year, and it's this continuous stream approach. Yeah, I guess that's it.
We have a new guy here.
Yeah.
We
Hey.
have a new,
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, good. You
Yeah.
can introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Vladik. I'm from Ukraine. I was born and raised in Odessa, but my parents moved to Germany when I was a kid, and I lived most of my life in Germany. So I'm like a fake Ukraine, maybe. And yeah, I wanted to come on here for a long time, especially when you guys talk about Odessa. Yeah, it was difficult to keep up with all the open mics. Yeah, you guys doing a great job. I want to give props to Prada for the Odessa video. It was actually really good. I'm quite interested in history. I work as a software engineer, but I do it like as a hobby. Yeah, there were very good things about Odessa. I think one thing that wasn't mentioned militarily, or it was mentioned, but I think it's something that people don't see really. It's the catacomb system underneath Odessa and how large it is. It's like the first in the world with over 2,000 kilometers. The second one is Paris with 500 kilometers. And third one, I think it was Rome with 400 or something. And it's really big, and it's really suitable for like guerrilla warfare. So it don't matter how the Russians take Odessa, they always will have problems there if the Ukrainians set something up in like before. It's the same reason why the Romanians struggled with Odessa a long time. It wasn't just in the Second World War. It wasn't just because the Romanians wasn't so good equipped like the Germans. This was part of it, yes, but also the defensibility of Odessa is like very, very high. So I think the only thing how the Russians could get Odessa really is like when Ukraine just surrender everything. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Vladik.
Yes.
You just mentioned catacombs in Odessa, which might become a very difficult point for any invaders to take. What do you think of what happened in Mariupol with Azovstal, or Soledar with the salt mines? Do you think Russians have, like in a video game, a bonus to attack underground facilities?
Look, that's another thing when you have 2,000 kilometers of a tunnel system. It's like from Odessa to Berlin under the ground. Yes, many things is flooded, nothing is mapped. Many things are got buried tunnels, but they're in the city and around the city. You can live there, you have water there, you can stockpile food. If you have civilian population who helps you, you can like do all the, I think it was on the Germans, 2 years on the German occupation, there was always partisan activity like on daily base in Odessa. You can like survive many years underneath if you have the help of the population. That's what I think. So that's the problem that I see with Odessa to take for the Russians. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say
so
that
next
you're
one,
right. You're
Bradley.
thank you, Vladik. I'd say that you're 100% right. The only way that Odessa is going to fall into Russian hands is going to be as part of negotiations. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Paul.
That's why Jews like Odessa, okay, because of underground digging tunnels.
What I want, the Russian in the Ukrainian war didn't fight for a large population and large cities. So I think the Russian want to break the now
Mike is
Sorry.
you hear me now?
We can't hear you, Paul.
Try
you
again.
hear me now?
Yeah.
It's like talking. But I just want to otherwise, Vladik, can you give me more details about how that fortification tunnels, or the natural, the tunnels, everything works there in Odessa? Can you give me just more details about Odessa itself? And in case, I know that the coastline is very rocky there in that region. So like coming via the Black Sea and trying to do D-Day stuff is casually suicidal for Russians. So that's why I'm never going to see it's happening. Just give me more, like if they want to take Odessa, the pros and the cons, things that the Russians, like Brady say, maybe only by negotiation. But take the example that the situation is going to be that Russia is really planning to invade, and how do you think it can fail, or maybe what they need to do to not let it fail?
Okay, so I'm not an expert or something, so but I try to give you my estimate. So about the landing, I don't think it's so difficult. You don't want to land in Odessa itself, in the surroundings also. So yeah, there are some not so good places, but also good places. But I think naval invasions in the modern times are suicide from the beginning of. So I don't think that's the thing. I was really like I don't know the word in English, but I had a good feeling about Odessa, so that it don't get destroyed when the Russians back up from Kharkiv. So when they left the Dnieper, the other side, I knew that they don't have the possibilities in the next few months, years, to take Odessa or to try to take Odessa, because it would mean the destruction of Odessa, and that's something that I don't like to see. But yeah, so I think you have to take Nikolaev first and then work your way to Odessa and then like siege it. But like I said, if you siege Odessa and you get the populations against you in Odessa, then you can have bit more problems that actually if you leave Odessa alone. There's something, I think there are many people in Odessa that are waiting for the Russians, because the Odessa was highly divided at that time, at the beginning, when the Maidan thing happened, and then like the Swoboda guys and the Nazis came and burned all those people, and then there was nothing like pro-Russian anymore. But I think all the people are still there. So yeah, that's something that I saw. And another thing is like you can't go. You have to let the peoples in Odessa like be on your side, because they are like an an entity in the whole of Ukraine that stands for itself. It was like the first time when Ukraine tried to get independent after in the First World War, like at the beginning when the revolution. If the Odessa people say we stay united as a whole, Russia, Ukraine, Odessa, or if everyone do his own thing like Ukraine or Russia and something, then we have our own thing. And it was actually for 2 weeks a free state, but then the Germans came in and then the Bolsheviks, and yeah, this was the history. But the people in Odessa are very like, yeah, not I don't want to say special, but they have their own language, they have their own culture. I could say, like, I think it's with every big city out there that is a big city for a long period of time, and it develop a self identity. I think something like this. Yeah. Next one is Vaughn, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, in regards to Odessa, I mean, I know you guys were talking about a siege and stuff, but I mean, realistically, there's no reason to even siege the city or anything when you can just grind the Ukrainian army up over the next year until there's just no one left. And they can drive to, I mean, think about it, all they've got to do is pound the shit out of them, get them out of Kherson. I mean, what if they break through in the middle? This summer is going to be a big summer probably for the Russians as far as territory goes, and just casualties there are inflicted on the Ukrainians. I mean, who's going to defend Odessa in a year if there's another 150,000 casualties? I mean, yeah, there's guys hiding and stuff in Odessa trying to not go to the front, but I mean, are they going to stick around and stand and fight for Odessa, or are they just going to keep running west into, the rump of Ukraine? I mean, the Russians, I don't say they won't fire any artillery in there or bomb at one time or something, but obviously they already have. But I just figure they're going to just wait until they can literally drive into there unopposed. I mean, the population more than likely is going to be on their side, especially if they don't blow the shit out of the whole city. And I mean, whoever's in that city, the longer it drags out in the east, the more those guys get pulled out of the city to go to the meat grinder. Eventually there's not going to be anyone left, or there's going to be very few. I mean, yeah, you might have some random Nazi guy who wants to stand there with an AK and shoot at the guards' tank army coming down the street. But, I would imagine a lot of the territorials and stuff, a lot of them will probably just leave because, what's the point? Oh, we're the last 5,000 Ukrainians. Let's fight. I mean, I just figure they're just going to grind them up until they can just, take things with minimal effort as far as guys on the ground and ground troops. Like, they want to go in and secure areas. They don't want to have to bomb everything as they roll along like they've been doing. So I think they'll just keep doing that until they can take that particular city. Same with Kharkov. They could just surround it and sit there and do more damage in the middle and force them to decide to hold Kharkov or send reinforcements to the meat grinder.
I just want to make a quick point, and I would just recall that a partisan war was on the table when this all started. The Russians were actually, I think, very cleverly forced their fight on Ukraine. They set up a meat grinder that the Ukrainians fed because they thought they tasted success with their, first counteroffensive, with the myth of the Battle of Kiev and all this other stuff. So it's like they bought their own propaganda and they fought the Russians on the Russian term. And I don't think this is a mistake they can undo. Go ahead, Vladik.
Yeah, I just want a quick answer to Vaughn. Yeah, you're right with everything you said, except there is actually one reason for the Russians for going for Odessa, and it's Transnistrian. Like, I don't see how they can support the troops there, like anyhow, without Odessa. So that's the only reason I see. But everything that you said was right, and I don't think it's worth it for them. But I think when shit hit the fan in Transnistrian, the Russians can't leave the guys there, so they have to do something, and this something I think would have to do something with Odessa. Like
yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean, once they get to Odessa, I mean, if they drive to Odessa and occupy it with a minimal fight, then I would assume they would move towards Transnistria because they want that complete connection. And again, I would assume the same thing there. You know, they'll fight if they have to, but I mean, they might just wait until it's literally nothing left to fight, and they can pretty much roll into these areas with minimal resistance. I mean, a lot of those areas, the people ain't gonna rise up and fight. They're probably so tired of it. You know, as long as the bombing stops and the lights are on, they probably won't care.
Yeah,
I just kind of want to say that when the Ukrainians are forced to negotiate, they'll be giving up Odessa, at least partially. I think the Transnistria issue and the fact that Odessa is, you know, as Putin said, a Russian city, all this stuff. I think that once there is going to be negotiations, it's going to be like, well, I mean, you don't want us to absolutely bomb the hell out of Lvov, right? We could do that, or you could, you know,
I mean, if they had to choose. I mean, honestly, if I don't know, some of the European people might know better, but I mean, if Russia absolutely had no choice, they had to pick Kharkov or Odessa, I think they would always take Odessa. They would let Kharkov go if they had no choice. I think Odessa is way more important to them in their geopolitical scheme and their economic plans and stuff than Kharkov is. Because, I mean, even if they lose Kharkov in some negotiation, it's not like it's not right next to Russia, so it won't be doing business with Russia anyway. So, I mean, I guarantee you, if they had to give up one, it would be Kharkov, and they'd keep Odessa. Because I think that's because you got Odessa and you got Transnistria. That's just two big questions that Russia can't leave undecided or unresolved. Kharkov, you know, oh well.
I agree with Vaughn. Go ahead, Kofi. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Thank you. Just a short question. I cannot recall neither Kharkov nor or Odessa being actually mentioned as a political objective of Russia. So I'm not so sure that's necessarily a part of any deal. Though if they were to be so, I've heard you know, they will take everything east of the Dnieper. So yeah, maybe Sergei would like to.
Putin said that Russia has, you know, Putin said that Odessa is a Russian city. And they've done military ads about soldiers fighting for Russia under contract and then resettling in Odessa or Kiev. So I would assume that, you know, maybe not Kiev so much, but definitely Odessa's something they want. I mean, there's no way they're not getting a piece of that action, and they got to have Transnistria connected.
There's various reasons why the Dnieper would be a rather
Sergei
poor
is holding
border.
the finger. Sergei is holding the finger. Can Sergei please go first, and then maybe
Yeah,
Greg afterwards?
just short, like from what we can observe through the conflict, that Russia mostly reacts like Ukraine do something like attacking on Kerch Bridge or some refinery stuff, and then Russia connects this as some kind of retaliation, and usually this goes with several phases. Like they first look for reaction, like what Ukraine will do, what Ukraine will fix, like if they hit some target, what Ukraine do, what is their strategy, and then after some observation, they like get more information, get more data, analyze it, and then find develop another strategy, and this strategy repeats maybe in 3 months or maybe in a year, just modified. And it's like so. But usually it is connected. It's like they need some kind of trigger from Ukraine. Like it can be anything. right now it was hitting for all refineries, and then Putin said like, okay, we just respond to that with hitting energy structure, and they did not hit plants in previous year, and then they are hitting it plants now. So they kind of try to combine analytics with like they need some time to develop what is the best approach. They implement this approach, and then it's kind of a cycle. And they wait for some trigger, like because if Ukraine did not do something, it will be harder to justify hard reaction. Therefore, I don't think that like Russia is in some kind of Russia is bound to European Union rules. I think they try to follow like they try to follow the legalistic line in a lot of ways. And it will be really like not an option to bomb cities and kill a lot of civilians just to make some terror, because after like all these territories will be a problem in the future. Like you need to resolve this issue that it won't be harder for future generations.
I want to say that Odessa is more important than probably Kharkov for the Russians, but I think that Odessa is also more important for the EU and the US as well. Going to remind everybody that Macron's red line, right, was over Odessa. He said he's going to send troops in there, and now they're saying that the initial ones are in there already, and they're going to go to Odessa. Ukraine's economy is crippled without Odessa. The plundering of post-war Ukraine is going to be severely hampered without Odessa. The cost of shipping Ukrainian, GMO awful grain that is going to be Monsanto's going to be growing all kinds of crap in there with Roundup. That's going to be, what's the point of growing all that cheap grain, right? If it's going to be costing just as much as any other grain, because you have to transport it by train or truck or something like that, because you don't have access to that port. You have access to whatever land that you grabbed up, whatever Russia didn't take, right? But you're going to be very limited on what you can do with that. Go ahead, Kerr.
Yeah, there's a super chat here. Could Odessa be a base of Ukraine or a base of Russia in Ukraine? Like, in other words, it's armed but by Russia. That is actually possible, although I'd say, and that would maybe even be satisfactory. The reasons Russia would have for leaving Odessa in Ukraine are interesting. It is a very pro-Russian city, all told. So is Kharkov generally. And the more Russians are left in a rump Ukraine, the harder it is for that Ukraine to basically go out of control and become a West proxy again, right? So, like, that was his motive for Minsk: leave as many Russians as possible, ideally also the Donbass, in Ukraine, and restore the strategic balance that Lenin tried to create by creating a republic that was mostly Russian-speaking, mostly Russian loyal. Now, we all know that fell apart, starting in the 90s when Russia was weak, but there's no reason it couldn't sort of be restored, at least not in the Russian mind. As far as the attack priorities are concerned, you never let anyone know what your priority is. So it could be Odessa, it could be Kharkov. We won't find out from any public communications. But I actually just popped on to correct what I'm hearing is almost like an error in what's being said. When you talk about Odessa, you've already talked about Transnistria. There's no differentiation. There's not going to be any wad of Ukraine left in between Odessa and Transnistria. And yes, one of the reasons for taking it is, in fact, to tie up to a long, stable border, stable since the USSR collapsed, which is technically in Moldova, but which would, in fact, become a Russia-Moldova border there. And it's stable, and it's a third of the length of the whole frontier. So it's a great place to finish up. The part of that area that is in doubt is South Bessarabia, which is the chunk between the world's most hated bridge and the Danube River. That has historically been part of Romania, and it only really was taken in order to provide access to the Danube. Now, the reason that's important is because every country that actually has territory on the Danube has a right to use the entire length of the Danube for purposes of shipping. But you can solve that through treaty anyway. You don't actually have to own South Bessarabia to do that. You can just write into the Danube Treaty that Russia has access to it as part of the peace deal. It's not really essential. So South Bessarabia is trade goods, it's vulnerable, and that's what you should be talking about, is what's in doubt on the Odessa front.
Go ahead, Vlad.
Okay, I think, yeah, so to the Odessa topic, I think there's nothing to gain for the Russians in the city itself, and it's something that was told here on the open mic, I think, many times. It's the thing that the Russian get out from Odessa is to cripple the Ukrainian economic and possibilities to trade their goods. And that's something that the Russians want, to make the Ukraine like a black hole for Europe, that they have to pay to sustain. But I also think, to go back to the super chat, that that's something that the Russians will offer the Ukrainians as like sugar. Like, okay, we take everything. When the Ukrainians surrender unconditionally, the Russians take Odessa, yes, but they say, yeah, when you want to use the port, you can use it, and like we make it 5 years for you, like without fees or very cheap or something like that, to like show goodwill. That's something that they will use Odessa for, but there's nothing to gain for the Russians actually. They have ports at the Black Sea, they have the logistic routes, they don't need Odessa.
No,
Ukraine is the one that need Odessa.
No, yeah, but they need Odessa to have more control over the Black Sea, to close that gap. Even if they're doing an agreement in the future, Russia is always going to ask Odessa just to have that full control of the Black Sea. You already see how the Black Sea fleet is struggling to survive because all these sea drones. And why is that? Because Ukraine still has Odessa, so they can deploy the sea drones over Odessa. And it can fuck very hard for the NATO also. Still have Romania just next to it. So no, Odessa is very important for Russia in a lot of different ways. I don't know them in my head, but Odessa is probably for the future is going to be a main objective, and it's still now a main objective that Russia willing to have. So no, it's really. If you have Odessa, you're going to be able to control a lot, I think.
I mean, I agree with what Vizek said, too. I mean, I think the Russians do want to control Odessa so they can be linked to Transnistria. And plus, they'll want to take Kryvyi Rog and all that because it takes away the uranium. But like you said, I think to ease the bitter pill, they'll give the sugar of like a really sweetheart deal of shipping in and out of there and getting stuff in and out of there to kind of make up for the punishment of them taking Odessa and the other areas, and consolidating that under Russian control, at least, even if it is autonomous or whatever. I'm pretty sure it'll be Russian military sitting there, just like in the Crimea.
Yeah, Lambo's right. They won't settle for anything less than absolute military
control. I mean, that's like
the
whole linchpin. That's like the whole linchpin to Transnistria and controlling the Black Sea. So, and I mean, it makes sense. You offer them the sugar to get them to comply. You make them a nice. I mean, think about it. Like you said, you could give them no fees for 5 years. Cheap goods. Maybe even give them their own dock. As long as they play ball and don't cause any problems, they'll have have a good deal. And it's another way to kind of keep them closer to them, you know, like, hey, who's treating you well? You know, we're helping you make money and trying to help your people. They're bitching about all the loans they give you. When are you going to pay them back? So, you know, maybe in the long run, that'll help Russia out too. Just to kind of keep it like an open place, you know, like an economic zone that they control, but Ukraine has full access to. That way, they're always going to be seen as the benefactor. Even though they punished Ukraine during the war, now they're the benevolent benefactor that is giving them that little crumb to keep them happy.
Literally the Soviet strategy. Ukraine was one of the richest parts of the Soviet Union for exactly that reason, to keep their loyalty. It's just back to that strategy, Vaughn. You were 100% right. They could actually be incredibly generous on economics. They could offer 90% of the revenues of everything extracted in the Black Sea. It just doesn't matter. All they want is control, control, control. Yeah. That's it. They do not
As long as the Ukrainians got food and jobs and stability, they probably won't care. You know, they'll probably where you know, look at it. I mean, I don't know, because, you know, it's hard to tell because of propaganda. But I mean, once this settles out, you know, all these places have been rebuilt, like Mariupol. I mean, Avastal, all that stuff's going to get rebuilt. They need people there. So I mean, you know, if you want to live there, it's not like you won't have economic opportunity and probably a decent standard to live in once you get into these areas that have been rebuilt or have, you know, revitalized industry and stuff. You know, once they rebuild the factories, or, you know, new stuff comes in, new investment. You know, maybe a Chinese factory is built in the Donbass or something, you know. I mean, who knows what's going to happen down the road. But, I mean, they can set it up to where, you know, they got the bag of money to hand out and treat everybody to ice cream.
Go ahead, Vlad. You can go first. I'll go after you.
No. Yeah, there's one thing I want to disagree with Mr. Lambo. That's the taking Odessa. By taking Odessa, the influence of the Russian fleet in the Black Sea, I don't think it will change anything. When we talk about the conflict with the NATO, where NATO like involved because of Romania and Turkey. The NATO still have the Turkey airspace to look where the Russian ships are, and the drones, the cheap drones that Ukraine are using from Odessa, can easily be launched from Romania too, and have like the same range. So I think the position of the Russian ships in the Black Sea fleet is the control of the Black Sea with the Crimea is the far that the Russians will get in the Black Sea, and Odessa, I don't think it will change much.
I think another thing.
I want to say that.
Just real quick, I mean, another.
We got a new face on here. Pamela, I guess is your name. Introduce
Hello,
yourself,
Pamela.
please.
Can you hear us, Pamela?
Yeah.
Anonymous. I'll just say that not just the Soviets, but the Russian, the Federation made lots of sweetheart deals with the Ukrainians, the Belarusians. Like, this is a thing that they've been known to do with in terms of gas, in terms of providing markets, and like, you know, there was a lot of equipment that Ukrainians were manufacturing that only the Russians were purchasing, right? So, and they kept it like that on purpose. It's not like they couldn't have, like, what, after the war started, they just built their own helicopter engine, you know, factory. It's not like they couldn't have done that. That was a boon to the Ukrainian economy, you know. So that dealing with like really corrupt Ukrainian politicians and business people, I think the Russians have been doing that for a while. Hello, Pamela. Please introduce yourself.
Howdy.
Hi, introduce yourself.
Please introduce yourself.
I have a really small bandwidth, so this is short.
It seems to be okay. Continue.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, so this is short because I have a real small bandwidth. Who runs the CIA? There's two parts to it. There's the British, the Anglophiles, And the
And
They
CIA.
got her.
CIA got him.
They
Oh,
got
that
her.
was fast.
No, there is
CIA is
only
working
one
with the
one
state,
part
yeah.
ruling the CIA. It's the Satanist.
Oh,
Yes.
come on. She was just online. I know she's been already hacked
The
by the CIA.
Satanist.
RL will set you straight. It is the Satanist. No, I was going to say another thing about the Odessa. I mean, another thing that makes it a huge priority for Russia is they need to get that part south of Odessa so they can go up the Danube and help their friends in Serbia. I mean, that's another reason why they really got to have Odessa, because it really changes the whole spectrum down there. Because then they can just sail ships up to the Danube and deliver all that stuff to Serbia that they've had on order, I guess, for a couple of years. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's a lot of reasons to not shy away.
Nobody's in line.
Yeah.
I really think, as I've stated in a previous open mic, that Odessa will be the apple of discord. Yeah, Pamela, I was just saying that who runs the CIA doesn't matter. They are all Satanists.
So Pamela,
Whether
before
they
you
are Anglo-Saxon, whether they are part of the tribe, whether they are Americans, they are all Satanists. And it was showed by what's the name of that guy, that American kind of journalist who speak like that?
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, which
Yeah.
is a hidden camera on Bohemian Grove in north of California. I
She
mean,
dropped.
that was something.
She dropped.
Yeah, CIA cut her.
Yeah, she dropped. Yeah, because she have been coming in and out like
CIA's
so many
cutting off her
times on
bandwidth.
the
That bandwidth is
backstage.
very limited.
So
Limit her
actually,
bandwidth.
I wanted to tell her she need to reduce her camera resolution. So she's back in the backstage. Pamela, before you you need to reduce your camera's resolution, because maybe your resolution is a bit too high, so it's eating all your bandwidth. That's why you keep dropping. So you may want to reduce the resolution, like drop it to like 480 or something. So let's see whether she can talk or yeah. Pamela.
Pamela, would you like to give it another
Hi,
try?
can you actually hear me?
Yes, we do.
Can you actually
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Gareth.
Okay. My connection is pretty
Gareth.
poor, so I don't know. I mean, that advice was good. I just wanted to say that about Odessa, I suspect that the Russians aren't going to push for it. It's a big exposure and overextension to push for Transnistria. It would be useful, but risky at this moment, and I don't think that will be a priority. I think they will accept not taking Odessa, even though the Ukrainians have showed that with Odessa they can control the Black Sea and deny it to the Russians, which is a very important concern. But I'm still inclined to think that, I mean, this is supposed to be a special military operation, not a war, right? So I don't think they'll push that hard for that much territory. It would be difficult to defend in the long run. It would be an overextension. And also I came on because somebody told me that Craig wanted to talk about South Africa. So maybe I have some comments about that. Thanks.
So if I may, well, I don't know if you guys touch this solution. I think if we are going for a situation where Ukraine is willing to actually give anything just to stop the war, then probably not take Odessa, but put Odessa under international government or international ruling international coalition in order to assure that it's neutral and it is demilitarized. So I could go for that, and I think it's a very good option for that the Russians might demand, because the thing is that Odessa is really very important. Well, the Ukrainians were intelligent enough to show that Odessa is way too important for the Crimea security and stability, and for that Odessa can't stay in the hands of any type of regime in Kiev that is aligned with the West, or is still
Awesome.
not in full completely. Oh, yeah.
Well, I just
Pamela.
wanted to say that Craig
Wait.
put
Let me talk
a
first
really
before
good.
she drops. Pamela, you need to go to the settings. Pamela, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Go to the settings. Go to camera. Go to set your resolution to the lowest, or you will just keep dropping. She dropped. Okay, never mind. Okay, Bradley.
Just riffing off the themes that Craig was bringing up. This isn't a war for territory, right? This is a war for political objectives, and I think that the political objectives the Russians have, right, are going to be still to a very large degree include Ukrainian neutrality, right? Well, that's the main one, but the demilitarization of Ukraine, which is obviously has to do with Ukrainian neutrality, right? So I think that Odessa is still a political objective to deal with Odessa somehow. I don't think that they're going to leave that on the table, because it's not. It's not about territory, but that is a political objective that the Russians are. It's crucial.
I just say this because NATO has been talking about accepting some parts of Ukraine into NATO and other parts no. So that's why I say the Russians will never allow that Odessa will be under this NATO umbrella. I think that's a no-go. It's not possible. So that's why I go with Kiev, really so keen in going to Kiev. Well, if Zelensky survive, because this is the support of Zelensky. If Zelensky survive and he really wants to go in some kind of a deal and he goes to NATO, then Odessa needs to be administrated by another organization, if not the Russians, because as Bradley say, it's not really about how many square meters they get. It's about achieving those goals, which are the security of Russia. We have two big empires, and these two big empires need to find a consensus, a stability on the border. Before we had treaties that said that NATO troops can't stay that long near the border, or these borders, that they can't have more than these and these equipments, and this is gone. This is all destroyed. So NATO did this. So NATO created a situation where actually it's not possible to live at the same time with both empires living at the same time. Either they create what the Russians have been saying, which is horrible, which is a sanitary cordon or sanitary area, which means it's an empty area that doesn't belong to no one, like in the Middle Ages, terra nullius. Either is that, or they have to create a deal. They have to agree what type of border they want. And this type of border, I don't mean the line, I don't mean the delimitation. I mean, how do they meet together? No, how many troops, or how do they feel safe? Because the thing is that what NATO has been doing lately, which is putting huge amount of troops on the Russian border, it's exercise. Of course, it's exercises. But the Russians will always feel very scared if they see 200,000 guys playing military games with really good machines and with weapons on them. Of course, they will feel unsafe. Ariel, go on. You have a finger? Do you want to talk?
I don't think there will be a suitable international agreement for Odessa in the part of the Russians, because if there is a deal made with Russia, I think the Russians want to have a deal that can last for a very long period of time, whether it's 20 years, 50 years or more. They don't want to make a deal just for 2, 3, 5 years, and then again war. Russians are not interested in that kind of deal. I think, I might be wrong, but I think the Russians are looking for a long time deal.
Yeah.
And because of that, if there is an international agreement about Odessa, I am 100% sure, it's my personal opinion, that the perfidious Albion and the Satanists from the CIA will do everything to create a network, hidden base, as the unofficial 12 CIA base they made in Ukraine since 2014 to mess with Russia. Because perfidious Albion and Satanists in CIA are what they are, just messing. They are born to mess with the entire world. It's in their nature. Yeah, I'm maybe going a bit far, but it's a good way to explain thing of what those people are. That's why I don't see an international thingy about Odessa, just because Russia is looking for a long-term deal. Peace, call it whatever you want. I prefer to use the term deal because it's a deal. In geopolitics, we talk about deals. And Russians are not interested for short-time deals. They've invested a lot. They have lost a lot of men, lot of equipment. They decided to go inside Ukraine, and it won't be for just a deal of 2 or 3 years or 5 years. I don't think Russians will accept that. Go on, Bradley or anyone else.
No, I was just going to say, like the whole long-term deal thing. I mean, that's the whole point of having Odessa. I mean, it guarantees the long-term deal because they're going to be there to make sure. You know, they're going to have Odessa link up to Transnistria, and you know, all that's part of the big picture. Is the long-term deal. I mean, because they really can't trust anybody, like you said, other than themselves to control that ground. They can't trust international people or some conglomeration of Slavic countries. The only people they can trust there would be Russians. So, they might as well just take it because that's the only way to guarantee the long-term deal. Like you said, they're not. If they don't control the land, then it's a short-term deal, and you'll have a network there screwing around in 5 or 10 years. Instead of you just control the territory, spend what you got to spend to get it, and you don't have any problem down the road. I mean, because they really can't. They really can't afford to have any of these people left behind, because they're going to cause problems because somebody's going to contact them and put something in their ear, just like they started this whole stupid ass thing in the first place.
Yeah, I want to say that I think that RL was spot on with his they want this problem to go away. Vaughn as well. I think the Russians know that we aren't going to stop messing with them. They want a money in hand deal, which kind of fortifies them diplomatically. So I think that like something that where they can, make a deal with either make a direct deal with the West, right? Make a direct deal with the Americans, drag them to the negotiating table, and get something that makes it difficult for the next time neocons are in force and in power and are going to be gunning for Russia again, because we're not going to stop, right? The whole point is that Russia's too big. The whole point is that they have too many resources, too much uranium, too much natural gas. That's a threat to our power. So we're not going to stop, and I think they understand that. But that's why they knew they had to go to war, because they couldn't really trust the deals that we were making on paper. And we were even, if you recall, December of 2021, when Putin sent the memorandum to Biden, right? Where basically it was like Stoltenberg later came out and said that it was Ukrainian neutrality was the main thing. The main thing was Ukrainian neutrality. Like you make a lot of goals and you make a lot of statements and you say a lot of scary sounding things, but that's part of how negotiations work. So it'd be like, okay, fine, we won't do the denazification, we won't do the put Yanukovych back, but you guys got to be neutral, and yeah, so I think they understand that we're not going to stop messing with them and that this is going to be a long-term project, and they're not going to, they're going to have to strike back as well. That's why it's going to be, or it is already, a Cold War 2.0. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Well, I was just going to say it, and think about it. It just shows you how amateur they are and how greedy the West is and how short-sighted they are. Because, really what they should have done is, agreed to the Minks and then just kept pumping stuff into Ukraine and doing other things and just building up to when you've got to a point. Like wait till Putin dies. He's not going to be around forever. The neocon strategy is always the neocon strategy. It doesn't matter if, Cheney's alive or any of these other guys are alive. Their proteges will take their place, and it's almost like they push this to go because they think when they beat Russia and all this stuff kicked in, and they were going to be rich, and now they're not, because it's not working out. They really were counting on this being a big payoff. And they couldn't wait. It's like, what if you'd waited 10 more years? What if you'd built Ukraine up for 10 more years? And then Putin dies and things kind of get chaotic or a little discombobulated while they sort that out. No, you basically gave them a 10-year head start and talked mad shit and then started a commodity war with a country full of fucking commodities. When you don't even use your own to counter that, it's like, well, we'll have a commodity war with Russia, but we'll use Saudi Arabian oil or whatever when they decide to go sell. If you really wanted to have a commodity war with Russia, why didn't you just open up the oil fields, the XL pipeline, and just dump American oil and gas on the market and sell it for fucking $20 a barrel? Then you wouldn't have Iranian hypersonics because they wouldn't have had no money. But, they had to score their money now because, Lindsey Graham and all them got to get paid. Fuck their grandkids or their great-grandkids. They want that money now. Because think about it. Why wouldn't you just wait Putin out? Because he's hardcore. That he's been the guiding light for them for fucking 30 years. Who he is and who he can't fuck with him. And, maybe the next guy can't handle the job. Maybe it's Medvedev, and despite all his talk, he's a paper tiger.
Vaughn, I think they were out of time. I think they were out of time. I think I was just responding to. I think they were out of time. I think it was now or never.
I think they wanted to hit when Hillary got elected, because think about it, Russia was in a way worse spot then, and we still had a good sized military left over from Desert Storm, and it was pre 9/11.
Afghanistan was a disaster. Yeah.
No, it was post 9/11, but we would have been in a way better position then, but Hillary didn't make it, so nothing happened. I think how fake that bitch is. We're going to reset relations when that cunt knew damn well the Minsk agreements was all fake. They were fake as shit when she said there and said, oh, we're going to reset relations with the Russians. Think about it. I firmly believe if she had been elected, we would have all been dead by now in a nuclear war with Russia. Because she's a psycho. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I
can see that
I just
point,
want to mention that Russia is trading with US during all this time, and we sell enrich uranium all this time, and the narrative that you need to defeat Russia to get the resources is kind of who will deliver all these resources if it will be chaos all around the Russian territory, and all this Russian mafia again will all these clans will fight between each other. How do you will get all these resources? Like it will be a mess, and it will be a mess with nukes.
I mean, think about it, dude. They probably don't even think about that. They probably get these reports from the CIA that, you know, they do scans for minerals and shit, and they're like, well, you know, there's $4 trillion in gold in Russia. So all they think about is how much their percentage is of the $4 trillion in gold. They don't know how the fuck they're going to get it. They just want their 4% or 10% for the big guy. You know, oh, there's 10 trillion barrels of oil in Siberia. They don't know how you're going to get it. They just been promised they get a piece of the action. I bet you that's a lot of it right there. They don't even know what the, like you said, how, because literally, how would you? You'd literally have to have an army of just people to go drill oil or mine for coal or gold or whatever. An army, literally millions of people.
I mean, even if Russia perceived as this pile of gold and oil and uranium, like all this pile of treasure, like we have this problem internally. How do you manage all this territory, all this logistics, all this all this precious stuff is scattered across all this vast territory. Like you need to get this stuff, deliver this stuff. Like you all need to manage all this logistics, all this people, and so on. It's a headache for the government.
Yeah, but where the Russians really make profit is in the way that they create supply lines. They want to it's not control, but they want to organize all supply lines. Until very recently, the Russians, when they supplied gas, they supplied until the border of a country. Most and foremost, they wanted to have everything. The gas made by the Russians already most of the time supplied. The gas supplied most of the times have been purified, and they took out other elements that they can sell later for more money, but the gas was already purified. They clean it. LNG actually still needs to be cleaned in order to be used. It's not immediately there to be used. So what we saw is even uranium. We have been talking about uranium in Russia. Russia actually doesn't have much uranium. What they have is an amazing supply line where they are indispensable. On the middle of it, Kazakhstan uranium actually goes to Russia. So what the Russians are actually selling to the Americans is not even their uranium. They have some, but they are actually selling the ones from other parts of the world, which they refine, which they make with the perfect combination that the Americans need. They don't really have the capacity to do. And then they resell to some European crazy bastards at much higher price. To put in their central stations.
They don't sell crude or uranium. They sell
even
final product that will be consumed by the plants and by they basically sell energy ready for consumption.
Yes, and even when we see Russian metals, when we talk about alloys, we actually, if we go on detail, what the Russians supply are very special alloys of metals, and they are really good in doing it. So someone was saying before, when we were talking about airplanes, and someone on the chat was saying, well, the Chinese use really bad alloys, and I was actually, in my investigation about the new Russian airplanes, I was surprised to know they actually use too bad. The metals they use in their airplanes is too good for the lifespan that their airplane will have. It's amazing because they just have the best of the best somehow. And yeah, so the problem about also these minerals, there is some kind of fanatism right now. There is enough of everything around the world. There isn't just a spot. There is some kind of paranoia about just a single place. And also, like when we saw this run, it was not the gold run, it was a lithium run, like the gold rush. And they only wanted to go to lithium, but on the end, there is enough lithium around the world. And you know what? Now lithium is losing price because there is enough. There is too much of it. And they're already going to another mineral, which is, they're already looking for other minerals, and they will find it. At the beginning, it sounds like there is not much of it. So I think it's not even about, okay, you are right. In a sense, the way they convinced Europeans to go to war, to stand on December 2021, was about convincing them they are going to have the spoils. They were going to distribute the spoils between the whole Europeans. Russia is going to fall down with all those stupid studies from Yale and what all the fairy tales the Americans were telling. They were expecting Russia to fall down and to be quartered in different countries or whatever, or put someone in the. You want to go, Craig? And they wanted to put someone in the power in Russia that will distribute through the Europeans favors that will allow them to have the spoils. Now the Europeans noticed they spent so much money and not going to have any spoils, and even lost the whole Russian market, which nevertheless is 140 people. They have more power, purchasing power than any other developing country in this world, even more than the Chinese. They lost a lot, so they are desperate. Of course, they are. Craig, I think it's you.
Vaughn has had his finger up a while. I want to agree with him, though, that fundamentally they just have a spreadsheet. They didn't look at any maps. And I was just going to point out that Julian Assange and Smedley Butler said exactly the same thing, like 80 years apart. This is a racket. It's about profit. And whatever the dominant model of economics is at that time, people tend to believe it and they tend to go to war over it just to get the money. I'm going to agree that there's probably no better way of getting at the resources in the north half of the Eastern Hemisphere than the thing we call Russia. It's like hundreds of years of specialization on how to get those resources out and keep people relatively happy. China couldn't do a better job of getting the stuff out of Russia. No broken up CIA countries could do a better job of getting it out. And I'm just going to make a last point on this issue, which is resource and commodity wars are obsolete. I mean, we've got engineering now that makes incredible substances out of just carbon and batteries out of sodium. Like, it's never worth it to go to war over materials. That just isn't going to happen anymore. There's a decreasing value to this. You can always trade for what you want or steal it or engineer around it. So talent is more important. Wrecking countries and stealing their talent base. So that's me agreeing with Vaughn that this is stupid on their part. And now take it, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say also, I mean, think about it, the United States and the West, especially the United States, they have the military-industrial complex, and they lobby basically for wars so they can sell their products. I mean, who's to say that these senators aren't being paid by mining companies and drilling companies and oil companies, ease up on the regulations. Look, man, just get me into Russia, and I guarantee you I can pull X out of the ground or Y out of the ground. I can get you X. I mean, they're probably selling the war to the politicians in a different way than the MIC. If you can get us in there, man, we'll all be rich. So, and like I said, like you said, a spreadsheet. I don't think they really. It's amateur hour. I mean, look at the diplomats, the president, the commanders in chief. Or, I mean, the chain of command, the generals in charge, the admirals. I mean, it makes sense that they just look at maybe they're even just throwing darts at it. You can have this section and you can have this section because they're just not really capable of looking at this downstream consequences or what it's going to take to do it. I mean, they probably just got guys promising them big dollar signs if you can just get them in there. I mean, look at BlackRock. Look at all the fucking real estate they're buying because they thought we were going to win and take all that land. I mean, I'm sure the guys sold the same shit for the mineral rights. That might be another reason why the U.S. will or the West won't cave before Ukraine does. Ukraine might throw in the towel. They might be done. But, you got a lot of money riding on that. There might be a lot of guys not willing to walk away from the table with all those chips on the table right away. So, I mean, I'm just saying, it could be just as much that, too. All the resource companies are vying for the action there too that they were promised or they promised.
Yeah, it's a balance sheet thing. Like, when does BlackRock write off the 1/3 of Ukraine that they bought? When does that show up as a loss on their books? If it's a frozen conflict, it's like the missing in the war. They probably never acknowledge that it's lost if it's a frozen conflict. So this is it. It may just, at this point, all be about retaining a certain fictional accounting.
I want to just hop on what Vaughn and Craig were talking about. I was just saying that for the West, especially the EU, more so than the US, and multinational conglomerates and vulture capitalists like BlackRock and Vanguard or whatever. I think Ukraine is largely or was largely about economic objectives, and that helps explain the obsession from the Ukrainian side with like who holds the land. I think that these aren't the reasons why the Russians are fighting the war, but recall that prior to the war, the Ukrainians were between making economic deals with the Russians and the EU, right? The Russians offered them a better economic deal. The Ukrainian Yanukovych went for that deal. The Russians were willing to have Ukraine sign free trade agreements with both Russia and the EU. But the EU was not for that. EU did not allow that to happen. So the EU made it, you have to do an either or, and the Russian deal was just so much better. And I think they couldn't offer them a much better deal because unlike Russia, who was happy with giving Ukraine really great deals on natural gas and stuff like this, right? And buy their stuff and all this other stuff because it's like a buffer zone and it's a friendly country and all this other stuff. For the EU, I think it's not like that. They needed to be able to loot and plunder Ukraine. They needed to be able to ship that cheap ass grain to Poland and to Germany. They needed to be able to grab that uranium, right? So that they're not willing. They're not willing.
They were doing the bidding of NATO expansion too, because they're getting their foot in the door first.
I think I think for the US and for the neocons, I think that's a bigger part of it, right? For them, it's like, okay, it's their old foe, Russia. But I think for the Europeans, take a look at what's going on with their economies. Take a look what's going on with Germany, right? And it wasn't that long ago that they realized, like, listen, this green revolution stuff there's some serious issues with it, and we're gonna need lithium, right? It still boggles my mind. I think it was a dude from Italy that was like, Europe needs its own lithium reserves. And the only place for Europe to grab and own its own lithium reserves is in the Donbass, right? So for them, this is crucial, and they're not going to be willing to give the Ukrainians, even after everything, the same kind of deal. I think that the Russians will. This is not just about messing with our old foe Russia that we don't like. It's also about Ukraine's stuff, especially for the EU and especially for these companies. It's their stuff. They need. You can't just print dollars and not have stuff to back that up, right? But if you can control, almost have a monopoly on European gas or European grain or European, I don't know, cheese, meat, whatever it is, like food or something like that, then that's going to really, really cement and give a lot of value back to the dollar.
Well,
so
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, basically all these guys went long on Ukraine and Russia shorted them.
Yeah,
I mean,
Russia's
they all
ruining
had big dollar
all of it. They're
signs
screwing
and
it.
got burned.
As I said, I think there is a paranoia about this lithium story. And once they realize, they will notice what the failure, because they will find a new mineral which are essential and they don't have it. I think Vladik has been having his finger all the time.
Yeah, Vladik is it. I have a question for you guys. Do you think it's possible like that all the companies that bought Ukrainian soil get compensated with the frozen assets of the Russians?
No, they'll write it off in taxes. They'll get a better benefit from writing it off as a loss in taxes. I mean, that's probably what they'll do. And then who knows, the taxpayers will probably foot the bill for that. So it's a win-win for them. They don't lose anything. I mean, other than they don't get the land that they could have made more money off of, but they won't lose their initial investment, more than likely. And they won't be charged for fraud or anything like that for all the people that lost money on buying into it. In China the other day, I heard they executed some billionaires that committed $44 billion in fraud.
Vietnam.
Vietnam. They sent them to death. It's like, Probably not a lot of billionaires trying to do fraud in Vietnam.
What I think they'll do there, Vaughn, you're right, that I think they'll spend all of the confiscated Russian money on weapons, and they'll make it really easy for the companies that lost assets in Russia that were seized to basically turn them into garbage bonds of various kinds and sneak them into pension funds so the ordinary worker pays for it. So in other words, the military industrial complex will walk off with, hundreds of billions of dollars, and the ordinary workers' pension funds will eat the losses. It'll be the most
They lose, they win, they win, they win. There's no losing for them. Go ahead, Copen.
Thank you. So, yeah, I could probably mention a little bit that Norway has found lithium as well, and that's a lot of talks about that too. You hear me okay? Yeah, okay. I just want to point out that we have been going on for over 5 hours. Wyatt is a bit tired, and maybe we have been going on with the Ukraine topic for a couple hours, 3 hours, 4 hours maybe, I don't know. Maybe we should consider wrapping it up at some point and move towards closing. Anyone else have anything more to say?
I have a closing already. Let's do it.
Me too.
Okay. Hey, Georgius,
I
you
gotta
came
go.
on. Yeah,
Hello,
okay.
Captain
So,
Georgius.
so
I want to make
so I
sure
just,
that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay, good. Well, RL said something very important, that Russians want long-standing peace. So they don't just want a deal that it's for the foreseeable future. They want something long-standing. This is not a new concept. This is also the thought of Clausewitz, and we can see this reflection in the recent U.S. wars, like in Iraq, in Afghanistan, that they achieve a rapid victory, but it cracked down. It didn't work. So I think it's wrong to presume that Russians cannot make moves on the battlefield and conquer territory quickly. I think what they want to achieve is to make not just the West, but also the residents of Ukraine to get tired of this situation, to move towards a deal that will be like forever, quote unquote forever. The thing is that what makes me worrying is that Russians do their job very good. It means that they will have the capability to make a victory to all of the Ukraine, to take as much as they want from Ukraine, not only by conquering the land, but also demanding through a peace deal. The problem is that it seems to me that Biden will accept such humiliation for the United States. However, everyone knows that Biden will go away and Trump will come. And I don't think that Trump will accept the humiliation of the United States. The problem is that Russia put a lot of effort to win this war, and they are not going to compromise. They will take what they think that deserves to them to be a glorious victory. So I'm a bit pessimistic about how the situation will be with Donald Trump. I don't know if the war will end. The proxy war will end with the United States. Now, in terms of economics, I want to say something. The worst thing in the Russian economy is that they don't have manpower, which is, I'd say, it's a bit
There's a lack
humoristic,
of workforce.
because in the West we have a lot of unemployment. real unemployment might be like 20-30%. I don't know. In Greece, it's for sure like that. Well, with as the technology goes on, I think that Elon Musk would like to have some deals with Russia to sell the new $20,000 robot, Optimus. It will transform the society. Everyone is talking about making money or how to export resources, but in the contemporary world, what actually matters is the quality of life, the luxury and the access to some services, let's say, like education for all people. And I think if you have not if you have, but a country that will achieve an automation, so it means that you don't need to work, you only receive the fruits that are being produced, it will be the country that will have the most happy people, this GNI index. And I think that's a very important thing to concern. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, I just want to do a quick close. And, it's good to see new people this week. It was a good open mic. It flowed really good. I liked it. We did a good job of covering everything and kind of getting into everything good. Like, subscribe, and share. And check out all the Wyatt sit reps and frontline changes. Y'all have a good week. And seriously, come on the open mic next week so Wyatt can go to bed. And that way you can hang out with us in the voice chat in the back. You new guys are going to like it. Just don't be scared. We're gentle. Y'all have a good week.
Oh,
a lot of fun.
One just went
I'll
off.
do my closing next, I guess.
Whoa.
Can I do my closing?
Sure, if you hand it to me afterwards.
Okay. How about, you go first. I'll go after you.
Okay. Right. I'm kind of a little bit tired of doing my shtick. I think I'll leave it for RL this time to kind of do my part here. This was pretty nice. I mean, we have over 200, almost 300 at some point, people watching the open mic. I must commend you guys and a shout out to Archimedes for initiating the initiative of having like some preordained topics. Like I think it's a good idea to fix the Ukraine topic early on. But I mean, you guys have been remarkably good at respecting the finger. That's been pretty good. But considering now that we have some pre-configurative advancements here, right? Like we have made some initiative to you want to say something? Okay. So since we have made some kind of effort behind the scenes to kind of make this open mic a little bit orderly, that means that we can also begin tackling more chaotic issues. And so I propose that if we're still going to have one topic, like preordained topics, and have it orderly, we should set aside a small part, maybe an hour or something like that, just for black holes, just to spice it up, just to kind of introduce something, but also to make us good at spotting the black holes as well as dealing with them. Because, Ukraine, thank you a lot for the super chat, Mirror, thank you. Yes, I'll end my stuff here. Mirror, and all of those of you who have super chatted, thank you very, very much. It validates us directly, and it's extremely good for my coping. Before I let it go for you, Bradley, I have one more thing to say. Craig, you said something about you were being disturbed about the religion being weaponized. But it could also be the other way around. So my shirt here says that I don't have an alcohol problem, I just don't have money, which is actually not true. It's Sunday today. So in Norway, you are actually not allowed to buy alcohol. And this is a Christian thing. So who is weaponizing what now, huh? Okay, I'm just, that was all for it. Thank you all for watching. Bradley?
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to kind of try to bring the subjects together, what we were trying to talk about and what we ended up talking about most of the stream. So my conclusion is that the unconditional surrender of Ukraine will likely imply some Russian control or presence, if not outright ownership of Odessa. The war is over military objectives for the Russians. It's an existential war for them. Many in the foreign policy blob out in the West, they refuse to accept this fact. And I don't think that the Russians can afford to leave this loose end in the face of the dishonest dealings of the West with the Russians. We've stabbed them. We shredded treaty after treaty with the Russians, and we've stabbed them in the back on crucial issues like NATO expansion. And I think that Putin is aiming to make this the very centerpiece of his legacy. In my view, that's going to be the big one for him. That's probably why they changed the Russian constitution, so that he could be in power right now still, right? And besides that, I'd like to say thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks to the commander for being a real soldier and trooping it out despite the lack of sleep. And thanks to the excellent panel full of very smart people. Our audience is awesome. You guys are more informed than 99% of experts on this war and many other topics. Be sure to come back next week. It was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Vladik, you want to do closing?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for all you all for having me here, and especially thank you, Wyatt, for this panel. I think it's a very, very good thing. It's showed the people all over the world that we are like very equal, that we think the same, behave the same, and I think that all the things that the government try to tell us, divide us, like skin color, religion, and everything. That's minor things in comparison with all the similarities that we share in our daily life. And this panel is exactly that show exactly this thing. And I think it's great work. I hope to have the possibility to be here again. And yeah, maybe share some stories from Odessa. Yeah, sorry for bringing the Odessa up again. I knew it was like 20 times here already a topic, but yeah, I just have some things I wanted to get out there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vladik. You can always talk about Germany. We are all very curious about Germany because so much censorship. We don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
And,
the thing is about German politicians, it never interested me because I never see any impact of German political decisions on anything, not on German normal life, not on any geopolitical level. So it's just irrelevant. So there's nothing to tell about this. Yeah, but the propaganda is the anti-Russian propaganda is very, very strong, and it started like I was still at school. It started very, very soon. Like always, the Germans have the word for this, like the Putin bashing. Like they always shoot against Putin, and yeah, that's crazy. But the thing is, I see both sides, and it's very clear to me that both sides are like bullshit things. So yeah.
I also sent you the invite to join the Open Mic Speaker Lounge, so you can join the Telegram group. Craig, closing?
Yeah, well, to return to that question of the borders in Ukraine, I think Belarus's favorite solution is that 4 more oblasts go to Russia, which would be the terrain that voted for the Russian-friendly parties in 2010, and then a Belarus-size kind of inland cut-off republic stays there, rump Ukraine. And that would make them comfortable because it's a state kind of like them, not really absorbed directly into Russia. And I also think it's relatively stable to think about going to the top of the Dniester River and go straight north, right up to Belarus in some direction, like maybe to the current Belarusian border or maybe just west of Kiev, but including Kiev and the Russian side. And then draw that there and have a Russian republic that's part of the Russian Federation join there. That also could be stable because that would actually implicate Romania, Hungary, and Poland in reacquiring pieces of territory which were historically in those countries and empires. And once they take their piece of former Ukraine, it's over. There will no longer be any case for this idea that Ukraine is sacrosanct territory. We'll be back to the borders that were stable for 100 years until 1914, or rather even 1938 or whatever. And we will basically have a stable solution in either of those two worlds. What is not a stable solution in my mind is cutting up the Dnieper on the anticipation of more warfare and going right up straight through the middle of Kiev. That doesn't satisfy any of the constraints that I see. So while you might like it from a tactical point of view, that's a recipe for a frozen conflict, not a recipe for a peace. That's my thinking about the borders. With respect to the much, much more important questions of economic future and what does the peace look like, Germany is very important. Germany announced an industrial strategy more or less this week. It announced it was going to focus on green technology, which is to say, using the minimum amount of energy to do the same job, the minimum amount of materials to do the same job. It is not about how you generate energy. It's about how you don't waste it. And this is what people who aren't Greens never seem to understand. The pharmaceutical industry is something you can make very robotic and very local with a very expensive skilled labor force, certainly in the R&D and the production lines. And the technologies you're producing right now, they're outsourcing them to China. And so German relations with China are absolutely critical. If you sanction them, you don't get paid. But over time, they should be able to take these relatively compact technologies, solar controllers, print on, solar power over Ethernet switches, stuff like that, all of which is really critical to using 1/5 or 1/20 of the amount of energy we waste now to do exactly the same job. And all that stuff can be made in Germany by companies that already exist, the Siemenses and whatever. So those all look pretty sound in terms of doing it with minimal material inflows and without having to have giant resource bases like in the 20th century. So that's fairly sound. Then the weapons technology they're talking about, who knows what it is? I mean, if it's tanks, you know, obviously you have to need a lot of steel, and they are closing up and slowing down their steelworks. But I don't think the future looks like the 20th century. I don't think it has a bunch of heavy surface ships and tanks. So the way I'm going to characterize Germany's strategy is it's the Fremen from Dune. Their weapons are going to be like extreme environment stealth suits for infiltration missions. That's what they're going to be. Their green technology for moving around is going to be like air taxis that are close to silent. Their pharmaceuticals are going to be integrated into their clothing, so you get your the amphetamines the Germans were famous for in World War II get injected into you on the way. Now, this stuff might have looked like to people like it was 50 years away. With the technological advances of the last 5 years, it now looks like it's 10 years away. So it's just doing what Germany has done successfully for the last 20, 30 years, jumping into some future and betting on it. And that's just what they do. That's what Germany's done since it was formed in the 1870s. Getting away from technologies have fundamentally failed, like nuclear power, you know, useless. And fossil fuels basically too. You're going to take your fossil and make pharmaceuticals and plastics out of it. So that's what Germany thinks the future looks like. And you can believe that's a set of good bets or not, but it fundamentally comes from a view of the world in which sources of, you know, specialized molecules aren't that hard to get. But what's hard to get is genius. And what's hard to get is respect for royalty agreements. And what's hard to get is people to trust you so that you're equipping their entire military for it. So that's just my German thinking. I want to wrap with the topic we didn't get to, which was South Africa. South Africa probably has a strategy that looks a bit more like China in Africa, right? One of the parties that's leading and the polls are rising very quickly, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Julius Malema. They want to build a Chinese railway starting from South Africa all the way north to the Chinese port plan in Djibouti, to the Sahel. They want to start EFF parties in every country in Africa. And they want to simply mimic the Chinese strategy and do BOT deals, which is build, operate, and transfer deals, so that things they don't need to learn how to do, like build high-speed rail, happen quickly. But then things they will need how to do, like maintain high-speed rail, are done in South Africa and in other African countries. So the EFF is very interesting. They also have a land reform plan that will put them at direct odds with the IMF, basically moving to 99-year leases on land rather than actual land, private land ownership. this kind of breaks with the West and puts them in the Chinese model. So when you look around the BRICS countries and also the EU countries, you find very, very different views of the future than you would have found 5 years ago. And they're looking more different from each other as each country specializes in what it's good at. So I'm not saying we've seen the end of resource wars, because as Bradley pointed out, they think they need the oil, they think they need the lithium, they think they need this, they think they need that. The Vietnam War was largely about tungsten. But these rationales for war may be stupid, but they are driving stupid people. And so the elimination of the stupid from the Western world decision-making is actually the hardest problem. China's largely managed it. They don't have stupid people sitting in their party. Russia's managed it. They don't have stupid people sitting in their parties. If Africa can drive out the stupid, they'll pull ahead of the EU in development. But unfortunately, for now, the West still believes in capitalism, and that means weak, foolish, easily manipulated, corrupt, compromised people in charge, so that the capitalist oligarchs can get away with stealing around them. They
No, sorry, I don't. They don't believe in capitalism, you know, because I don't know how many of you have already seen.
Well, it's
but
my closing, and I'm saying that's what capitalism is. So you can argue that capitalism is good when you do your closing, but you're wrong.
No, I'm not saying it's good. No, sorry.
Hey, you don't intervene when other people are doing the closing. So Craig will talk to the end, and then you can talk, okay?
I'm almost done. My point is that the neoclassical economic model looked like it had won in the 1990s. Basically, the people who are in charge in the West now are people that thought we were at the end of history. Corporations would decide everything, and we would proceed with the democratic capitalist model with the institutions we had, like the IMF and the Bank for International Settlements, right? But now it looks like that's wrong, and institutions that look a lot more like China's, and monetary policy that looks a lot more like China's, and basically a technological future that looks more like a bunch of dystopic science fiction movies that we somehow managed to avoid the dystopia and make a utopia with the exact same technologies that made the dystopias. So that's a different world, and capitalism doesn't work in that world. Among other things, 3 to 5% of workers every year will leave the working class and join the killer robot target practice class. At some point, they have to realize that, you know, this will eventually lead to their disposable bodies being thrown in as, you know, mere fertilizer. So there will be some kind of a revolt, and it's either a quiet, slow one led by China and by people like the EFF in Africa, or it's a messy one, more like the methods going on in Ukraine. And the Germans are probably seeing that we're going to have to arm up in the West with some kind of ruthless intervention, covert ops force, and need those pharmaceuticals, those still suits, and those dead silent intervention gear, and they're trying to build the new SS over there now. So that's my thinking. It's not entirely wrong, but it's also not benign. And it's a militarist view of the future, I think, in Germany to some degree. And so that's my closing, that Europe probably is preparing for more conflict of one kind or another, unfortunately.
Thank you, Craig. Next is RL. Closing.
Well, it was a nice open mic. We see new faces. We talk about a lot of things, especially Ukraine, which was good, very good. Wyatt, you need coffee without milk and without sugar, because you are already a bit. It will give you some boost. Yeah, about the mess we see actually in the world. The West is at a crucial. What's the expression of Joe Biden? Inflection point. If there is a settlement in Ukraine, that settlement will have to admit the gains of the Russians. And that will be a face lost for the West, which will have huge implications on other continents, especially in Africa. And the problem, and that's related to what you just said, Craig, about Germany, I don't think the decision makers in Germany, those who made those plans for the new century of green shit, understand reality. The Europeans, especially the Europeans, lack one thing: raw materials. A robot, yes, it will revolutionize everything. You have to understand the amount of natural resources, of energy, of technology that needs raw materials, that needs machinery, that needs many components. It's way huge, way bigger than just having an engine running on oil, running on fuel. And if they want to put clothes with amphetamine for everybody, they need huge quantities of resources. If they want to electrify everything, they will need huge quantity of copper. Even if now batteries could run with other things than lithium, for electricity to travel, we are still using copper. There are physical realities that you can't change like that, for now at least. That's why, as long as the West, and especially Europe, are cut from natural resources, from Africa, from Russia, from China, from the rest of Asia and Latin America, they are just facts. So I predict more a grim future, a very dark future for Western countries, more than anything else, just because they don't have the natural resources to achieve their dream. Just because of that. Yes, they have engineers. Yes, they have brains. But you need real things. Yeah. Especially if you want to make an army of robots, an army of I don't know what, machines, vehicles, intelligent, connected stuff. I mean, if you end up with such reality, what's the point to have people? Just get rid of people. They eat, they drink, they shit. They are just polluting. So no, this is not a dream world. This is a total dystopia, and they won't be able to achieve it. Voila.
What a sad note. Oh my God. Nunya.
Well, great job today, guys. Even when I was off eating, I was listening the whole time, so well done. I'm a lot more optimistic than some of the others on here. And maybe it's because I'm underthinking all these things. That's entirely possible too. But I'm not seeing a World War III scenario. Like I said earlier on, I think the effort of both the collective right and left in the United States is to get to November, and that's it. That's the goal. How do we get to November and through the election without Donald J. Trump as president? That's it. You can see it in their body language. Just take a look at Biden, or hell, watch Blinken these days, for heaven's sakes. He looks like he'd rather be 6 feet under. The West has made a colossal geostrategic error, I think, in Ukraine. And the people behind the scenes have known this for quite some time. And now you're starting to see the diehards. They're starting to sober up to the reality that, Ukraine is a corpse. They want to keep it going until the election, and then will be whipped aside, like some redheaded stepchild. Palestine was an extremely unwelcome crisis that wasn't planned, and it's evident that Biden and company are doing a horrible job managing it. That'll be their focus internationally leading up to the election. And I think once the election is over, that's when we're going to start seeing all these economic skeletons are going to start coming out of the closet. And, I've said this before, I think an economic collapse is all but certain in the United States. It's just a matter of when. And I think that the Americans have got some really big problems coming down the pipe. And these sort of foreign adventures, I don't see them as being much of a priority moving forward as they have been in the past, because they're just going to have a population that is going to demand that they look inward. So that's about all I had to say. Good job, guys. Have a good one. See you next week.
Thank you, Junior. Jojo's.
Yeah. So I wanted to say before, and sorry for the interruption, but I don't think that the supposed to be capitalist countries, they actually still believe in capitalism, because capitalism requires free trade. And I don't know if you can say that we have free trade when you start to ban Chinese companies because they are more productive. When you started to ban Huawei, and now you're starting to ban or impose tariffs to the Chinese cars because they are much better and they cost the 1/3 of the cars that you are producing. So I don't know if you are aware, but a couple of weeks ago, Xiaomi released its first car, which is like a Tesla Model S, but in the cost of $29,000. Come on, how can you compete with this? And where's the capitalism? Where's the free trade? Shall I talk about the resources? West doesn't have resources, so you know how the situation goes. Regarding the policies of the West, I disagree. I don't believe that there is a strategy from the West. The strategy is just a lunatic thinking of those that are in power right now. There is no a unified system because there is no an ideology. And if you think about it, what's the philosophical element of what means to be happy in the people in the West? I think we care about more the 1,000 genders and absurd things that are not tangible at all, even in this group of people, in this community of people. So I don't see anything good in the West. West is in decline. Rome has fallen twice already. The first Rome and the second Rome. And both Roman empires were much more stronger than the whole West combined, if you compare it with the East, the contemporary East. So I think the West has no future. I don't know. I will repeat that my concern is that with Donald Trump, there should be a problem. He will not accept the humiliation of the United States, which we should think that right now, United States doesn't have one Vietnam; it has two Vietnams. It's in Ukraine, and then the second is in Israel. Good luck with that. That's it. Thank you for telling my opinions. And good night.
Welcome back, Georgios. Long time didn't appear already.
Well, I told you where I was. Unfortunately, I repatriated from China, from Ningbo, not from Singapore.
Okay, Sergey.
Yeah. So I think that capitalism have many phases, and early phase, romantic maybe, and late phase is more like in the late stages, it became just pure monopoly. Like when you conquer some market, you, as a capitalist, you want to secure your interest. So you just protect your own market. So this free trade idea is for colonies. Like when you open, for example, like Japan, Portugal opened Japan. They just wanted to how to say. There is a recent show Shogun about it, maybe a little like on Netflix, I guess. Pretty good one. And you say for colonies that capitalism is about free trade, but it is free only for one side. Like in the Britain do the same thing. Like they centralized all the trade. Like you only could buy the means of production from the empire, but you cannot produce your own means of production. So it is one-way street. In the late phases, maybe it was always been like that. Like third world, they say. Like third world is should be free, and I guess first world does not need to be free, and never was. And about robots, I think that it's more like it depends on the culture how you perceive technology. Like you can technology is just a tool, and it depends on the user what shape of technology will how it will be implemented in any particular place. And in the West, it goes with a lot of division and separating two classes, like owners and workers. It basically increases division between the two. And the idea of 1% is just you can substitute people with Optimus or whatever. And in different, but in other places, for example, in Russia, it will be more, how to say, it's not divisive, but more like, let's say you have people working in the fields. It is a hard job for them, and they work for a really long time and don't see much their families, and suddenly they have a bit of technology help just for them to make their condition better. Like it's less stressful work. They produce more, and they can earn more, spend more time with their families, and they less tired. Like it's really different how you can implement technology. It depends a lot of the culture of the place. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, SL. And Prata closing.
So, Captain Georges, if you allow me, I think Europe has future. Of course, the West has future. it's the place birth of so many ideologies and thinkers. I think we'll get around. We have to find our place in this new world. It's still a dark path until we realize how to do it, until we get rid of these elites that like you said, there is, well, RL says it calls it an ideology, which is, I understand what he means, but we actually don't really have an ideology, and we are decadent, or we are dying because we are not really offering anything to our citizens. We don't have a project. We don't have where to go. What we have is empty words like democracy and rule of law, and we have to protect us against the others. Well, this is all empty words with less content, but the Europeans will find a way to get there, and I think this will happen probably sooner than later, but not in a few months. People nowadays, they think that life is tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. No, life has a much longer period, but we live in very fast times, especially this year. Like I was going to make a comment about it. Bradley said something very interesting, which is quite essential to have a good analysis by the beginning, is that this war become existential for Russia. And in doing that, the West made themselves a trap, which they can't get away, because the Russians really need to make points, to come out with something, because otherwise they are fucked. And of course, they knew that from the beginning, and because they were put it into a corner where it is essential to get out, not to be cornered, they managed to get out, and they are constructing a new world. I was listening to a very interesting diplomat, which is also a good thinker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Shankar Sher from India, and he said that the Russians, they will find a way. It's a big country. It's a country that masters its statehood, and they will find a way. They will concentrate in Asia. Their relationships with Europe are now, with the West, are now broken, and perhaps it won't be Asia. It will be somewhere else in Africa. And he gave the word Africa, and I think he actually knew pretty much about what he was talking about. This existentialism that they created for Russia, it means also that they will have to create new paths. Of course, the Russians knew when they started the war on 24th of February that they were making a cut. Well, let's not be naive. They knew what they were doing. Perhaps they didn't know that they were having to fight for a completely new world, but they knew they were fighting for a different world. That they knew. And since, as I said, this rush of times, since the beginning of the year, since almost the 2nd of January, we have had a roll of events, one after the other, and it's surprising us all the time. Well, we were not expecting it happens, and it's keep going. We are in the first half of April now, and it keeps going. We had this week the Iran response to like we discussed so much in this, but we didn't discuss, for instance, Niger, which on the end of the month decided to expel the Americans, and now a Russian airplane just brought air system. The Americans must be really fucked. Pissed off about that. We have the French trying to force, with all means, some types of escalation. Of course, they are compensating for losing on other parts of the world, which is a bit their own fault, because they could try to renegotiate more. But again, it's this ideology, like Errol tells, of unwilling to talk with the other. It's a type of I call it new neocolonialism, or post-new neocolonialism. This is a kind of a virus that is affecting many brains in our politicians that believe they are still the aristocracy of the world, and this is the full stupidity. We also see something very interesting, that is suddenly the West is calling very strongly for their own approach on how to achieve a peace deal. But what they really want is to create a legitimized unipolar world where the West is the one, the Americans are the ones that pick up who belongs to that club, the ruling club of the world. Of course, the Russians understand what it is, but also many other countries understand as well. That's why when we were talking about that, I spoke about India. India also has a very clear idea what kind of a new world they want. They want to continue within the UN, to continue reforming the UN as it is. They want the Security Council to be more representative of all continents. They want to have everybody on the same pace, and the Russians as well. And so it is interesting how the world is coming. And for that, I think a new format, which is probably not any of the ones that we discussed here today, in order to bring peace, will try to be formed. We don't know if that will be, it will come at time. That's the problem, because we see that the first attempts of neutral countries to achieve any type of agreement are now delusional. We saw the Scholz that went to Brazil, and when he was in Brazil, it was clear that Lula da Silva didn't want to talk about Ukraine, didn't want to talk about it. The only thing he said is that I don't want to pronounce myself about this because I want to sit at the table when negotiations have to come, and I want to be clean. I want to be respected by both sides. Very interesting answer. But he definitely didn't pressure like before. Before you would say you have to sit, you have to know this is over. Nobody's talking about that anymore, and that's why probably the capitulation of Ukraine is the only thing that will bring some type of reasoning for the parties that will sit on the table, and whose parties will sit on the table. Let's see, and that's perhaps whatever happens. Russia doesn't want a frozen conflict because they want to get rid of this problem. So they won't actually, like many of you said, it's not about how many square meters they conquest in Ukraine. It's about what kind of delimitation, what kind of a deal, of a border deal they have with NATO that assures both sides, especially Russia, because they are the ones feeling intimidated. What kind of assurance the West is willing to give to Russia? On that border. But nevertheless, we'll have another world that still needs, because we'll never achieve paradise. This is not it's like Ariel was saying, these utopias of machinery, because we humans, we humans are spoiled, we humans do problems. When I speak, not everybody agrees with me, that is obviously. And so I think we have different mechanisms that will keep us living in conflict, but we definitely need, in order not to go to the explosive, to the Third World War, to a Third World War event, we need some comprehensive talks with each other. And I think, for instance, we'll have green conflicts or competition for green energies. We'll have the rush for commodities like we see now, but this is the paranoia. So Africa is being pressured by all sides to give a little bit of, or to decide to whose sides they are escape. Or we'll have something more interesting, like in the 80s, again a space run. Well, why not? Who opens a new space station in the moon first? This will be more productive than all this shit that we are wasting time, resources on the stupid war. But of course, we need to end the war, and then we can think about this. And to last, my finish is, there is always hope. And going back to the beginning, when I was saying to Georgios, there is future in Europe as well. In Africa, Sankarism is coming back, and it's promising. Everywhere in the continent, there are alternatives, like in South Africa, with that very unusual party. It's a Sankarist party. So Thomas Sankara resuscitated like Christ, not in the next day, but after a couple of decades, and he's inspiring everybody in Africa, and he's beautiful. So, Captain Georgios, we'll get there.
And zombieism is appearing in Singapore.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dying. Thank you everyone for participating. See you guys next week. I'll see you guys on the in the DPA speakers lounge.
Bye.
Bye, guys. So it's my turn to do closing. So I want to see if I can play some soft music. This is it? Does it work? We have a very, very good open mic. Unfortunately, today I'm very, very sleepy because I scheduled the video, the open mic, and then I had a long day. I wake up early in the morning, and then I have to rest. I only had a very short nap. So anyway, yeah, and I don't know what to say because I'm so tired. I need to sleep. So I will try to do more. And there's the DPA. You probably will notice a lot of changes in terms of the series, the content, or I'll try to do more geopolitics and stuff, and hopefully we can cover more news and more things rather than just Ukraine war. Ukraine war is a dying thing for me. Everything is dying for me. Okay, do share. Of course, support the DPA branding, and see you guys. I'm not thinking anymore. My brain is not working anymore. So okay, bye. Okay, what should I press now? Oh, fine. Oh my freaking god. Okay. The music doesn't work because I'm not fast enough. Okay, I gotta just press this button. Bye.